What is up? What is up? All right, the title of today's discussion is Living in the End and Trusting the Bridge of Incidents. What's good? What's good? What's good? Living in the end and trusting the bridge of incidents. We are going to talk about manifestation, granting your desire to yourself, going to the end and staying there no matter what you see. All right, so let me hit this live. Let's get right into it. All right, so the three verses that we're really going to focus on today are number one, Matthew 5:8. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the pure. That's the important word right there. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. The second one, John 7:24. Judge not according to the appearance, but judge righteously. Beautiful. Righteous. Keyword righteous. And the third, Titus 1:15. To the pure, all things are pure. There's that word again, pure. Pure, pure, pure. I'm back. All right. So let's talk about this. All right. To the one who is pure in heart, not by moral standard, but by the clarity of vision. Remember, when we're talking about pure and righteous from a biblical perspective, remember, we're looking at this as a metaphysical guide of how to change your life, how to really get in contact with that I amness within you. When we hear pure righteousness, what are we talking about? We're not talking about moral doctrines. They can change based on where you are in the world. We're not talking about what a man tells you to do, right? We're talking about how you perceive the world. Are you perceiving the world as everything is working out? Are you pure? Do you see through the eyes, or do you see through the lens of someone who is pure? Everything is unfolding perfectly no matter what it looks like. Or are you double-minded? You've granted it to yourself. You're trying to live in the end, but you're judging things as quote unquote unfavorable, not for you, right? So when we're talking about pure and righteous, this is what we're talking about, all right? We're not talking about the laws. We're not talking about what the church tells you, right? Don't drink on these days. We're talking about, are you faithful to that God within you, knowing that it is unfolding, right? And granting you the desires of your heart, no matter what the circumstance looks like, all right? So to the one who is pure in heart, not by moral standard, but by clarity of vision, everything is seen through the lens of divine orchestration, all right? So when you remain in the end, okay, what is going to the end? What is getting it to the end, right? Remember, this is that beautiful story of Neville and Abdullah, right? Neville wanted to go to Barbados, didn't know how, no job. Went and told Abdullah about this, and what did Abdullah say? You're in Barbados. He simply went to the end. He simply went to the end and granted it to Neville right then. You're in Barbados, right? And at first, Neville was a little bit confused about this, went about his business. But later on, when he came back, Abdullah gave him the same response. He started telling him, okay, I don't know how I'm gonna make this money. I gotta go there at this time, yada, yada. And what did Abdullah say? How can you tell me how you're going to get to Barbados if you're already in Barbados? And we know how the story went, right? Every night, Neville went to sleep pretending that he was in Barbados. Until all of a sudden he got his ticket there. The only catch was what? His brother granted him a ticket. He would have to be coach the second leg of the ride, right? The first leg, he would be first class. The second leg, he would be coach. So he went and told Abdullah this. Hey, look, it's all working out. All right, I got the ticket. I'm going to get there. Only problem is that half of the trip I'm first class. The next half I'm coach. And what did Abdullah do? This was a master class on what? When you have a desire, your desire is the fulfillment. Your desire is the granting of the promise. So instead of us thinking about how we're going to get it, Abdullah went straight to the end. No, you're in Barbados and you went first class. He immediately saw you have a desire granted to yourself, go to the end and stay there. So this is what I mean when I say go to the end. I mean, you have a desire granted to yourself right then. I have it. I am in Barbados. I traveled first class. I am in that relationship. I have that money. It's already paid. This is what staying in the end, going to the end means, okay? This is what going to the end means, all right? So no detour is wrong. When we go to the end, these are things we have to remember. No detour is wrong. No quote unquote delay is denial. You do not curse the closed door. You bless it because you know it was never your destination. Stop treating the middle like the end. Appreciate y'all. Stop treating the middle like the end. You see with the eyes of spirit, not the ego. And from that purity of perception, all things are pure because all things are purposeful. So this is what it means when it says, blessed are the pure of heart. Blessed are the pure of heart. They shall inherit, right? The earth, the world. What is the pure? What do we mean when we say pure? To the pure, all things are pure. To the one that knows that God is working through them, all things that they see outside of them must be God working through them, right? How can you go to the end, say, I have this faith in my I amness, and then bless things as unfavorable? Remember, thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. Meaning if you say it's unfavorable, that is what it is. That is what it is. All right. So to the pure, all things are pure. Blessed are the pure in heart. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Right. That was Matthew 5:8. All right. John 7:24. Judge not according to appearance, but judge righteously. Let me slow down. I feel like I'm stumbling over too many words. All right, let me get this out clear. It's a long weekend. All right, let me get this out clear. All right. The pure don't need proof. They walk in knowing. They do not panic when the plan changes because they understand the bridge of incidents is often disguised as chaos. But what looks like falling apart is actually falling together. Even betrayal becomes blessing. Even silence becomes confirmation. Even heartbreak becomes realignment. When your vision is anchored in the fulfilled end, everything in your path becomes sacred because it all bows to the words you have spoken. It is done. The moment you say it is done, you must know that. You must walk through life and know that it is done. Right? No half stepping. No half stepping. Right? You got to be all the way in. The moment you say it is done, I have it, everything is proof. Everything is proof, right? Y'all will tell me things like, man, nothing's changed, even though I'm doing all these things. All right, I want you to go stare at a plant. Go stare at a plant for a whole day. Okay, go stare at a plant, go stare at a blade of grass. All right, for 24 hours. Probably won't look like it grew at all, right? But it has been growing that whole time. You can only see such a small part of reality. You can only see what is right in front of you. You can't see what's going on behind closed doors. You can't see the 99.999% of reality. That's just information and energy. You can only see that 0.001% of reality. So who are you to say nothing's changed? Just by you saying that, that is what you're creating. Remember, it is your story. It is your story, and you're always creating your story when? Right now. Okay, right now. So if right now I'm telling you, dang, I've been affirming, but nothing has happened, I'm making that declaration right now. I'm making that decree right now. I'm speaking that into existence right now. I'm creating that reality right now. Right now. Okay, remember that. Your words are powerful. Life and death is in the power of the tongue. In the power of the tongue. Okay? So living in the end and trusting the bridge of incident. Let's really get into this. All right. So introduction, what do you see? All right. Your world is not happening to you. It is happening through you. Of course, we always hear that. And I always say that. A lot of people always say that. Okay. It is a mirror to what your inner state. And it is a response to your awareness. The powerful, we had a discussion the other day where we talked about awareness and what you really are behind all of the masks that we put on in this society, right? If I told you to erase your past, erase your experiences you've been through, and explain yourself or describe yourself, how would you describe yourself? If you had no memory, what would you be? Right? You would be pure awareness. Pure awareness. Right? Who is the one who is aware? Right? That is you. How could you explain the sky that you see without words? Explain it without thoughts. You would simply be aware. You at your base form, let's put it like that, you at your core, you can melt into every situation, every single circumstance, every single thing around you. And you can melt into it so profoundly that you begin to conjure up these stories of what they mean. Right? Explain your mother right now with no past, with no memories of you and her. How would you explain her? You can't. Explain this circumstance in front of you with no memory, with no expectation about it, right? You can't. It's simply there. It's simply meaningless. This is how life is. The people in your life, they're absolutely meaningless to you until you attach a story. The circumstances in your life, they're absolutely meaningless until you attach a story. Even you, even this body, this vessel is absolutely meaningless until you start to attach a story to it. This is all we are. This is what your life is. Your life is just a collection of the stories that you're telling about the world, right? You tell a story, this is your mom, this is how your ex is, this is how this SP is, this is what happened in your past. And we think that we have to go through the past to get to the future. We believe that in order to get to my desire, I have to remember and recall this past because this past has to change. This past has to morph into what I want. But this is not the case. This is absolutely not the case. You do not have to go through the past. The past is simply a thought. Try as you want to prove it to me that it's real. All you can do is describe thoughts and stories that you have about it. You can't touch this past. You don't live there anymore. The only place that you live is this present moment. It's the only thing that is real. It's the only thing that you can prove to me exists. It's the only thing. So you don't have to tell that same story of the past to get to your future. You simply need to tell the story of what you want right now. You simply need to go to the end, right? And like my brother said earlier, you have to know it's inevitable. You have to be, your desire has to be like Thanos. It is inevitable. Right? And grant it to yourself then. All right? So Titus 1:15, like we talked about earlier. Let's go back into this. All right. To the pure, all things are pure. All right. So this is not about moral perfection. This is about the clarity of vision that comes when you know how the story ends. The moment that you grant yourself a desire and you say, it is mine. You want a car? It is yours. You want this? It is yours. You want that bill paid? It is done. The moment that you say that, you have seen the end of the movie. Okay? You've already seen the end of this movie. You've seen the mother and the father and the child driving off into the sunset happy. And you saw the end credits roll. You know how it ends. Now, okay, does that mean that if you just sat in the movies and you watched the whole thing, that if the mother and the son were tied up and the father was in the corner looking like he was about to get offed, does that mean that you would not be nervous or have a feeling of doubt? No. No. But you have to be aware enough to remind yourself how the story ends. To remind yourself, to remember, right? Remember, it's never, what do I have to be? What do I have to do is always the wrong question. What do I have to remember that I already am? That is the magical question. How do I have to react to this situation? Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Do you have it or not? Because if you have it, it does not matter what you do in this situation. You simply have to remind yourself of the truth. I already have it. Just by you saying, oh, I have to react a certain way. I have to react this way or that way. Or you're making it conditional. You're making it conditional just by saying, I have to affirm this way. I have to visualize this way. I have to react this way. We are making this conditional. Do you have it or not? You have it, right? That is the condition right there. You remind yourself you already have it. And because I already have it, everything must be the bridge of incidents towards getting it. This is why, how do I react? What do I do if I see this? All these questions make no sense. If you have it, why does it matter so much? Why are you getting caught up in the middle, acting like the middle is the end? Why are you getting caught up in the middle? Do you see it or not? Well, no. Okay, if you don't see it, guess what? It's the middle. Remind yourself you already have it. Keep it pushing. Okay? Keep it pushing. Good questions. All right, so what about knowing you have it and taking the steps too? Not questioning, but taking the steps. Do that. Do it. Do whatever you need to do. Remember, there's always going to be something to do, but never something you have to do. Okay? Never something you have to do. If it makes you feel good to take those steps, do it. If it makes you feel good to take a nap, do that as well. But simply remember that you have it. Therefore, right, one of the best things that I'll typically tell y'all if y'all work with me privately or on these streams, right, I'll say, look, you have it. Now decree. Make this statement. Make the statement. Every step that I take is in perfect alignment to get me exactly where I'm trying to go. And drop it. And go about your business. Right? Are you remember, if you have it already, okay? If you have it already, it doesn't matter what you do. But if you're confused about what to do, maybe there's two choices you want to make a decision on, right? Do I want to go this way or this way? Do I want to block him or call him back? Right? Do I want to cuss her out or do I want to, right? Just make the best decision. And decree. Remember Job 22:28, thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be added unto thee. Every step that I take is in perfect alignment with where I want to go. Leave it there, right? We stop getting caught up in the middle. Stop getting caught up in the middle, right? Do what you have to do. Do it out of love. Do what you want to do it out of love. And bless that everything is unfolding perfectly, because it is. It must be, right? It must be unfolding perfectly because the God within you is absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. Mm-hmm. When I said there is no subconscious mind, conscious mind, can I go deeper? Absolutely, I can go deeper. When I say there's no subconscious mind, do I mean that there's no subconscious mind? Well, they may be, but you can't prove to me that there is. Right? No one here can pull up a picture of the subconscious mind and show me. You can read things that say there's a subconscious. You can hear things. And then you can also make a belief about it and say, oh, I need to reprogram my subconscious mind. Now, when is that subconscious mind reprogrammed? You can't tell me when. Nobody can tell me when, right? It's just an assumption that somewhere in the future, I'll be worthy enough to get it because this mysterious subconscious mind right now is holding me back. So whether it's real or not, that's up. We can debate that all day, right? That's not the point that I'm trying to make. The point that I'm trying to make is that any thought, any belief, any expectation that creates distance between who I am now and the person I need to be to get what I want is an illusion. Separation is an illusion. You don't have to reprogram shit. This other people's reality. Other people could have to go and do that reprogramming because that's their belief. And if that's how they want to live their life, cool. But I can't on one hand tell you that your thoughts create reality. And then on the other hand say, okay, well, you have to reprogram this subconscious. I can't give you all of these rules. All right, so if I say there's no subconscious, does that mean that my thoughts create reality as well? Yes. That's the point, right? This is the point that I'm trying to make, is that we're the ones who constantly create these boundaries and borders for us to get what we want. It's no one else, it's us, right? Somebody might have told me this thing. Somebody might have told me that, planets are in retrograde, and because they're in retrograde, I can't get what I want, or things are going to mess up in my life. If I internalize that, yeah, that's true. But if I believe that I can transcend all of these, that I transcend the zodiac, I can transcend what the doctor tells me, I can transcend what your mama tells me, I can transcend what the therapist tells me, I can transcend whatever the books say about the subconscious mind. I can transcend all that shit. Why? Because I am source, because I am that I am. I'm greater than all of it. The power within me created all of this, right? You're walking around with the power that creates universes, that creates galaxies, stars, planets, life as we know it, right? Yet we create these boundaries for it, right? We're the ones who create these walls for it. And we're like, it's the subconscious. Somebody please tell me, how do you know your subconscious is holding you back? Please enlighten me. It's just a belief. It's just a story that you're going to tell me. It's just some made up story that you're going to start regurgitating to me. Oh, well, because this and that happened in my past and yada, yada. Past doesn't exist. It's gone. It's a memory. It's just a thought. It's just a thought up here. Well, because I went through this and that happened, now I have to do this and the subconscious mind is holding me back. No, it's not. You're telling a story that it's holding you back, and that's what's holding you back. But the moment that I realize I am already everything that I desire to be right now, no matter what, That no matter what means no matter what. I am that I am no matter what. I am prosperity no matter what. I am health no matter what. I am wealth. I am money. I am love. I am every aspect of the Creator no matter what. Well, how can I say that? And then on another hand, I bring up this subconscious mind, right? And I make this entire process that I have to go through, this mysterious process that I have to go through to get what I want, right? Remember, y'all are making the rules. Y'all are making the rules, right? Anytime that you come into this space, right, whether I'm talking, whoever you want to go through, right? Whoever is talking, remember, they're giving you a framework. Why does Neville always talk about visualizations? State akin to sleep. Why? Because that's what works for him. Why do some people talk about robotic affirmations? That's what works for them. Right? It's always about what works for you, right? You want to find your technique or whatever the case may be, and you want to go there. I'm just here to enlighten you, to tell you, look, they all work, but they work because you're the engine. The car only runs because your divine ass is in it. That's the only reason it works, right? The only reason those visualizations and affirmations work is because you say they do. You say they do. You're the one who says they do. You're the one who says they don't. You're the one who says, oh, I need to do my affirmations differently. Or maybe I'm not visualizing the right way. Maybe I'm not doing this the right way. You're the one who's saying that, right? So I'm simply trying to tell you to examine your thoughts. This is a journey of self-actualization. You're going down this path. I want something. You grant it to yourself, and now you confront all these limiting beliefs. What if I'm not saying it right? What do you mean? You're God. You are source. You are all that there is. What do you mean if I'm not saying it right? Like, what does that mean? Oh, my doubt's getting in the way. Because you're saying that. Like, that's just a feeling. Even scripture will tell you what? In the beginning was the Word. And the Word was God. The Word was with God. And the Word created everything, right? It doesn't say in the beginning was the feeling. And the feeling was God, right? It doesn't say in the beginning was the subconscious mind. And the subconscious mind was God. It doesn't say in the beginning was the nervous system. And the nervous system regulation was God, right? It doesn't say none of that shit. But we create all of these rules on top. Oh, let me add this. What if I'm feeling doubt, Alex? What do I do? Tell the same story that you would if you didn't feel doubt, right? I am the way. I am the truth, right? Let the weak say I am strong. Joel 3:10. Not let the weak reprogram their mind until they feel strong. Let the weak say I am strong. Why? Because I am is the name of that Creator within you. Let the weak simply say I am strong. Let the one who feels betrayed say I am loved. Let the one who feels broke say I am nothing but prosperity. The word, thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. And so if I truly believe that on one hand, my word creates worlds, creates galaxies, creates realities, right? And then I say, oh, my subconscious mind. Guess what? I just created a rule. I just created law. I just created law in my life. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Go to the end and stay there. Anything that implies you are not in the end, you don't have what you want, it's a lie. Drop it. It is a lie. Drop it. Right? So when we talk about all these things, that's why I'll constantly tell y'all, let other people argue for their limitations. You have none. Let other people argue for their limitations. You have none. If the subconscious mind limits you, drop it. I am everything that I desire to be right now, no matter what. Okay? Cool. All right. So here we go. All right, let's get back to this. Titus 1:15, to the pure, all things are pure. This is not about moral perfection. This is about the clarity of vision that comes when you know how the story ends. The clarity of vision that comes when you know how the story ends. Like we just talked about, you've seen the end of the movie. Grant it to yourself. Go into the end. Declare it. I'm in the end. It's already done. And move accordingly, right? Move accordingly, right? When you live from the fulfilled desire, not hoping, not striving, but knowing, everything in between becomes sacred orchestration. Now let's talk about that, okay? When you live from the fulfilled desire, not hoping, not striving, but knowing. Let's talk about that, okay? This is what I'll constantly say, and we're going to break this quote down, okay? This is a quote from me to y'all. Stop trying to have faith. Stop trying to be worthy. Stop trying to be in alignment and simply know that you are. Just go to the truth that you are. Go to the truth that I am the divine. And I am always in alignment. Who is the one who is telling you that you're not in alignment? How can you even measure it? But if you were made in the perfect image of the Creator, how could you not be in alignment? If you were made in the perfect image of the Creator, how could you not be worthy? How could you not be prosperity? How could you not be any of those things? You are all of the above. You are every aspect of the divine. Stop trying to be worthy. Simply know that you are no matter what. This is alignment. It's accepting your God-given right as a creator. This is your God-given right. This is your God-given right. Do not argue for your limitations anymore. You don't have to try to be worthy. How can you try to be something that you were born as? How can you try to be in alignment with something that you are? You are more God than human. Reality is only 0.001% matter. The part of you that you can see when you look in the mirror is only 0.0001% of who you really are. The rest of it is pure God. Pure God. Pure source. Pure the spirit of the infinite. You are the identity of the divine. The divine is just a spirit. This is pure spirit. This is a spirit of love, of light, of all that there is. And you are the identity of it. You are the one. We are the ones walking around trying to be worthy. Just by me trying to be something that I already am, what am I implying? I'm implying that I don't believe I'm worthy. Therefore, what do? I create a reality where I'm not worthy, where I just receive a bunch of situations that make me keep chasing my tail, right? Get off that hamster wheel of becoming, that hamster wheel of trying to be worthy, right? When we follow our feelings, what happens, right? Even scripture will tell you that the heart is deceitful above all things. Who can know it? When I follow my heart, when I follow my feelings of worthiness, some days I just wake up on the wrong side of the bed. And if I tell the story that because I feel a certain way, I'm not worthy, because I feel a certain way, I'm not prosperity or love or whatever the case may be, I'm creating that reality, y'all. Yeah, it's this easy. It's this easy. I am that I am no matter what. That no matter what is important. The situation does not look ideal, but I am. That person ain't acting right, but I am. But I am the divine, therefore everything must be added onto me. I don't care what it looks like. I am that I am no matter what. It's all working out for me. I'm just in the middle. Stop acting like the middle is the end. It's just the middle. Go to the end and stay ass there. You are always in alignment. It is always unfolding for you. I don't care how you feel. I don't care if you don't want to be worthy today. You just say, I don't want to be worthy. You still are. Stop telling the story. I don't care how you feel. Or how do I battle doubt and anxiety and depression and yada, yada. And stop believing that those things pull you out of your God-given nature. They're just feelings. Let's go back to this, right? In the beginning was the word. Not in the beginning was the feeling. Not in the beginning was the word, but then the anxiety came in and knocked the word down. Not in the beginning was the word, and the nervous system was unregulated, so the word could not be made manifest. Not in the beginning was the word, but the subconscious mind was still thinking this way. And so reality had to, no. The word, you are the word made flesh, not the feeling made flesh. You are the word made flesh, not the subconscious made flesh. You are the word. Watch your words. What are you being? Stop letting your feelings give you an excuse to pull you out of who you already were. You are everything that you desire to be right now. No matter what. No matter what. No matter what. All right? So everything in between becomes sacred orchestration. The delay, a divine setup. The detour, a disguised alignment. The confusion, a bridge that only makes sense once crossed. Judge righteously, right? Don't judge by appearance. Matthew 5:8, blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Remember, we talk about pure from a metaphysical perspective. Pure. We're not talking about by a human's perspective of what morality is. When we say judge not by appearance, but judge righteously, we're not talking about what a man told you to do, what a politician told you to do. We're talking about, do you see with the eyes of source? Are you walking and judging things based on your spirit or based on your ego? When it says people of the earth, right, walk like this, talk like this, do this, right? When we talk about things like that, people of the earth, we're talking about people that live in their ego. We're talking about people that are running off their lower 3 energy centers. We're talking about people who are not judging shit righteously, who are walking around saying, I'm trying to be in the end, Alex, but all these things keep happening to me. And then I just feel this way. And then they're giving an excuse. They all of a sudden get a great excuse to tell a story of them not having what they want. Do you want it or not? Do you want what you want or not? Right? Like, let's talk about this, because we're given very clear instructions, right? Job 22:28, thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. So whatever I say it is, that's what it is. Okay, cool. Judge not by appearance, but judge righteously. Okay. Don't judge on appearance. Now, if you go to the church, they'll say, yeah, because it's a sin. To judge is a sin. Only God can judge. No, you are the one who descended here and ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge and good and evil. We're the ones who did that. So we have the capacity to judge based on our duality. We have the capacity to say something is right or wrong. However, when you start saying things are wrong, guess what? You are creating from the present moment more things that don't look right so you can experience. This is how powerful you are, right? God's work is done. No one's coming from the sky to save you. You hold your hand when I say this. Nobody's coming from the sky to save you. Creation is done. Reality is done. Everything is done, right? This means every single timeline is done. Every past life, future life is all happening right now. All these things are done. But you get to choose what you're going to focus on. And you get to hop from moment to moment, from reality to reality. Remember, every moment. Let's slow down. I want to explain this fully because I feel like I'm moving really fast right now. I talk about this from the perspective of like you're watching a video, all right? So if you're watching a video, you know that a video is typically shot in what is called 24 or 60 frames per second. Okay, a frame is a picture. So if you're watching a video, you're watching a movie, you're watching this, okay? The screen is going and it looks like it's just motion, right? It looks like the video is actually motion. But what it is, it's 24 pictures per second or 60 pictures per second. All right. And because these pictures are moving so quickly, it gives the illusion of what? Motion. It gives the illusion of motion. If you've ever seen like a motion graphic, if you've ever seen those flip books, right, where they have a different picture on every page and you can flip through the pages and it looks like the image is moving. It gives the illusion of motion when all of those pictures are moving. This is how you can view reality. Every moment is a still image, all right? And based on your perspective, based on your awareness, based on what you are focusing on, you are hopping from moment to moment. How many moments are in a second? Infinite. 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 So you are never the same person, okay? You're always hopping moment to moment, reality to reality to reality. Beautiful. Right? This is absolutely beautiful. You are in a brand new reality every moment. You are not bound to the past at all. Okay? So this is what I mean when I say that. Okay, this is what I mean when I say that. All right? So you are constantly going from moment to moment to moment, reality to reality. All right? Reality to reality. Okay. So to see God in all things, you must become pure in your assumption. That word pure again, pure in your assumption, pure, righteous. Remember, that just means I see through the eyes of spirit. I judge based on the spirit, not based on the ego. All right. So to see God in all things, you must become pure in your assumption that all things are working for you. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Number 2, living from the end the inner fulfillment, living from the end. All right. Mark 11:24. Whatsoever you ask in prayer, believe that you have received it and it will be yours. Let's break this down, okay? First word in here is whatsoever, right? Whatsoever you ask in prayer. It doesn't say whatsoever you feel in prayer, right? I didn't think so. Whatsoever, it doesn't say some of the things that you ask in prayer, right? It doesn't say a few of them. It says whatsoever you ask in prayer, okay? Whatsoever you ask in prayer, believe that you have received it. Now let's talk about this word believe. What does believe mean? If immediately you think of a feeling, drop it. If immediately you think of a feeling when I say believe, drop it. What is belief? Belief is my ability to go back to the same story over and over and over and over and stay faithful to that story. That is what belief is. Belief is not a feeling. You can believe without feelings. You can believe with feelings. You can believe with feelings against what you believe. You can sit here and cry saying, oh, man, ain't shit, please. I just hope I get a good one. But because your expectation, your belief is this way, even though you don't want it, even though you feel oppositely, you want the opposite, guess what? What do you keep attracting in your life? All these men that are like, hey, let's play the game. You expect it. You expect me to not be shit. Guess what version of this man is finna step forward in your life? That one. The one that matches your expectation, right? As you see, feelings play very little in this. I doubt anybody is walking around feeling that they want to experience a whole bunch of people that break them down, right? So take the emphasis off of the feeling. Belief is not feeling. Belief is the same story that I'm telling, all right? And the last part, so believe you have received it and it will be yours. Remember, when we talk about will, the word will, we're not talking about will as in time, like will in the future. This is an absolute statement of ownership. Will is a statement of ownership. It will be yours. It's yours. You have it. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. All right? Mark 11:24, whatsoever you ask in prayer, believe that you have received it and it will be yours. Beautiful. It is not about begging for what you want. It's about embodying what is already done. There's that special word again, right? Embodying. What does this mean? Does this mean conjuring up some feeling of prosperity and walk through life? Remember, if you think feeling, drop that. Drop it. If you're thinking about feelings, drop it. What is embodying? What is faith? What is conviction? What is belief? It's my ability to tell the same story, no matter what. No matter what I see out there, no matter what I feel in here. Right? You are the sky, right? Your feeling is like the weather. Comes and it goes. It just comes and it goes, right? Do not judge what is eternal based on the temporary things that you feel, the temporary things that you see. If it's temporary, it's not real. Sure, it's a real experience. It's a real experience when you're going through it in the moment. Yes, but it's not real. The only thing that's real is I am. It is I am. It is I am. That's the only thing that's real. I am. I am. Okay? So here we go. When you walk in the end, you don't ask, when will it come? You say it is here. You say it is here. You say it is here. When you live in the end, when you walk in the end, you don't ask, when will it come? I always get that question, right? How long does this take? I mean, I don't know. That's between you and you. Remember, time is an aspect of you, right? You're not the awareness within time. Time is within you. You think that your soul is within your body. Your body is within. Your body is within your awareness. It's within your spirit. Reality is within you. Time is unfolding from you. You are time. You are time, right? Hear that, right? So even when we say things like, oh, you got to disconnect from time and divine time, you are divine timing. You are the unfolding of time, okay? You are all of these things. Play with time if you want. Give yourself 48 hours. Give yourself X amount of time. Do whatever you want with it. It's from you, right? Take full control of your reality. Full control of your reality. And yeah, non-duality, oneness, for sure. Oneness, for sure, okay? And so when you walk in the end, you don't ask, when will it come? You say, it is here. And because your inner world is law, the outer must shape itself accordingly. Okay, this is a bar. This is a bar right here. Because your inner world is law, the outer must shape itself accordingly. It is done. The outer world must shape itself accordingly. I've been affirming for X amount of time and I still don't see it. You still don't see it, huh? The outer world must shape itself accordingly. Do you hear that? Do you hear that? Because your inner world is law, the outer world must shape itself accordingly. All right, here we go. Gospel of Thomas quote. All right. He who knows the end knows the beginning. He who knows the end knows the beginning. The end and the beginning are the same. I grant it to myself. Everything in the middle is just the unfolding. I already have it. The beginning and the end, it's all the same. I have it throughout the process. It's just unfolding through time within me so I can get to know myself as the creator. That's it. And then a beautiful quote by Rumi. The moment you accept what troubles you've been given, the door will open. I like that. The moment you accept what troubles you've been given, the door will open. Let's talk about this. Let's break both of these down, okay? So he who knows the end knows the beginning, and the moment you accept what troubles you've been given, the door will open. Let's go to it, all right? So to know the end is to awaken from the illusion of separation. Here we go. Here we go. How is the beginning the same as the end? We're going to talk about that. It's the same because when you have a desire, okay, that is the fulfillment of the desire within you. Having a desire means that you have something. To have, to want, to desire, all of these things mean the same thing. We tend to break them up and think that they're different. But if I have a desire for a certain amount of money, and I grant myself, the moment I have this desire, remember this goes back to the Abdullah lesson. This is the best way that I can explain it, is with that Abdullah and Neville story. Neville wanted to go to Barbados. He came to Abdullah, I want to go to Barbados. I ain't got no job, don't know how I'm going to get there. And the moment Abdullah saw the desire within Neville, what did he say? You're in Barbados. That's it. He went on about his business. You're in Barbados. That's the only thing he told him. Then when Neville came back trying to say how he was going to get there, I don't know how I'm going to get there. What did he say? What did Abdullah say? He said, how can you tell me how to get to, how can you try to figure out how you're going to get there when you're already in Barbados? The beginning and the end are the same. The moment you have the desire, you have it. The moment you have the desire, you have it. Go to the end and stay there, right? That's why the beginning and the end are the same. Go to the end and stay there. Have gratitude just for getting the desire, because the desire is now a sacred promise within you. The only person that can stop it is you when we start making up stories and illusions that we don't have it. All right? And Abdullah was Neville's teacher, one of Neville's spiritual teachers out in New York. I don't remember exactly which book or lecture it was. Was it a lecture? Was it a book? I don't know. But if you look up Neville and then Abdullah, Abdullah, spelled just like it sounds, maybe, you'll hear that story. You'll hear that story. All right? So let's go into it. To know the end. To know the end, okay, is to awaken from the illusion of separation. The illusion of separation is that I have a desire, and then to get it, those are separate. Those are separate things. When they're not, they're the same. They're one and the same. All right? When you see the end clearly, you no longer fear the unraveling because you recognize the thread. It has always been you, weaving your way back to the beginning where God first dreamed you into form. The one who knows the end sees every trial not as chaos, but choreography, divinely timed steps in a dance that leads you home. You begin to walk with the poise of prophecy, no longer asking why, but whispering yes, because you've already seen the flame that awaits you, and you now trust the ashes as part of the becoming, okay? And when you finally stop resisting the weight of your sorrow, remember, this is why it says what? Be angry and do not sin. It doesn't mean be angry but don't hurt anybody, right? That's the very human way that we can think about this. But what it actually means is feel your anger completely, but do not give it power to allow you to tell a story against what you want. Feel your sadness completely. Give yourself grace to feel. But do not allow it to give you an excuse to speak against your desires. This is what it means. Be angry and do not sin. Because what is sin? Right? The physical world will make you think that sin is what? Drinking, cussing, premarital sex, all these things, right? And while they may be wrong by a world's perspective, when we're talking about sin, we're talking about missing the mark. We're talking about not seeing things righteously, not seeing things as all unfolding for you. Not seeing everything as the bridge of incidents that's getting you towards your desires. This is what we mean when we say sin, all right? So when you finally stop resisting the weight of your sorrow or your anger, when you open your arms to the ache rather than curse it, you find the gate you were banging on has always been unlocked. The door opens not by force, but by surrender. Not by forcing yourself out of an emotion, but surrendering to the feeling, surrendering to life, surrendering to that source within you, surrendering to that path of the unseen, of the unknown, right? Instead of trying to force your way through this, remember, when I'm talking about forcing, I'm talking about it in all aspects, trying to force your way to feel worthy when you're already worthy. You are worthy no matter what. Trying to force your way to feel better because you think that's going to make you in alignment. But now you're just bypassing emotions, right? Running around denying yourself the human experience. All of those things, okay? The door opens not by force, but by surrender. Your pain is the passage, not the punishment. It is the fire that burns away illusion. The pressure that births deeper seeing. The moment you accept your troubles as sacred assignments, heaven bends to meet you. Not from above, but from within, where eternity waits for your yes. You're not trying to be more whole. You're not trying to be more like God. You're remembering that you have never been pulled apart. You've never been separate from Source. You've just been buying into that egoistic illusion of separation, thinking that you're not worthy, thinking that you're not loved, judging this life based on the mirror. Right? Judging this life based on the programming that you were forced to accept as you were growing up, as we all were. Right? We were all forced to believe that we had to work to be worthy, work to be loved. That if somebody left me out there, right, I should harden my heart. And now I should look at women or look at men this way. Right? I should judge people this way. I should forgive and not forget. All of these things keep you away from your divinity. Right? When I see people as the gods that they are, I allow the best version of them to step forward. Okay? When I feel weak and I declare I am strong, I allow the best version of me to step forward. When I see lack and I declare that I am prosperity, I step into a new reality where prosperity flows to me like the birthright that it is. Okay? Cool. So living from the end is what? It is purity. It is purity of focus. My bad. Get some water. All right, my bad. I don't know what the hell just happened. All right, so living from the end is purity of focus. Damn. All right. All right, so the bridge of incidents. Everything is working for you. God damn. My bad. Okay. All right. So once you claim the end, the journey activates. A sacred unfolding called the bridge of incidents. You don't pick the bridge, you don't plan it, you trust it. Yeah, I might have to stop for a second. All right, Romans 8:28. All things work together for good to those who love God, to those who are called according to his purpose. Yeah, I'm good. My bad. I am great. My bad, y'all. Take your time. Appreciate you, Leslie. All right, Romans 8:28. All things work together for good to those who love God, to those who are called according to his purpose. All right, all things, even the broken things, are part of the divine tapestry being woven through your life. Nothing is wasted, not the heartbreak, not the detour, not even the silence where you thought God has gone missing. To those who walk in love, who anchor their steps in the deep yes of divine purpose, every twist becomes a turning, every fall a falling into place. You may not see the pattern while you are in it, but heaven is not stitched in straight lines. It is written in spirals, in seasons, in sacred delays that always lead to deeper alignment. When you love God, not as a distant ruler, but as the indwelling breath of your being, you begin to feel the current even in the chaos, because God is everywhere, right? God is not just in the good times. We talked about the story of Job and we broke it down from a very metaphysical perspective, right? One of the questions that Satan, which just represents an aspect of your consciousness, that you cast out, those opposing thoughts, the ones that say you're not worthy, the ones that lie, that come to trick and deceive you and all these things. They try to trick you out your spot, right? What did Satan say? He said, does Job fear God for nothing? Does Job fear God for nothing? What does that mean? It means, was Job just praising God because that was what was right? Was Job just embodying this divinity within him simply to know himself as the creator? Or did Job just simply fear God because he thought he could get those things from God, right? Because remember, the story of Job is a spiritual journey. Job in the beginning believed in two powers. It said he feared God and shunned evil, meaning he believed in duality, right? He believed in there was some power out there that was for good. Then there was a power out there for evil, right? He believed in this worldly lie and two powers, right? But all that there is must be all that there is. All that there is must be all that there is. That's it. That's it. All right? When we externalize things like God, Satan, the devil, demons, angels, things like that, well, it's very difficult for us to see that all things are for us. So even that quote, Job feared God and shunned evil. What is evil but a human perception? What is right and wrong, good and bad, but a human perception? All right? So then Job lost everything, right? He was stripped of everything. And he went down this spiritual journey where in the end, he found his higher self. He was able to calm down the noise and actually put his faith in God and be blessed further. We did a whole discussion on that. But I want to actually break it down. I was going to skim over it, But after all that coughing I did, I felt like I should go into depth about this, all right? So when Job lost all of his stuff, right? Remember these stories, when read from a metaphysical perspective, they represent you in different aspects of your consciousness. This is a book of you. This is a book of you, all right? So what happened first is that Job talked to 3 friends, 3 of his homeboys, okay? The first one, what did he do? The first one, matter of fact, let's actually go through it and read it. And we'll come right back to this one. All right. So Job's friends, he had 3 friends. He had Eliphaz, he had Bildad, and he had Zophar. So the first friend was Eliphaz. This one represented the intellectual mind or traditional beliefs. All right. So what did he say? What did Eliphaz say? He said, you must have sinned. God is just. Therefore, your suffering is deserved. This is the mind that tries to reason away pain. Oh, you're in pain because you're out of alignment, because you're doing the wrong things. Trying to bring what? Logic into a spiritual process. But we can look out and see that doing good doesn't mean you get good. Doing bad doesn't mean you get bad. These are human thoughts. Good, bad, right, wrong. Creation just creates from whatever. Creation takes this present moment and creates based on it. We are the ones walking through this reality and judging shit, okay? So he symbolizes the linear cause and effect mindset that cannot grasp divine timing or the mystery of soul evolution. So Eliphaz says, those who plow iniquity reap trouble. What does that mean? This voice assumes what? Bad things equal bad person. If quote unquote bad things are happening in your life, it must mean you're a bad person trying to bring logic into a spiritual process. Interesting. All right. Remember, these 3 friends represent what? Aspects of our consciousness that we go through on this spiritual journey. Job is a story of spiritual enlightenment. Okay? So the second friend, Bildad. This is the voice of moralism, the ego's need for control. So Bildad represents the religious, moralizing part of your consciousness. The religious moralizing. Well, a religious mindset, that's the most judgmental of all. Okay? So it insists, if you were righteous, you wouldn't suffer. How could you be clean if you were born by a woman? So alluding to this original sin, alluding to if you're quote unquote righteous based on what? The teachings of the church, then you wouldn't suffer. Okay, once again, trying to add this logic into spiritual processes. Makes no sense, all right? So he is the voice of performative righteousness. Remember, even Jesus, when he was talking about the Pharisees, remember we had a whole discussion on the Pharisees as well. What do the Pharisees represent? The Pharisees in the Hebrew, it means what? To separate. So the Pharisees represented division consciousness. And Jesus said that the Pharisees were like what? Whitewashed tombs. Clean on the outside, nothing but death on the inside. No real connection to the Creator, but very righteous on the outside, right? These were the same people. They didn't care that Jesus was healing, right? They were trying to get at him because what? He healed on the Sabbath. Oh, you're not supposed to do work on the Sabbath, all right? So this is the voice of performative righteousness, obsessed with what? Image, law, and behavior, not inner being. Makes sense. Sounds just like the church, all right? So this is the part of you that believes you must earn your manifestation or blessings, forgetting that grace operates beyond karma. That was a bar. Grace operates beyond karma. Grace operates beyond karma. It is all yours by right of consciousness. All yours by right of consciousness. So what does the third friend in Job represent? Okay, this is Zophar. He represents what? The harsh critic and internalized shame. Let's break that down. Okay, so Zophar is the most brutal. If you think about this spiritual journey, when you think about this journey of actualizing yourself, Zophar, this is the one that we all go through, that we have to get over. Okay? So he represents internalized shame, self-criticism, harsh judgment, and the inner critic that says you deserve even worse than you're getting. All right, so he mocks Job's innocence and demands repentance. All right, so Zophar is that voice that whispers you're unlovable. It is your fault. You should have done more. You deserve this anyway. Right? You've done all these wrong things in the past. You deserve this shit anyway, that inner critic. All right. So this is actually very, very important, because what you'll see is that the first two people, right? The first two, okay, this might be like slight voices, things other people put in your head. But then that third person, Zophar, the inner critic, this is one that we really have to get over. Our own inner voice can be the most brutal. Okay? So now Job gets through his three friends, and what happens next? He meets his wife. Okay? What does his wife represent? Let's talk about that in a second. Yeah, I'm sure that y'all can guess what he represents. We'll break it down at the end. But think about this from the perspective of what would your wife represent? What are you married to in this reality? All right? So she says what? Job's wife says, do you still hold fast to your integrity? Curse God and die. Do you still hold fast to your integrity? Curse God and die. Remember, when we talk about scripture, death, we're not talking about like physical death. Okay, we're not talking about that. Right? There's no death in the kingdom. All right. So we're talking about what? The dying of you to your old self, or to this new enlightened self. We'll break that down a little bit further in a second. All right. So symbolically, she is the voice of disillusionment, the temptation to give up on your manifestation, to curse the very source within and return to survival mode. Oh, here we go. We got the puzzle piece. All right. So what are you married to in this third dimension? Because honestly, if you read this literally, if your wife told you, do you still hold fast to your integrity, curse God and die? You would look at her like, the fuck did I marry? What the hell is she here? Right? So obviously it doesn't represent a true human, right? You are married to your third dimensional reality. It's you. This is your other half. We can say it like that, all right? Reality is you. Even saying as within, so without, it's not profound enough. You just are reality. Reality is you. Right? So think about it like that. Well, now, what would this mean? This internal part of you says, do you still hold fast to your integrity? Curse God and die. What was Job going through? All of his shit was taken. So he's looking around his external world. It's not reflecting what he wants, right? He's on this quote unquote manifestation journey. He's seeing the unfavorable circumstances. He's a third party with his SP, all right? But he's been doing all the affirmations and the visualizations, and he wants to curse God and die. It's basically saying, like, man, forget this inner part of me that I've realized as the divine. I'm going to die to this new version of me that is now trying to walk around and be this new person, and I'm going to go back to the old version of me. This is what it means. Curse God and die. This is what it means. All right? His wife is not talking about some God in the sky. All right? This is all a book of metaphors. Okay? Argue with your mom about it. This is all a book of metaphors. All right? So in metaphysics, this is the collapse of inner faith. She asked basically, what is the point? Do you still hold fast to your integrity? Do you still hold fast to this inner knowing that you are source? That I am no matter what? What is the point? But Job, what does he do? He replies with poise. Shall we accept good from God and not trouble? What does this mean? This is Job starting to wake up and stop judging things as right and wrong. Do we accept good from God and not trouble? This isn't just like accepting good and bad. This is me trying to transcend my judgment of things as good and bad. Looking out in the world and stop trying to say, okay, if it's good, it comes from God. If it's bad, it doesn't. It's all source based on my expectations. All right. So this reveals his understanding that the quote manifestation process includes quote unquote darkness as purification, not punishment. So we can look at it as purification. You purifying your thoughts. Can you truly stay committed, stay married to the end? Can you truly stay in the end? All right. So after he speaks to his wife, now Job's finally getting it. All right. I can't just curse reality and die. Right. Because this is typically the process that we go through. We have all those inner critics. Right. We have our self-critic that really breaks us down. And then we look out in the world and we say what? We say, damn, this shit is not working. I've been doing all this and it's not even working, man. What am I supposed to do now? Man, forget this shit. I'm just gonna go back to the old me. Right? She says she wants the old me back anyway. Right? I'm just gonna go back to the old me. All right. So now Job gets past that, and what happens? He goes to the dark night of the soul. When Job loses his children, wealth, and health, right? Well, he went through the dark night as he's going through all of these. So let's explain the dark night of the soul. So when Job loses his children, wealth, and health, this is the symbolic death of the ego's attachments. All the external validations are removed. It mirrors what mystics call the dark night of the soul, where what you thought you needed is stripped away so that what you truly are can be revealed. Right? So manifestation isn't just about receiving things, it's about what? Embodying, becoming this person. Right? Stepping into your real identity, letting go of that programming that is telling you to judge things as right and wrong, is working out for you as not, and seeing everything as righteous, judging not by appearance, but judging righteously. All right. And so now, after he goes through this, talks to his wife, he meets what? Elihu, the fourth friend. All right. So Elihu appears after the others, younger but wiser. He represents the emergent voice of inner wisdom, the divine observer within who says, I must speak. All right. This is you finally waking up. Job's finally waking up. All right. So he challenges Job's complaints. But unlike the friends, Elihu doesn't accuse. Right. He's the observer. This represents just pure awareness, the observer within you. He offers a higher understanding that suffering isn't always punishment. It can be correction, refinement, or revelation. So Job 33:14, Elihu says, God speaks in one way and in two, though man does not perceive it. God speaks in all kinds of ways, but we don't perceive it. But we're going out here judging things. Instead of seeing things righteously through the lens of spirit, we're judging things based on our ego. All right. So Elihu is the awakening of spiritual discernment. This is you waking up. Right. I went through all those inner critics. I've went through that dark night of the soul. Right. I've cursed reality. Right. I've learned the techniques and I'm cursing reality. It's not working. The affirming's not working. The retrograde's not giving me what I want. Now you're finally waking up. All right. You're finally waking up. So Elihu is the awakening of spiritual discernment, the bridge between human mind and divine mind, the part of you that begins to see the pattern in the quote unquote chaos. All right. So God speaks from the whirlwind. Now, what happens once Elihu, which is just another part of Job's consciousness, finally calms it down? You know what? Maybe I shouldn't be looking at this the wrong way. Finally, when he silences all those, remember, he has to go through, God's not shouting through the noise. Right? God didn't show up like thunder or lightning through the noise. It just cut through the noise. Right? Elihu had to calm himself down, or Job had to calm himself down, quiet himself down to hear source. Right? He had to quiet himself down to hear source. So then the Lord speaks, not with comfort, but with questions that just shattered the ego. Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Not comforting Job, not saying, oh, it's okay. It's okay to doubt. It's okay to doubt. That's not what God said. He says, where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Can you bring forth the constellations in their seasons? Basically saying, who are you to judge anything is right or wrong? Who are you to think you know the way? Could you even start to do this? You weren't there. Could you even start to lay the foundation of the earth? What is this really saying? Right? Because I don't want to give the illusion of separation and God is some other being, right? I'm giving, this is what it's trying to explain. That source, that spirit within you does the work. Me and my Father are one, but my Father does the work. Right? I'm down here to have the human experience, to know myself as the creator through my focused word. Right? And in order to do that, I have to allow spirit to do the work. I have to allow I am to do the work. Right? This is the same power that lays the foundation of the earth, that bring forth the constellations in their seasons, okay? So this is the voice of higher self. It does not explain the suffering. It invites Job into cosmic vision. It reminds the soul that manifestation is not micromanaged by logic. You wouldn't, like, if somebody asked you, right, how to lay the foundation of the earth, we would be like, oh, shit, I don't know. But we think that we can look out into our reality and judge things as right or wrong. Judge it as unfolding perfectly or not. This is why I always answer the same way when you're like, hey, I've been doing this and nothing's happened. I'm like, how do you know? Who are you to say that? Why are you acting like the middle is the end? Why are you judging things based on appearance and not righteously? Why are you telling a story of what you want, what you don't want to experience? How can you tell me nothing's working or nothing's changing? How can you tell me that? You can't tell me that. You don't know. Well, you do know now because you said it, but you can easily just change the story right now, okay? So, in manifestation, right, this is the shift from force to flow, trying to embody worthiness to just knowing, right? Stop trying to be worthy and simply know that because you are source, you are inherently worthy. From control to communion. Instead of trying to micromanage the process, I know that the Creator does the work. I know that I am does the work. It is a turning point where Job no longer demands answers. He surrenders into trust. Job rises to the level of consciousness where there is no possibility of unfulfillment. Now, this is very intentional. Now, remember this. This is a bar right here. Job rises to the level of consciousness where there is no possibility of unfulfillment. I am that I am no matter what. There is no possibility of me not receiving what I want. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. All right, beautiful. All right, so this is what we went through on that story of Job. I know. All right, it's really a great story. It's one of my favorite stories. All right, so let's keep going. All right, so even the uncomfortable is part of the construction. Beautiful. I love that for y'all. I love that. All right, we're all on this journey together. Even the uncomfortable is part of the construction. All right? Next. Here is a quote. Faith is the bird that feels the light and sings while the dawn is still dark. Blessed is he who believes before he sees. Walk by faith and not by sight. Judge not by appearance, but judge righteously. You're told this in all kinds of ways. Faith is the bird that feels the light and sings while the dawn is still dark. Beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful, 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 okay? Everything, and here's another quote by Ram Dass. Everything that happens to you is your teacher. The secret is to learn to sit at its feet and listen. Okay, everything that happens to you is your teacher. The secret is to learn to sit at its feet and listen. It's to surrender. The key is to surrender. The key is not to fight it. The key is not just to sit and be like, oh, this feeling's going to pass. The key is to surrender. All right? To the one who walks in knowing, nothing is in vain. To the one who has went to the end and stays there, nothing is in vain. Everything bends to your assumption because the assumption is the command. And the bridge is its obedient servant. Your assumption is the command. And the bridge of incidents is the obedient servant of the assumption. That's beautiful. I always say this because I think, on one hand, it could be triggering for me to say this, right? But on the other hand, we have to understand really how reality is, right? Creation is done. And so on one hand, we'll say your word creates worlds. Okay, cool. I get that, right? We all know that, right? Then I'll say, okay, your word bends reality. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. Your word commands the universe. Yeah, okay, cool. Your word commands God. You are the identity of God. You are the identity of spirit. God is spirit. Right? God is beyond color, beyond race, beyond any of these human attributes you want to give it. You are the identity of this source. All right? And creation is done. All realities are done. The work is done. But by your words, you are choosing the reality to step into. Right? Your words are creative. Your words are commandments. Right? You are the only prophet in your reality. Every single person that you read about in Scripture, that was you. You were Jesus, you were Moses, you were Job, you are all of these beings. All of them. They are you. You are all of these people. You are all of these aspects of consciousness. Right? This whole book is simply to get you to wake up to who you are. All right? Cool. All right. Now number 4. Almost to the end. All right? Purity as perception. We're going to talk about that word pure a little bit more. Purity as perception. When the inner world is clean, the outer world reflects it. So let's go back to that first verse. Titus 1:15. No, actually, this is not the first verse. We did a different one. All right, this is a different one. Titus 1:15. To the defiled and unbelieving, nothing is pure, but both their mind and conscience are defiled. Okay, here's that word pure again. It's bolded right here just so y'all can get it. All right. To the defiled and unbelieving, right? What do we think this is from a human perspective? Oh, the defiled, ew, defiled, unbelieving. They don't go to church on Sundays. No, that's not what we're talking about. All right, nothing is pure. When we talk about pure or righteousness, what are we talking about? Walking in the knowing that everything is unfolding for you. So the defiled, the unbelieving, the people of earth, these are people that are judging purely based on ego, right? They're not praying correctly. You're saying you want one thing, right? But then all of a sudden you're acting like what's unfolding in front of you is not leading you to what you want. All right? So to the defiled, to the unbelieving, nothing is pure. They're just going to look around, nothing's ever working around. You ever seen somebody just complains all the time about everything? Like, my God, everything, right? Nothing is pure. Both their mind and conscience are defiled. Very rigid structure on right and wrong, right? Very human perspective. People of the earth, defiled, unbelieving that everything could possibly be orchestrated by a divine source. Couldn't be possible because this world is so crazy. Huh? To the defiled and unbelieving, nothing is pure, but both their mind and conscience are defiled. All right, let's go through this. This verse reveals a profound spiritual principle. Perception is projection. Perception is projection. Perception is projection. The one who is inwardly defiled, clouded by disbelief, shame, or cynicism, cannot see purity in anything because they carry impurity in their lens. This is that Pharisee thinking again. Right? They didn't care that Jesus was healing people on a Saturday or on the Sabbath. All right, whether you believe it's Saturday, Sunday, whatever. They couldn't believe. They don't care that Jesus was healing people. They don't care that people were just, the blind were seeing. The sick people were getting cleansed, right? We were just trying to watch you to see if you're breaking the law. That's all we're trying to see. All right? So their judgment becomes a mirror reflecting what? Their own wounded mind, not the truth of what they observe. What is pure to the awakened becomes suspicious to the skeptical. What is holy to the heart-centered seems foolish to the mind ruled by fear. It is not the world that is tainted, right? Reality is not about reality. It is the eyes through which it is seen. It is not the world that is tainted, but the eyes through which it is seen. All right, so Titus 1:15 is an invitation to cleanse the inner sanctuary, that spirit of the Most High. For when the mind is renewed and the conscience made whole, purity is no longer something we seek outside ourselves. It radiates from within. The believer sees through the eyes of grace, recognizing the divine even in what appears broken. The call is not to obsess over appearances or rituals, but to transform the inner world. Hear that again. Hear that again. Hear that again. The believer sees through the eyes of grace, recognizing the divine even in what quote unquote appears broken. Next, the call is not to obsess over appearances or rituals. There's a ball right there. The call is not to obsess over appearances or rituals, but to transform the inner world, right? You don't want to be like the Pharisees, the whitewashed tombs, clean on the outside, following all the traditions, following all the Sabbath days, but no relationship to the source on the inside, okay? Transform the inner world, because once the heart is made pure, everything becomes sacred. As Christ said, blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Not just in heaven, but in everything. Not just in heaven, in some place after death, right? That's how most people walk around these days, right? Yes, I got to praise God so I can go to heaven, but talking down on everybody around them, forgetting that everybody is the temple of God. Everybody is God. People you agree with and you disagree with. They're all spirit. They're all the divine, pretending to be a human just like your ass. All right? When your mind is divided, you see betrayal in the blessing. You see delays as punishment. You see test as torment. But when you are pure in your knowing, you see God even in the storm. Purity is not the absence of flaw. It is the presence of faithful perception. Purity is not the absence of flaw. It is the presence of faithful perception. A mind, single-minded, toward the fulfillment, unwavering, untainted by doubt. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so number 5. Stop judging the bridge. Every moment is sacred. John 7:24, judge not according to appearance, but judge righteous judgment. Okay? Stop calling it failure just because it hurts. Let me hold y'all's hand when I say this. All right, everybody hold hands. Close your eyes and hear this. Stop calling it failure just because it hurts. Stop naming it wrong just because it is unexpected. Is it wrong or unexpected? Is it failure or does it just hurt? Is it just your feelings or is it failure? If it showed up after you assumed the end, then it is part of the plan. If it showed up after you assumed the end, then it is part of the plan. Beautiful. Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and create darkness. I bring prosperity and create disaster. I, the Lord, do all these things. Right? Now, when I say this, okay, remember, when we see the Lord, what does the Lord mean? Law, law, law. The Lord translates to law. We're not talking about some deity in the sky. I form the light and create darkness. I bring prosperity and create disaster. I, the law, do all these things. Who's the operator of the law? Who is the operant power of the law? That's one of the things we say in the manifestation community, right? The operant power. Who is that? It's your divine ass, right? It's my divine ass. It's us. It's we. Okay? We are the ones who form the light and create darkness. We bring prosperity and create disaster through the law within us. And now another quote by Leonard Cohen. There is a crack in everything, and that is how the light gets in. Okay? That's how the light gets in. When the desire is real and the assumption is stable, then all that unfolds, no matter how messy, is a bridge. Is a bridge. Is a bridge. Walk it, bless it. Don't resist what was sent to deliver you. Okay? Don't resist what was sent to deliver you. All right? Now, in conclusion, excuse me. Here we go. Here we go. What if the answer to your manifestation isn't more trying, but more trust? Okay. What if the only impurity was the doubt that whispered, this might not be working? What if that was the only impurity? 1 Corinthians 3:16, right? Do you not know that you are God's temple and that God's Spirit dwells in you? And then the next quote, right? St. John of the Cross, the soul must become a flame to enter the divine union. And we talked about this in detail. Right? How the spirit of the divine within you is a consuming fire, right? Whenever you touch that spirit, you are left unchanged. Or you are left changed. Sorry, you cannot remain unchanged. All right? So set your heart on fire with certainty. Make the end real inside. And let every day become a sacred echo of that assumption. To the pure in vision, every event is proof. Every detour is holy. And every bridge is divine. Okay? I am that I am no matter what. Everything on this, once you go to the end, all right, let me summarize this. What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to summarize this, And then I'm going to read a quick letter. Okay. A letter, it's not to me or to anybody, but I think it'll be helpful. I'll put it like that, right? And then we're going to do some reflection questions. And then I have 8 beautiful affirmations for y'all, right? But I'm going to run right through these. We're going to go conclusion. We're going to go letter. We're going to go reflection questions. We're going to go affirmations, all right? Just going to get into flow real quick. All right, so in conclusion, the moment that you say that you have something, okay? You have a desire. Your desire is the same as you having it. To have, to desire, to want, these are all the same things. Don't create separation in it. The moment you have a desire, remember, before you ask, I will answer. Before you ask, you were answered. And the answer is always yes. Go to the end and stay there. Declare that you have it. Stay in that end. And now everything becomes proof. If you don't see anything changing in front of you, that means it's changing so fast behind what you can see. If you see the opposite of what you want, it's unfolding so fast in front of you that it has to look upside down a little bit. Everything becomes proof that everything is unfolding for you. Because this is a law. Thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. Right? Like I always say, judging purely based on appearance, it's like taking a cup, dipping it into the ocean, looking at that cup, studying it, and then claiming that you are an expert on the ocean because you understand what that cup of water is. This is what it's like looking at 0.0001% of reality and assuming that it's unfavorable or it's not working for you or you don't see movement. This is how crazy that sounds. This is how crazy that is. Right? You are given clear instructions. Judge not by appearance. Thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. So I should not judge by appearance, and whatever I say it is, that is what it is. Therefore, I must watch my words. Your words are your weapon. This is your magic wand. Okay, this is how you cut through realities. This is how you change your circumstances. This is that savior that you have been praying and begging and pleading for. It is within you, waiting for you to command it. All right? Waiting for you to command it. All right? So let's read this letter. All right? I did not find God in the thunderous sermons or the glittering rituals. I found him in the ache of my own emptiness. In the moment when everything I clung to crumbled, my identity, my ambition, the fragile, egoistic infrastructure of who I thought I was. I stood naked before the mystery, and it did not condemn me. It welcomed me home. For it was never a journey outward, but a descent inward, through shadow, through sorrow, through the silent chambers of my own soul where no one else could follow. There, I did not meet a deity that ruled from above. I met a presence that pulsed from within, a love too vast to be contained by doctrine, yet so intimate it bore my very breath. The veil was never outside of me. It was stitched from my own forgetting. I had mistaken the voice of God for the noise of the world, and so I chased echoes while ignoring the source. But when I stopped performing for worthiness and dared to be still, I heard it. The I am that was not separate from me, but as me. Not an idol to worship, but a flame to become. I realized then that the Holy of Holies was not behind stone or veil or hidden in a building, but behind the mask I wore to be loved. And when I laid down those masks, nervous but true to myself, I discovered the sacred not as something I found, but as something I remembered. Okay, I am that I am, no matter what. Right? Source is closer to you than you are to yourself, closer to you than your breath, closer to you than your thoughts, waiting for you to call upon it, to command it. All right, so we got 3 reflection questions. Number 1, what stories, wounds, or beliefs might still be painting the way I see the world? Right? Remember, all these are on YouTube. These are all yours. This document is always on YouTube. I upload it right after this, so it's all yours. Okay? What stories, wounds, or beliefs might still be painting the way I see the world? Okay? And what would I see differently if I viewed life through the lens of purity and divine purpose? Okay? Think about that. What stories, wounds, or beliefs might still be painting the way I see the world? Beliefs about money, about how difficult life has to be, about women, about men? Are those beliefs and expectations in alignment with the life that you want? If not, then why do you hold on to them? Why do you argue for your limitations? Okay? What would I see differently if I viewed life through the lens of purity and divine purpose? How would you see life if you just knew that everything was working out for you? No matter what. No matter what. Okay? Number two. In what areas of my life have I mistaken my perception of chaos or delay for punishment? In what areas of my life have I mistaken my perception of chaos or delay for punishment, instead of simply recognizing them as part of a sacred unfolding? In what areas of your life have you looked at what you perceived as chaos or delay as punishment? As, oh, I'm not doing it right. Well, I have to do things differently, instead of just the sacred unfolding. Unfolding too intelligently for you to comprehend. By your Heavenly Father that does all the works. Right? Beautiful way to look at it. Things unfold in a way that are too intelligent for me to understand. My job is simply to let I am take care of it. Right? My desires are inevitable. They're promises. It's the promised land. It is the promised land. All right? Number 3. If the divine lives within me, how can I begin to see the divine in others? Especially in moments of conflict, misunderstanding, or fear. Yeah, I know. Gotta sit down for that one. If the divine lives within me, within you, how can you begin to see the divine in others? Let's go a step further. How can you also begin to see the divine in every circumstance? Let's say that you're trying to get this specific person, right? You want your SP. But you see them with somebody else. You see them with somebody else. How can I begin to see the divine in that situation? How would you see the divine in that situation? How would you command that situation? Would you say, it's unfavorable? How do I have to react? Or would you know that every moment this person spends with anybody reminds them of me, brings them closer to me, right? Makes them fiend for me, makes them drool for me. How do you see these things? How do you see reality? Are you decreeing, right? Or are you simply walking around trying to quote unquote respond, thinking that if I respond a certain way, if I put enough quarters in the vending machine, then a blessing will pop out. If I put enough affirmations in the vending machine, a blessing will come out. If I put enough visualizations, if I do it right, then a blessing will just pop out. If I react to this situation the right way, right, I can bribe God into giving me something, right? God will not be mocked, right? You get who you're being. You get who you're being. Who are you being? What's the story that you're telling? What is the story that you are telling? Right? What is the story that you're telling? All right, so I got some affirmations for y'all. Got some affirmations for y'all. Sit back. Remember, these affirmations, you're not trying to be them. All right? You already are them. These are already you. Remember, stop trying to be worthy and simply just know that you are no matter what. Simply know that because source is within you, you could be nothing less than worthy. You could be nothing less than love, nothing less than prosperity. You are every aspect of the divine. Every aspect of the divine is you. Stop trying to be worthy and simply know that you are no matter what. No matter how I feel, whether I feel worthy or not, I am that I am because source is within me. Okay? So these are already you. You're not trying to be anything. You're not trying to walk around and pull up a feeling. Whether you pull up that feeling or not, you are just as worthy. Why? Because you say so. Stop trying to force your way into alignment and simply decree it. Thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. Know who you are. Stop forgetting who you are. Stop pretending to be something that you're not. Stop pretending not to be divine. Stop pretending not to be source. Stop it. Stop. Stop listening to ego so much. Let your ego do what it does, but you know the truth. I am that I am no matter what. You are. You are. You are. Okay? Here we go. Here we go. Number one, I live in the end, knowing the universe bends to my will. All is aligning now because it must. I know. I live in the end, knowing the universe bends to my will. All is aligning now because it must. Everything is aligning now because it must. It has no choice. Because Daddy says so. It has no choice. All right? Number two, to the pure in heart, every breath is a temple. Every moment a sacred unfolding. I choose to see through the eyes of the divine in me. What's up? To the pure in heart, every breath is a temple. Every moment a sacred unfolding. I choose to see through the eyes of the divine in me. All right, if I don't do nothing, I'm going to call you to a greater version of yourself. Have you stop pretending that you are anything less than God? That you are anything less. Stop pretending that you're anything less than absolutely perfect. Every version of you is a perfect. Every version of you, hear this. Every version of you is a perfect piece of the wholeness that you are. There are infinite versions of you within you right now, right? In my Father's house are many mansions. What is the Father's house? You are the Father's house, right? You are the temple of the Most High. You are the temple of God. What's a mansion? A mansion is a different dimension. A different dimension is simply a different perspective. A different perspective is a different reality. You have all realities within you. You have infinite versions of you within you right now. Every single one of them is perfect. Stop trying to condemn them. Run away from them. Beat them down. And simply know the truth. Acknowledge the truth. Every single one of them is a perfect aspect of the wholeness of who you are. This even gives a different meaning to the feeling of lack. On a soul level, you know that you are infinite. When we say that you are an infinite being, do you understand what infinite means? Count to infinity. Somebody count to infinity for me. You can't do it, right? Because infinity is always expanding. It is all that there is, and it is always expanding. You are all that there is. You could never be anything less than whole. Lack is an illusion because on a soul level, you know that you are all of these parts of you. You are all of these. You know on a soul level that you are this infinite being, but you can only experience life, like physics says, at 0.0001% of reality at a time. From one perspective at a time is another way to put it. So the same way that you can only see 0.0001% of matter, and the rest of it is energy and empty space, this is what one perspective of you is. And so naturally, sometimes you feel lack because you're reminded of the wholeness of who you are. This is not true. So stop believing in this illusion and simply take it for what it is. It's reminding you of your expansive nature. It's just showing you, right? That lack, that feeling of lack, that illusion of lack is just pointing you to a desire to experience yourself from a different perspective. That's it. And the moment that you have that desire, guess what is granted to you? Desire, to have, to want is all the same. When I desire it, I grant it to myself. I grant it to myself. Exactly. I go to prepare a place for you, right? I go and prepare a place for you. The moment that you switch perspectives, everything is shifting for you. Everything is shifting for you. All right? Next up, number 3. I no longer wrestle with the process. I trust the divinity that wrote the promise in my heart. I no longer wrestle with the process. I no longer wrestle with the process. I trust the divinity that wrote the promise in my heart. I walk not by sight, but by the knowing etched into my soul. I move as prophecy in motion, already fulfilled in spirit. Beautiful. I walk not by sight, but by the knowing etched into my soul. I move as prophecy in motion, already fulfilled in spirit. I already have it. It's already mine. It's already yours. You already have it. You already have it. It's already yours. All right? Even when the bridge of incidents is strange, I bless it, knowing it was sent by God to deliver my becoming. I'm going to read that one more time. Even when the bridge of incidents is strange, looks strange, I bless it, knowing it was sent by God to deliver my becoming. Remember, because you already are it. When I say the becoming, we're talking about the becoming of reality, right? So the moment that I have a desire and I say, oh, it's mine, I go to the end and I stay there. Prosperity, boom. Prosperity unfolds from within me. So reality has to unfold to match me. So I bless it knowing it was sent by God to deliver my becoming, not me changing. I've already done the work. I've already declared that it's mine. Now reality unfolds. Reality is in its becoming to be me. You get it? You get it? You get it? Cool. All of creation is conspiring for me. Every circumstance is a stepping stone, and even silence is sacred confirmation. Yeah, I know you like that one. All of creation is conspiring for me. Every circumstance is a stepping stone, and even silence is sacred confirmation. It's all for me. Don't care what it looks like. I don't care. Don't give a damn what it looks like. Don't care. Not my business. Situation may not look ideal, but the God within me is perfect. So the situation must be unfolding perfectly. It must. It has no choice. Because I say so. It has no choice. Because I say so. It's always for me. I don't care how I feel. I don't even care the doubt that I have. I simply allow the ego to do its thing. Allow the ego to say whatever. I don't put my faith in my ego. I put my faith in I am. And what I have decreed to be true. I really don't. I really don't care. I really don't care. Really don't care what it looks like. Why should I? Why should I? This is a God of all of a sudden. This is a God of one moment I ain't had shit, and the next moment everything just came out of nowhere, right? This is a divinity within you that even science, they'll try to explain. They'll say it was a big bang, right? Well, we know that. We know that if all that there is has to always be here, right? It can't be all that there is and at one point not be there, right? So it always had to be here, all that there is, right? But we even say this thing like a big bang. All of a sudden, this is the only way we can explain it. It's just all exploded out of thin air one day, right? That's a really crazy concept, but it is what it is, right? But even when we think about it let's think about it from that perspective. Okay, it all happened suddenly. What truly is a miracle in reality? What is a miracle? How would you explain a miracle from a metaphysical perspective? A miracle from a metaphysical perspective is that you change your perspective or your perception in such a dramatic way and so fast and so definitely that all of a sudden something happens, right? What happens if a mother's child is trapped under a car and all of a sudden she changes her perspective that I must save my child? and lifts the car. You call that a miracle, right? It's a dramatic change in your perspective. This is what we call a miracle. You changed quickly. You changed that perspective quickly. Miracle. That's all it is. Okay? This is all it is. And you can create miracles. You create miracles all the time. You create miracles sometimes when you're just sitting around thinking about somebody and then you just drop it. You think about them intensely. I should call them. No, I'm going to drop it. And then all of a sudden you start walking and what happens? They call you. Oh shit, I was just thinking about your black ass. What's up? This is a miracle, right? We label all, we simply only label certain things miracles, but they're all miracles. You stand in the middle of a miracle. We all stand in the middle of a miracle. And we still ask for signs. We stand in the middle of a miracle and still ask for signs, right? Okay, next. We got two more. I am not waiting. I am the vision walking, the desire embodied, the prayer already answered in flesh and bone. I am not waiting. I am the vision walking, the desire embodied, the prayer already answered in flesh and bone. I am that I am. Okay? And last but certainly not least, I see God in all things, for I no longer look with the eyes of fear, but through the unveiled light of the divine within me. I see God in all things, for I no longer look with the eyes of fear, but through the unveiled light of the divine within me. I am that I am no matter what. I no longer look with the eyes of fear. I don't look through the lens of doubt. I might feel those things, but I don't look through the lens of them. I don't see reality through the lens of my emotions. I see reality through the lens of truth, through the lens of spirit. I am that I am no matter what. No matter what. And then that was a good question, my brother. What does waiting look like? What does waiting look like? Remember, anything that implies that right now you are not the person in perfect alignment that has what you want is an illusion. All right? So let's look at waiting from that vantage point. All right? If you're looking for a sign to prove that you're already that person, that's waiting. That's an illusion. Collapse that bridge. All right? Throw that away. No, I am that person right now. Therefore, it's no need to wait. It's mine. It's already divinely promised, because even Source says, whatsoever you ask for. Whatsoever you ask for. And whatsoever you ask in the Father in my name must be given to you. Remember, because we talked about that, right? Whatsoever, whatever you ask, the Father in my name. Remember, this is a book of consciousness, the internal. So we're not talking about heal him in the name of Jesus, right? In my name. This is talking about within my name. Jesus represents your I am awareness. Within the awareness, the I am awareness within you, whatsoever you ask the Father, within that I am awareness, I am this, I am that, will be given to you. How do we translate that these days? We say, okay, we'll use I am because it's present tense. So these old folks would say, yeah, you say I am because it's present tense. No, I am is the name of Source. You're invoking your awareness. This is the truth of who you are. You're using your real name. And it doesn't really matter what you say. There's only right now, right? Have you ever experienced anything outside of this present moment? No, you've never lived outside of the present moment. You're always in the present moment. Whatever you ask for is in the present moment, right? So that's not the case. You declare that you have something, right? Because knowing that you have it, you claim it in this fourth dimension, or you claim it in the fourth dimension, and you allow it to unfold from within. Let me slow down. Sometimes when I get too many trains of thought at one point in time, I start switching around, just assuming things. Like I just assume all of y'all have been here this whole time with me, right? So whenever we go in our imagination, we grant ourselves something. It doesn't even have to be within your imagination, right? When you grant yourself your desire, you have this desire, and you say, it is mine. Okay, what are you actually doing? What are you actually doing? What is actually happening? You're planting a new seed within you. So let's say that bills are due and you say, okay, I have this money to follow these bills. I have the money to follow these bills. I know you can. I know you can. That's why I can't get enough, right? So you say you have these bills, and now you say, okay, I have the money to pay for them. All right, cool. Now, all of a sudden, that new version of you, you've implanted it. You've already declared it. It's within you now. Now it unfolds from within you. And what do we call the unfolding? We call the unfolding of this linear time. So we walk through linear time to experience ourselves. As linear time is becoming who we've already claimed ourselves to be. Okay, hear this. I'm trying to say this I try to say everything in a very simple way. I have already become this thing. In the Father's house are many mansions. So within me, I assume a new perspective. Now I am the person who pays everything on time. I'm the person who has prosperity. I am this. So now I have become this. By saying it, I have become it. Now what happens is reality is me, right? As within, so without. That's not profound enough. You are reality. There's no within, there's no without. There's just you. All right? So as you're walking through, now reality is becoming you. It's unfolding. So you're switching from timeline to timeline, reality to reality. Remember, every moment is simply a still image. It's simply a picture. Every moment is a picture. Right? So in this moment, you're in a picture. This next moment, you're in a picture. So you're unraveling through time. Okay? The unfolding of you, and reality is simply becoming you. This is what linear time is. Okay? This is what linear time is. All right? So yeah, there's absolutely no separation. There is no separation. Okay? Cool. Yeah, look at that. Okay, look at that. Unfolding is just a continuation of the experience that was claimed within. Okay. And then when we talk about things like the resurrection, the crucifixion, all of these things, when we talk about death in terms of scripture, I remember all of these things are metaphysical. If you want to debate, if it's real or not and all that, that's not what I'm here for, right? We're here just to talk about reality creation. But when we talk about resurrection, remember, we're talking about dying to the old, being reborn. We're talking about to new versions of yourself. We're talking about picking up your own consciousness, elevating yourself, resurrecting that Savior within you, right? And I've talked about even the story of Lazarus from that perspective, okay, right? One of the other perspectives of the story of Lazarus is what? Remember, Jesus showed up after Lazarus was already dead for a couple of days. Back then, it was thought that after the body was dead for a couple of days, the spirit left. All right, the spirit left the body. So now when Jesus showed up, the disciples were like, if only you came a day earlier, you could have saved him. And so then Jesus wept, right? You little of faith, right? Bringing logic into a spiritual process, thinking that some man-made law can determine, right, what source can do. And so Jesus said, step forward, step out of the tomb. Basically, it was a command, and Lazarus rose, right? One of the meanings of this is that we can't bring logic into spiritual processes, but what's another reason? What's another reason? Let's say you've got a deadline that you're trying to hit. Alex, well, how do I manifest on a deadline? What deadline? What deadline? Right? Even the disciples thought that Lazarus was a goner. He was dead for a certain amount of days. His spirit, his soul had left his body. The deadline had come and gone. And guess what still happened? He was still risen. Fuck your deadline. The deadline just implies that you don't have something. You can only have a deadline if you don't have it. Forget the deadline. Lean not on your own understanding. We already know what that means, right? As you are going through this reality, as you're going through life and you are in the unfolding of your desires, stop judging the middle. Judge righteously. Don't judge by appearance. Don't lean on your own egoistic understanding of what these mean, thinking this is right, this is wrong. This is good, this is bad. You don't know, right? Even Jesus said that, not saying that, judging is a sin, but saying that you don't have the perspective to judge correctly. None of us do. Not from our third dimensional perspective. We don't have the perspective to judge correctly. We only see such a small part of reality. Who are we to say it's working out or not? Who are we to say that? Right? So this is what these things mean. You carry your cross. You pick up your cross. You can pick up whatever situation that you are in and know that your I am awareness can deliver it. Can deliver you from whatever situation. There is no tomb too deep for I am to dig you out of. There is no situation too dire, too diabolical, too tough, too difficult for your I am awareness to pull you out. You have the Savior within you, waiting for you to wake it up, waiting for you to have faith in it. Right? This is a call back to yourself. This is a calling back to yourself. Right? So remember, right, when we talk about things like, so I'm putting this in a metaphysical perspective, all right? Check this out. We talk about the concept of the fall, right? We did a discussion the other day where we talked about demons and the fall. We had a whole discussion on it. What is the actual meaning of the fall? Satan being cast out of heaven. All right, what is this meaning? Okay? And he took a third of the angels with him. Right, imagine going to your job right now and just telling a third of the people to get up and walk out with you. It'd be difficult to do. But what does this actually mean? Okay? If you translate the word daemon or demon, right, to the Greek, it translates to daemon, which actually translates to the word spirit guide. To the word spirit guide. What is the purpose of a spirit guide? A spirit guide is to lead you back within yourself. Right? So whenever we think that these things are outside of us, demons, angels, it would be very difficult for me to believe that everything is for me. If there's these evil entities out here, how can I believe that everything is for me? But remember, this book is a book of consciousness. So this casting out of heaven, the casting of the demons, the casting of Satan out of heaven, what does this represent? This represents a fall into duality. You no longer have to create with just the quote unquote light. You can create with the darkness as well. Now, whatever you want to judge that is up to you. But you can take whatever path you want. Now, let's look at this from a human perspective. All right? One of the ways that we think about this is the story of Adam and Eve is a story of birth. It's a story of birth. Right? Adam representing the conscious mind. Eve represents the subconscious, the feminine energy. Adam represents the masculine, the conscious mind. What happens? They were in the Garden of Eden. They were in union with God, right? They didn't even know they were naked, just running around, dick flapping. They didn't know what they were doing. They were just in the garden, tended to, had everything that they desired. Then they did what? They ate of the tree of knowledge and good and evil. What is the knowledge of good and evil? Because then you will be like gods. You will be like them, right? It's your ability to walk through life and judge things as right, wrong, good, bad, to put your focus on what you want or don't want and allow it to manifest into your life. This is what this story is. So now they're kicked out of that garden. And then in the book of Revelation, it talks about what? The Lamb and the bride, the marriage, the waking up of that Christ consciousness. So the whole book, right? At first, it's a book of descending into duality and then rising into Christ consciousness. Okay? That's what we're talking about. So when we're talking about demons, let's talk about jealousy. All right? This is an emotion that typically we cast out. Oh, it's not good to be jealous. It's a sin to be jealous, right? But when was the last time that you asked yourself, what would I have to believe to be true to feel this way? Because what this question does is it allows you to go deeper within yourself. It allows you to use that perspective, that emotion, that feeling as a spirit guide to have a deeper bond, greater intimacy with yourself. So instead of just casting out that quote unquote demon, casting out Satan, right? Remember, all things are for you. This is how the world tricks you. It tries to externalize things. That way you run from yourself. Even when people start waking up, what do? They feel the law of attraction. They say feeling is a secret. It's your feelings, your emotions that create reality. It's a tough way to create, y'all. It's a tough way to create. This just pushes you further into the spiritual bypassing. We're like, oh, negative emotion means negative. I have to feel positive. I have to run away from the negativity. Right? This is all it's done. It is meant to keep you confused. in this low vibrational state where you don't understand yourself. But emotions are simply feedback. It is your emotional guidance system. I think Abraham Hicks says it's the best, your emotional guidance system. It's just pointing you to what you've been expecting, what you've been thinking. This is all it is. So when I really break down jealousy, what does it mean? Typically, it means I don't think that the source within me can give me that thing. But remember, anything that's in your awareness, you can have. So it simply requires you to alter your perception in that moment, not over time by reprogramming some subconscious mind, but in that moment. So this becomes a spirit guide. This just calls me to a deeper understanding of myself. Now, when I feel that emotion in a certain situation, I know that I can change my expectation and thought in that moment, and reality follows. This is what it means. This is all it means, y'all. Like, there's no evil out there condemning you. There's only one power. Do you believe that God is all that there is or not? Because you believe that source is all that there is. Now how can you say there's two powers out there? There's something breaking you down. No, there's just awareness. There is no test. There's nothing testing you. It is just you creating reality in a sloppy way, based on programming, based on whatever. It's old versions of you confronting yourself. This is all it is. Right? The truth thing is, like, you weren't put down here just to worship some being in the sky. You were put down here to get to know yourself as the creator. You're not put down here and created all these souls over and over and over and over again just to be down here for 70, 80 years and die and go to heaven and praise some being in the sky. No, you are here as the identity of the divine to get to know yourself. This world is actually meaningless until you give it meaning. You are just down here to create. Jesus is a representation of you, your highest self, your highest state of being. You rising up to know yourself as the sons and the daughters of the divine. Remember, son of God. Son is just a neutral term. Just like father is a neutral term, right? God is not God doesn't have a gender. Source is spirit, pure light. Right? It's not a black God or a white God or a white man up there. It's not. It's spirit. The story of Jesus is simply, right? It's simply a metaphysical way to explain your highest state of being. Right? Cool. All right, what else y'all want to talk about? That was the end of the discussion today. That was the end of the discussion today. The color of gasoline. Christ, gosh. What about church? Well, I mean, you are the temple of God, right? I'll say that, right? So this is how I'll say it, okay? You're told even in scripture, right? It's interesting that when we actually start reading it for ourselves, we'll kind of veer off from certain things. So do you show more reverence in a building that a man made that is called the church or the temple, or do you show more reverence to the structure that was made by spirit, by source, right? So we think that when we walk into that building out there, that all of a sudden we have to what? We have to show reverence. We have to dress a certain way. We have to hold ourselves a certain way. But when we go within, we understand that every time we go within, I'm communing with spirit. Every time that I speak, I'm communing with the divine. When I speak of others, I'm speaking of the divine within them. Right? So this is even why Jesus said what? These Pharisees were like whitewashed tombs, clean on the outside. They believed in structure and the tradition and all these things and following the man-made symbol and going into some building with a man nailed to a cross in a building and worshiping that, but then condemning everybody else. Right? Are you showing reverence to the true temple? Right? This is sacred ground. You are standing on sacred ground right now because source is within you, because you are the divine. You are the identity of God. When you speak about yourself, you are speaking about God. When you speak about your brothers, your sisters, you are speaking about God. When you speak about your mother, your father, the circumstance, you are speaking of spirit. Right? Spirit is all that there is. God is all that there is. The divine is all that there is. It's indivisible. Where a piece of it is, all of it is there. Right? So What do I believe about church? I think, if that's what gets you closer, sure, cool. But do you need to? Do I need to tithe 10% to some man? Do I need to give 10% of my money to some building made by a man so I can go to heaven? Like, those concepts to me are ridiculous. Now, that's my belief. If you believe otherwise, cool. Do what you do. Huh? But that's my belief. That's my belief. So, we are simple. Do I think it's possible to change a co-parent interaction with a narcissist? I think that it's possible to change any situation, right? I think that we make the situation in itself, right? So if you thought about, let's think about that word narcissist, right? That label. When did that label start? All right. When did it become popular? And how come it is so predominant now? Am I saying that there's never been narcissists before? No, I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that humans, we cannot outpace language. So the example I always give, before a car could be created, right, we have to explain a car. We have to name the car. We had to create it in our mind and create the template for it. And then the vehicle could actually follow in this physical reality. Before we started seeing a narcissist on every corner, right, we had to what? We had to create the terminology. We had to define it. We had to describe it. And so what you'll also see is that as we become more aware of certain things, as you research more things, as the media tells you more things, guess what you find? Is you start to see those things more in your reality. Why? Let's think about it from a different perspective. Okay, now, if all of a sudden I start looking for a red car, if I ask you right now, how many red cars do you see? Did you see on your today? You couldn't tell me, right? But if I told you, I'm gonna give you $1 for every red car that you see, guess how many red cars you're gonna notice? A lot of them, right? Your brain is a very powerful mechanism. You start looking for a car that you've never seen, and all of a sudden you're gonna start seeing that car all around. Is it because it was never there before? Perhaps, maybe. But we also know that consciousness creates reality, right? Consciousness collapses reality. So the whole question is, if a tree falls in the middle of the forest and nobody's around to see, does it make a sound? Absolutely not, because consciousness has to be there. So my consciousness has to be looking for narcissists for them to be showing up in my reality. Put it like that, right? But do I believe that people can change? Absolutely. By me seeing, this is why even scripture says what? Forgive others so your Father in heaven can forgive you. Judge not by appearance, but judge righteously. When I see, anytime, remember, whatever I ask will be given to me. Whatever I ask the Father in my name, in the name of my Christ consciousness, my I am awareness within me, whatever I ask will be given to me. So I'm never, and remember, the kingdom is within me. The kingdom is within you. So there's no out there. There's no specific person. There's no husband. There's no wife. There's no girlfriend. There's no mom. They're just all aspects of you. These are blank avatars. And so your expectation pulls forward a version of them. Okay? So I'm never saying you are. I'm always saying I am. Right? If I'm saying, how can I change this person that's a narcissist? What I'm really saying is, I am a person who dates a narcissist, and right now I am trying to change them. That's what I'm saying. It's always I am. It's always I am. Right? So remember, even when we ask certain questions, we condemn ourselves. We start saying things about people that people are this way, and we're affirming them to be that way. You don't have to go through the past to get to the future. So I always say, right? You don't have to hold on to the past. Tell a completely new story. How are they? Matter of fact, go to yourself. Make it about you. What type of people do you attract? How do people show up for you? How do men show up for you? How do women show up for you? Right? What kind of person do you attract? How do people act? How does the opposite gender act with you? Are you a narcissist magnet? Or do people show you the utmost respect because they can't get enough, and they do not want to mess up the opportunity with your divine ass? How do you speak about yourself? How do you speak about yourself? Right? Make it about you. I would say if you having trouble with certain people, make it about you. How do people show up for you? You don't have to reprogram anything to do this. You simply have to change your story right now. You simply have to change your story right now. Dang, you just got bright. Oh man, my bad, y'all. Sometimes I answer the question so slow that y'all get so far ahead of me. Every assessment of you or another is an assessment of Christ's masterpiece. My brother over here preaching, dropping them jewels in the chat, man. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. What is sin, and why does the word say our sin separates us from God? Well, okay. So if we took the word sin and we use it from a moral perspective, right? We'll see that different religions have different concepts of sin. Different places have different concepts of right, wrong, good, bad, all these things, right? So do I base my perception of sin on the world? No. Okay. Sin spiritually, what should it represent? Missing the mark. Okay, missing the mark. What does that mean, missing the mark? Let's dive into that. You are told in Scripture to judge righteously, to be pure of heart. What does this mean? To judge everything as unfolding perfectly in alignment with God's will for you. What is God's will? God's will is your will because you are the identity of the divine. You are the law or the Lord of the Old Testament. It is operating through you. You are the operant power of it. All right, so what is sin? Sin is me making a declaration of who I am and then me walking out of alignment with that. That is sin. I missed the mark. Now, why does it bring you away from God? Okay, why would it bring me away from God? Let's use a practical example. Let's say that I'm dating a beautiful young woman, right? She's thick, of course, right? So let's say I'm dating this woman and all of a sudden I find her with, let's say that she pulls away. She just disappears on me. All right? She just ghosts me one day. All right. Now, I want to marry her. I want to be with this woman forever. Let's not even think about this from a worldly, logical perspective. Let's think about this purely metaphysically. Okay? What would sinning be? I want to be with her forever. What would sinning be? Missing the mark. Because I've decided that I want to be with her forever, I've already given that desire to myself, right? So God already knows that desire. So now I start thinking of all the things she could be doing. She's ghosted me for 8 hours. And I'm like, God, damn, she's probably with another man. She's doing all of these things. Why is this considered sinning? Judging by appearance, not judging righteously. Not forgiving others so my Father in heaven can forgive me. I use this specific example because it can be triggering. And because it also brings out perspectives. It brings out a very earthly perspective and then a very metaphysical perspective, which is the point of this question. Maybe I should zoom down so I can actually see y'all's responses when I ask y'all questions. My opinion on tattoos? I got tattoos, man. I feel like I mean, do what you want. Do what you want. Anyways, I guess none of y'all answered. Why would this be sin? It's because all of a sudden you're walking out of alignment with what you want, with what you have claimed. Right? Do you have it or not? So it brings you further from source because all of a sudden you're giving this mixed signal. You're wavering. You're not walking in faith. You're judging by appearance and not righteously. This is all we're talking about. Right? When we're talking about getting you away from your Father, God wants everything that you want for you. Source wants the divinity of you. That spirit wants to experience itself through you. Right? Oh, I like that one. Should we love our neighbors, friends unconditionally, even if they disrespect us? All right. I'm never gonna tell you to just walk around and get stomped on, right? And allow people to disrespect you. I'm not gonna say that. But what I will say is this. Everybody's a reflection of you. Everybody. Now, do you want to spend your energy getting the best version of every single person in your life? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Personally, I don't, okay? But let's say that it's certain people that are important to you, your parents, siblings, right? You can set boundaries and still see people ideally and allow them to step forward as a better version of themselves, right? I can still look at this person and be like, you know what? Nah, you're going to forgive. You are going to apologize because you know better than to treat me like that. You're going to show up differently. I can make that decree and still put boundaries on this solid version of them while it unfolds to what I want. Remember the middle, okay? The middle is not up for you. You don't know how long it's going to take. You don't know what they're going to have to go through or what's going to have to happen for them to shift in that new version of them to show up. You don't know. I'm not saying to walk through life and allow people to disrespect you, spit on you, do all that thing, right? That would be ridiculous. Would that even be loving yourself? No, of course it wouldn't be loving yourself, right? So you deal with it as best as you can. But if you want them to show up as a different version of them, you grant that to yourself, and then you allow that version to step forward. You stay in that end, no matter what. You stay in that end. Does it matter what you do on the way to that end? No. You simply know that everything is the bridge leading you to that end. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you react. You can block them. You can cuss them out. You can do whatever you need to. Right? Just don't put yourself in some position where you're getting hurt or abused, things like that. So that's what I would say. And I would say the exact same with jealous friendships. Exact same thing. Y'all got friends in the chat. That's fire. That's so fire. That's so funny. What else y'all got? If you posted a question before, copy and paste it. I think how much percent I got? 8. That works. Is it valid to let them go? Yeah, exactly. I mean, do what you have to do. Do what you have to do. Is it valid to let people go without explanation? Can I answer that question for you? Can anybody answer that question for you? If you ask 10 different people, they're going to give you 10 different answers, right? Some people are going to say, yes, you got to protect your peace. Other people are going to be like, no, you got to treat people this way. Now, if you know that you are the temple of the divine, if you know that you are God, right? And then you also know that other people are the divine. Sometimes it might be better not to give an explanation, and sometimes it might be. That is up to you. But remember, you can always make the decree that everything that you do is perfectly in alignment with where you want to go. Your job is not to, your job is not to go around trying to pull everybody to salvation and get everybody to understand you. No, we're not in charge of how things unfold. You're not in charge of the bridge of incidents at all. It's not your job. That's above your pay grade. You have no say so in how things unfold. And even if you're studying a foreign language, you can wake up fluent. Some people do. Some people will listen to sleep tapes overnight, with another language you're learning. Who's saying that you can't? Remember, your mind is only going to be as strong as you allow it to be. It is only going to, your mind's only going to accept what you do or what you believe. Now, do I believe that I can go to sleep right now and learn a new language overnight? Probably not. But that's my limiting belief, right? It's also something that you have to, red flag. It's also something that you have to figure out for yourself. Remember, when you decide that something is yours, that you want something, whether it's to learn another language, whether it is to, whatever the case may be, whatever you want, right? When you decide that you want something, now on the path of getting it, you're going to have to confront your limiting beliefs. You're going to have to confront your limiting beliefs over and over and over and over again. Anything that shows up and implies that you are not the person that deserves or has what you want right now, that's a limiting belief that you have to confront. So there's always going to be these beliefs that show up in different ways. Whether it's studying for a test, right? Whether it is, trying to get that person, whether it's trying to come into some money, whether it's trying to get a better relationship with your family or friends, whatever the case may be, you're constantly going to have to confront yourself, right? Appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate it. Man, I know people that have used subliminals to lose weight. They have declared that no matter what they eat, they'll lose weight and be in their dream body, and it's happened. So who am I to tell you anything is limiting, right? When it comes to aging or what? Who am I to say that? Right? And that's cool. We can disagree. I'm fine with that. But our limitations are simply our mind, right? Our expectations, our beliefs, those are always going to be our limitation. There are people that walk around that we believe are extremely blessed mentally, that graduate with degrees at young ages, 12, 13. We see them popping up all over the world. So who am I to say that anybody's mind is limited to a certain thing, right? For the most part, we're conditioned to learn in a certain way at a certain speed because that's how school programs us, right? That's how school teaches us. School says, okay, it takes this semester to learn. But I mean, even now we see people that go to like these online schools and they get their master's degree in what, like 3 months, 2 months, 1 month. So who is to say what is possible and what's impossible when it comes to the human mind? A lot of the cap, like we place a cap on a lot of the things that we can do. Even when you think of these manifestations, but I've told y'all that I've seen some miraculous things that if somebody told me about them before, I would say, it probably was a movie. Before I was initiated, I would have thought, bro, you're crazy. There's no way that happened. All right? So there's lots of things that can happen that the mind can do. Yeah, they are feathers. I've got feathers here. I got a phoenix, and then I got Nigeria and all-seeing eye, third eye. The girl's sleepy. What else y'all want to talk about? Oh, my bad. What did you ask? Is intentionality necessary in manifesting? If so, is it attention or does it involve an action? Intentionality, yes, it's important. And the intentionality is your decree. Thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. Right? So it's more so about, it's your words, right? In the beginning was the word. In the beginning was the Word, right? And then the Word was God. The Word was with God. So it's always intentionality of words. When we talk about the work needed to create the reality that you want, the work is always going to be mental. It's me not thinking against what I want. It's me confronting those limiting beliefs. That is where the work is. It's me dissolving the boundaries of what I think is possible. That's what the limiting beliefs are. Yeah, I've always been drawn to the Phoenix. I wanted to get a Phoenix for a long time. Then I finally got it. I was like, hell yeah. Phoenix, because it means so much. It's the representation of the divine masculine. It's the highest evolution of the Scorpio zodiac sign. It just represents rebirth, death and rebirth cycle, especially symbolic of the spiritual path, right? It's another representation of like that death and resurrection of even Jesus, right? The Phoenix kind of mirrors that. You could say because the Phoenix goes into the nest. The Phoenix sets the nest on fire, kills itself so it can be reborn, right? What do Christians believe? They believe that Jesus is God made manifest, incarnate, right? The Son of God, the only Son of God. And so God killed himself or his son to be resurrected into this being that gives us forgiveness, or whatever the case may be. So all of these it's very symbolic, this death and rebirth process. How long have I been studying this? Man, great question. I don't know. Long. Well, not too long, maybe a couple of years. But it clicked to me. I had a situation that really woke me up to this law. And once I went through that, the learning was easy. More so downloads than anything. But favorite spiritual teachers, definitely, I love Neville Goddard. I like a lot of people. I like Neville Goddard. I like Joseph Murphy. I listen to a lot of people, honestly. I like Dr. Robert Russell. I like Dr. Robert Russell a lot. But of course, Neville, I think, is my favorite. Like Neville, the godfather of the law of assumption. Why do I think people get into jealousy mindset? Is it scarcity or insecurity? It's the individual to the person, right? Those feelings that we have of jealousy or of anger, of fear, of anxiety, those are specific indicators of where we are in our life right now. So if you were to ask yourself, what do you have to believe to be true to feel that way, to feel whatever way you feel, that's going to give you a good indicator on what that means, right? I don't think anybody can make a blanket statement and say, this is what jealousy means, this is what anxiety means. But I can tell you that they are teachers. They're trying to give you some information on something. They're trying to help you up or help you down, help you out. They're trying to show you where you have been blind, where your assumptions have been, things like that. Yes. So having the up and down finances is my doing. I just have to say what I want to exist and trust. Yes. Oops. My bad. What's up? What's up, my brother? How you doing? You got a whole bunch of stuff. It's something in the background, bro. I can barely hear you. I can hear myself echoing. I can barely hear you. It's like you're on two phones. No problem.
Hold on, guy. Alright. Yeah.
It's like you on two devices where you got like a computer on and the phone.
No man, they depend on the phone, but it connect to one box.
Okay.
One boom box.
That's what it is, man.
Disconnect it now.
Yeah, take the speaker off, or take the boom box off.
Yeah, that me do, man.
All right.
So, yeah, you remember good now?
We'll work through it. We'll work through it. What's good? What's good, brother?
Why? They had truth on the stress. I take my car, give me Neville last night, and Neville can't go fuck it up. That's true, my love for me, no?
No.
Growing in my arm. So, you know, I go draw money and go look for a woman.
Okay.
Carry me carry. When I come back in last night, right off. I'm there for one day, they on the manifesting game, and you know, I try to connect with the universe, and you know, just I try to find the God in myself, you see?
Man, I barely understand you, my brother. I heard money and I heard a woman.
Yes, sir. Can you hear what I'm saying?
I hear you now. I hear you now. I heard money and I heard a woman. So I'm assuming you're trying to get those. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Hold on. I told me to put on the Wi-Fi now. I tease for my neighbor Wi-Fi now, so connection kind of weakish, you know? I go near her.
It's fine. It's fine. It's not the I can hear you good enough. I hear you good enough. I hear you good enough.
So me I say, you know, I look out for my little nephew. I wait last night by giving him my car. You know, for doing little business, and I want the man so much time to take time, and when the man come back, just a little mile. Just a mile from the yard, the man crash. Mash up the car, you know? And sometimes I say, I'm so good to people, my brother. Help people. Show so much love, you know?
Yeah.
I have so much love in me and give people so much love, and I just be a betrayal, you know? Be a disappointment, you understand?
So what do you?
I have to keep strong in myself. Listen, you can't hear me.
What do you? So what are your expectations of people, brother?
Well, go on, girl. Yes, I got.
What are your expectations of people? Like so right now, even you telling the story that, you know, people are gonna disappoint you, that in itself is a story. Right? Cause so me saying, let's say that me saying I'm a good man, I show up for people, I love people, I give people the best of me, but people betray me, but people do me wrong. Me saying that is me telling that story. Right? So it's not about what I want, it's about what I declare. So instead, when you're walking forward, make that declaration. I am this type of person. I'm a good man. I show love. I do right by people. Therefore, people must do right by me. People that come into my life, they do right by me. They're good to me. They treat me right. So when I make that decree, because remember, your words are creating reality. So when you are making that decree, when you are declaring who you are, people must follow. So forget about the past. If people did whatever they did in the past, that's fine. But from now moving forward, you're going to tell a different story. The only people that I attract into my life are the people that do right by me, are the people that match my energy, are the people that show me love, are the people that show up for me. Right? So when you start telling that story, now the world must respond to it. They must respond to it. Everything else, right? Like living in the past, me saying people don't show up for me. If I say that right now in this moment, I'm creating that in my future. And you don't want to create that, my brother. You deserve more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I'm in general, I have to look for myself and say, oh, he's only a man and a human being just like you, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Remember, say, our brains always are working, always are bringing thoughts, with them want to,
Yeah.
Here to talk to me as I know. It's not easy to fight against certain thoughts when it come to your mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy, but you confront yourself over and over, right? So it's not about doing it over a long period of time. It's about changing what I believe moment by moment. Right now, the only thing that matters is what I say right now. And so I know if I fall off and I go back to that old story and I come back into this present moment, those last 5 minutes don't matter. As long as I say who I am now, that overwrites the past, that changes the future. So don't think about it as this journey that you're trying to go on for a long period of time. Think about it right now, right? That God within you, man, will forgive you, right? Everything is for you right now. You're already blessed. So the job that we have to do is we have to forgive ourselves. We have to show up for ourselves. We have to love ourselves, and we have to say, no matter what happened in the past, this is how I'm going to be from now moving forward. Make sense, my brother?
So, they asked to me, say, I don't me give the car last night and the car can mash it up. You have to park out the door there now. I'm not really dwelling night in my mind. I don't accept the fact that they give it and whatsoever happened last night, that man is mash up. See, get angry upon him or get loud and say nothing. Just calm, see. Just take it normal. Understand?
I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that.
I really achieve it easy, if you understand.
Say that one more time, bro. I missed what you were saying, my brother. Say it one more time. Boy, that noise is crazy. Say it one more time, my brother.
Sometimes they actually have to. It's like you don't love them when you tell them no.
But I don't understand. You lost me, brother. My bad, man. I'm trying. I'm not catching you on that last part. You say you love people and they're not showing up for you. What was the last part you said? About his car being wrecked. He worked hard to schedule.
I will show people love.
Yeah.
You understand? People come through for favors. I will try to be there for them and think. See, even this girl where me like and thing and me show up for her in every way. Show up for her in every way, I tell you. And the moment me not show up for her in a certain way. You know, she will use me carry my shop. She carry that, she drive for several months when I carry her all out. And she never pick up her phone and say, oh, Birch. And you say, oh, you carry my shop, Sorry if you hear what's going on. You see me? She just behave like she want me if you call her and tell her. Or, people, the old people that treat me, say, enough people are kind of rich as, you see, say, it mash up and park. And at the end of the day, I bail out my show people, bro. So I don't really know what the problem.
Well, I mean, but my brother, but you.
I watch a lot of affirmation and follow up on a lot of things, the manifesting and how to live and whatsoever. And I apply these things. You see, I never say it now work.
Yeah.
I never say it now work. You see me? Know it will work, but to the extent the result will work with more, I really get it. You understand?
Okay. First of all, okay, we got two things for you. Number one is you have to put yourself first, my brother. You got to put yourself first, right? If you're giving to people so much that when they're not showing up for you, all of a sudden you have this story and you're like, man, I don't know why people are doing this. I don't know why people are doing that, right? You have to put yourself first more, because if I'm continuously giving to people and I don't think that they're giving back to me, well, I'm just going to build up this bitterness and this resentment, which is going to make me show up differently. All right. Now, once I do that, right, once you are in the place that you are in, of course, I'm going to start saying things like, oh, I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to affirm. I'm trying to stay in the end and nothing's showing up, because you're doing it not because you are already that person. You're doing it to get something. One of the things, let's break this down. This is actually a good thing. All right. One of the things that was removed from scripture, there was a certain part that says you have to ask without hidden motive. Okay. And so hidden motive is me saying, all right, people are doing this, and now I am going to start affirming like this just so I can get them to change. That is hidden motive. I need them to change for me to be happy, for me to be fulfilled. When the true goal is that I understand that source is within me. I go down this path to understand, to know myself as the creator. And when I know myself as the creator, then everything can be added. So scripture will say, it says, seek first the kingdom. It doesn't say seek first the world. Seek first the things. And right now, you've gotten to this place where people might have done things to you. You've perceived it a certain way. And so now your only goal is to get the world to change, to give you the peace. When you have to give yourself the peace so that the world can give it to you. The outside world, people can never validate you. They'll never love you enough for you to be happy. People will never congratulate you enough. They'll never show up for you enough to make you happy. You can only do that for yourself. And the only way that you can do that is you have to find that within yourself. Then everything can show up for you. There's no power. There's no power in affirmations if I'm just doing it to get other people to make me happy. There's no power in visualization if I'm just doing it to make other people happy, or to make other people make me happy. I have to first seek the kingdom. I have to first find my own fulfillment. I have to first detach from caring about them. I don't care about them. If I want to get another version of somebody, I can. But I do it because I simply know that I'm source. I know that I'm going to be happy. I'm going to be fulfilled no matter what. So I think you're going through the process backwards. You're trying to get something to be fulfilled instead of being fulfilled to get something. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to tell the truth, part. I try hard to shame, I tell you. I watch this brother named Bashar. You see him on the internet?
Yeah, I know Bashar.
Bashar.
Yeah.
Love a nigga there, watch a nigga there 24/7.
Yeah.
I me book you on it recently, and me like how you meditate and how you're confident in your thing, in your world. I see that, and I say, boy, I want to make kind of idol on this thing. Because most of them things hear me watching. Watch crap. Watch things that make me wiser, more mentally strong in my mind. You understand?
Appreciate you, bro.
See, now I say, more reason, change, try to know myself better.
Yeah.
I alone can't do it, You see it?
Yeah.
You see me? Because you be different, man. Because you see myself as a different being from these people around me, brother. I'm a man who mostly locked by myself. I'm a room man, meditate and,
Yeah.
like by myself.
Yeah.
See, my brains work different. When I talk to people and reason with them say, boy, I'm a madman and that thing. My mindset different from them.
Yeah.
I tell them, I don't really know the game, I've said everything they in within me. You know, say everything they in me.
Yeah.
You know, say nothing outside. And as I say, may I watch this brother and see where my reason for them thing and feel reason not different from mine, but similar. The mind when I have, I feel where me I pray. But more I learn the laws them and how we can apply the laws them.
Yeah.
Attract things in my life. I always say attract the right person them in my life. You see me? But sometimes I listen to him and I say, boy, sometimes you have just have the need to let go of everything and try to make everything happen naturally in your life. Because I must say everything automatically built in. So you must say me not have to kill up myself to really do nothing at all. Because really and truly everything automatically built in me. So to attract the right person, you must say that automatically in me. To attract the wealth you want, you must say, but you must say it's to be conscious of how me I go do it. You understand? Which in obviously me not really understand. It not really manifest, at least let me say it not happen same time, you know, because you sow a seed, it not go turn in a big tree by overnight. You understand?
Yeah.
You know, so it will germinate and bust as a little sucker and take a little time to grow until the tree get older till it mature and start to bear the fruit.
Yeah.
But sometimes, as they say, the waiting, because you have to wait, you know. Because if it not happen today, you have to wait. Tomorrow coming up tomorrow, you have to wait. So you have to just keep on waiting until it happen, and finally it not happen. Whatsoever it may be, you don't really give a fuck, you know?
Yeah.
It's to be, it must be. You see?
Yeah.
You just try to think certain way, you know?
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? To say, everybody we are human being, my brain's always at work, always I bring thoughts to me. Even thoughts to me if I want, the brains bring to me. You see it? Which is, me know, say, yo, we want to work the same way as human beings. You see it? And I want to really work different from none. Whatever work different, so the level where you reach, you know me can't reach from the level of the one. At the end of the day, the focus and the dedication and the mentality, you see me? And when we apply in my own mind, reach from the level of thinking where you reach, or even brass or reach, whatsoever.
Bro.
You understand?
Nobody's different than you. Nobody's better than you, right? Like you already have what you want. The comments are saying the right thing, right? You already have what you want. The only thing is that you are believing that those things are gonna come later on. You have to make the assumption right now that everything that you desire is already promised to you. Because it's promised to you, it has no choice but to flow to you. So it's not that you are. Can you mute for a second, my brother? Can you hit mute for a second? Can you hit mute for a second?
Yeah, man, yeah, man. Phone low,
Well,
can't hear.
yeah. No, it's all good. So anyway, don't create space between who you are right now and having it. When you have a desire, when you want something, assume that you already have it. So now it's promised to you. It has to flow to you. It has no choice but to show up in your life. Right? There's no separation. You're not waiting to be like anybody, to get like somebody, or do all those things. You already have the promise of all of those things. You're simply walking through life and it's all just unfolding from within you. It's not that things are changing out there. It's that it's growing from within you and you're walking into it every moment. Yeah. Who's next?
All right, brother.
Appreciate you, bro.
I tried to hear a bit of that. It's up the phone low. I got to do.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, because I understand all of that way I say, you know. Because the evil start visualizing and the evil come watch this brother named Napoleon on the phone, you know, and this next guy. I remember when he Neville got that garden, you know him? Neville got garden.
Yeah.
He's a popular on TikTok too. When we give him speeches and these things, you know, manifesting, teaching and then something. You know. Listen to the guy there, and he must say, like what I said before, you have to tell yourself, say, you already done have everything where you want already. You have to assume and even walk like the person who you want to become. Talk like the person, just like the person, you know?
Bro, you don't have to do that. You just have to know that right now you already are. You don't have to pretend to be something. You already are that person. It's already within you. You're not changing to be somebody. You're simply remembering that you're already that person. So you don't have to walk like anybody, talk like anybody, dress like anybody. You don't have to do that. That's nonsense. You simply have to know who you already are. You already can be whatever you want. You simply have to say that you are that person. If I'm acting like somebody else, I'm assuming that I'm not that person. I'm pretending to be somebody else. So I'm just creating me pretending to be somebody else. Don't try to be somebody else. Just know that you already are that person. That makes sense?
That's it. Don't try to walk like nobody or be nobody. That sense.
Nah.
The sense what you try to say.
Yeah.
The version of yourself, the version of yourself where you want to be.
You're already.
The version of yourself you want to be.
No. You're already that person. Just say it. Just say that you are right now. Okay. So if you want money, if you want people to treat you a certain way, say it. People treat me this way. I am the person that gets treated this way. Say it. Once you say it, that's what it is. You don't have to pretend to be anybody. You simply say it, and everything is added to you.
Even today, they will go on the house for you, you know. They will go on it. Now I remember when 8 to 5, and I really got to them because 2:12 I went last night. My nephew mash up the car and thing. You kind of feel it down now, look away. You understand? Virgin, I have a little car in my yard park and you want to spark plug and some wire and something, so I'm going to get it today. So it kind of drive, but not really 100. Want some underneath parts, but he said I can go and drive it. You see me? So at the end of the day, I said, boy, I'm still blessed enough because it's so miraculous how the little car they end up in my yard from one day. And it end up, that's I hit me if I use right now, and my car end up down. Because him uncle gave the little car in between me and he might carry it home and the engine broke down on him. And I mean, could I call and say, oh, Papa B, because so Papa B, you know, never car broke down and I said, you tomorrow you come link me and me try come in, because the next car have the transmission already, so strong. My car, the transmission strong. I'm going to pull it in the yard and then if you're weak and you come work by anybody and my car ended up crash last night and I sit down the car away and bring them and I use it now. So I said, boy, look like God have a plan for me, you know. Because it look away, brother. You just know, say, the car just end up in the yard all because they don't get the use of it. You see me? So I said, boy,
What?
like,
All right. So I'm gonna tell you this, man. I need you to figure out exactly what you want in the situation. What do you want? Do you want your car fixed? Do you want a new car? Do you want it done with no money? Do you only want to spend a certain amount of money? Instead of telling the story of what happened, make up your mind right now on what you want. Declare that you want that, and then know that everything that happens is just leading you to getting that. So instead of telling me what happened, you don't need to go to you don't need to talk about that anymore. Just tell me what you want. and know that what you want, bad things like this only happen to give you clarity on what you want. That's the only purpose of going through things, is so you can understand what you want. Once you understand what you want, decide that it's yours.
More, when we really want,
Yeah.
my cycle of life never really easy between me while growing up in this whole scene. I really go back on the as we say, when we really want is can financially help myself.
Okay.
A certain way, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Financially wise, I'm back really against the wall and struggle away.
Okay.
I was saying I really tell myself them thing there, but at the end of the day, I'm saying it was a human.
But
Show your situation.
But brother, see how you're telling that story?
Push forward is like one step backward.
But see how you're clinging to that story? Like you're
sometimes more I'm trying to step forward.
Like you're telling that story so passionately. Instead, I need you to tell a different story passionately. I need you to actually go to what you want. Tell the story if you already have what you want. Right? The past, act like the past is not real anymore. It happened, sure, but it's just a thought. Now, you already know what you want. You want money. You want life to be easier. You want these things to go that way. That's what it is. From this point forward, everything goes this way. Mm-hmm.
The phone can have medical problem because water was it up today. Yes, yeah, me general, me just yo, man, I tell you, I try me, really I try me, tell the truth. Like not try enough, but really I try.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I tell the truth. Because I'm locked in to all the way accent. See me? Come on. Yeah.
Anybody else want to come up? Don't make me blush. Stop playing. I'm not in the mood today. I'm not in the mood to be blushing on camera. I appreciate y'all though.
Hello.
What's up? Ooh. How you doing?
Nigerian?
I am.
You are? I'm here making some eggplant stew. Nigerian eggplant stew. I'm watching your live.
All right, send me a plate. If you send me a plate, then I'll answer your question. But if not, I'm sorry, I don't got nothing for you.
This is like a tea soup, so I don't know if you're tea or a different tribe.
Igbo. But I'll take it. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't look tea. But just to like piggyback off of the guy that just came in, that's kind of like the space I was in, or still probably is in, where I was asking you about like faith, like how do you like ignore the stuff going on in the reality and just kind of like focus. And then you said like faith is saying it's gonna work out no matter what, and just keep repeating that, and that's how you exercise your own faith. Yeah. And I did it since we spoke. I don't remember when it was, and to be honest, like things change. Like my mood is different. I feel happier even though there's chaos around. Like I feel like things are working out, like things are okay, and so I just feel more hopeful. And I just wanted to tell you thank you for that.
I appreciate you. Thank you for that, right? You're the one who's doing the work. And also, remember, it's not even about ignoring anything, right? You don't ignore anything because you are divine. There's nothing to ignore, right? You are the divinity. You are the one that defines what every circumstance means. So no point in ever ignoring anything. But you're absolutely right? I like that. I like that outlook, right? Just continue to know that everything is working out, and it must. One thing that did stand out to me that you did say, though, is you said trying to have hope. What does that mean?
Well, I don't know if I said it right, but it's more so like, instead of like catastrophizing or saying that, oh, the patterns from past things, it always works out the opposite way. Instead of being very pessimistic, I try to like rewrite the pattern. Like, okay, what if it worked out a different way this time? So I'm kind of saying that's hope, like hoping like it's different, like hoping my reality proves to me that I'm wrong, because I like to be proven wrong, you know? So that's kind of what I meant.
I got you.
Did that answer your question?
Absolutely, absolutely. But I want to push you a little bit to get beyond the hope and get into the knowing, which is really just a choice of yours. I can hope, right? I can hope that I can believe that women ain't shit, and I can hope that one proves me wrong. But in the end, I still have the assumption that this is how people are, right? You can expect that things will not go right and hope they will change. In the end, it's your assumption that's going to prove you right. So, and I'm not saying, when I'm saying to know, I'm not saying it from a feeling perspective. I'm saying you can feel however you want, but whenever you want to say that you hope something changes, I want you to start saying that you know it will. That is how you're going to speak power into everything to really collapse in a speedy way that will blow your mind.
So basically demand it too, like in a confident way.
Absolutely.
And also seeing the end in mind, kind of like that.
Absolutely. Yeah, command it. Remember, every cell in your body is listening to you. Every single thing outside of you, like every single circumstance, every single person is turned towards you, and they are listening to you speak, right? So me saying I hope just gives me more situations where I can hope. Me saying I know, me demanding that everything will change, that's what moves reality to me. Stay in the end, demand that it is so. Because I am, reality is. Because I know, reality must.
Gotcha. I got that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I appreciate you.
You have any questions for me?
What you making the fufu with?
Myself.
No, I mean, like, what you make? We're using like pounded yam, you using Bisquick.
Well, I'm not gonna pound it down. I'm just gonna do like sweet potatoes with it, but because I'm staying away from the starch.
I see.
I know.
I see.
But yeah, that's the only thing that's not here, and no meat.
I got you. My auntie made me some yams yesterday, some yams and some greens. Man, I ate so much. I almost missed my flight eating so damn much.
What kind of yams? Like American or?
Yeah, no, they're not like pounded yam, like an actual yam. The actual yam.
Oh.
Just peeled it and boiled it. And so I was just.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah. That's always the best. To me, at least, I prefer it.
You said what?
I said
when you talk and the thing is not muted, I can't hear you.
Oh, I just said that was my favorite. I said that was just my favorite.
Okay. All right. I see your face light up for real.
Mm-hmm.
You're not lying. All right. Cool.
Cool. I appreciate you.
All
All right, later, man.
Later.
Cool. Here we go. Here we go. Can I ask you something? How do we know this shit is not jail feeding off of us, playing us, giving us scraps so we keep chasing one truth after the other? How do we know? How do we know? All right. There's several different schools of thought, right? And all of these different schools of thought have all of these different beliefs, which creates all of these different fragments within the collective consciousness. So as a collective, we are creating this reality as a whole. And then you have different fragments or different groups of people who have different expectations about how reality works. Therefore, that is what they experience. There are certain people that believe that the president plays a huge role in their suffering. Therefore, a president that they voted for, life seems easy. Money seems good. One that they don't vote for, life seems terrible. Money seems scarce. All right. There are certain people that put all their faith in certain things, certain deities elsewhere. Cool. There are certain people who, even when they come on this spiritual path, their whole thought, their whole message is still a divisive message. It might be that these people are superior to these people, and these people are descendants from these people, and these people are the chosen, and these aren't. That works for them, right? But that is the reality. They create those boundaries within their reality. Now, remember, I can't say that everything is within you, and then on the other hand say, but there's things outside controlling you. Are there things out there that are trying to take your power? Yes. But who determines if they do? You. Now, let me give you a different perspective, all right? Because you asked, how do we know this is not jail? They're just feeding off of us, playing us, giving us scraps. Okay, cool. Let's say that is the case. Let's say that's the case, all right? Now, let's say we didn't have a system where there was money everywhere, that you could buy vacations and get on a plane and travel somewhere and take your mom there and make money and buy a car you want and live in a place you want. Let's say that wasn't reality, okay? Let's say that wasn't reality. Would you be so invested in this reality creation space? Would you? Right? If everybody just picked fruits and walked around naked, would you be that invested? So in a sense, whether this is siphoning your energy or not, this pulled you to want to create this certain reality to experience the life that you wanted within this construct. So what is right or wrong? What is good and bad? Now, are they feeding off of you? Okay, sure. All right, we know that there are things that are happening, right? Kids getting eaten and all kinds of things that happen like that, right? But who determines what impacts me? Who determines where my energy flows? Okay, so the outside world, they can do whatever. They can put systems in place. They can put the pornography all over the place. They can siphon my energy on politics. They can have me working in the rat race, doing all these things. They can, as soon as I'm born, they just slap a social on my ass and say, okay, work X amount of times or go to school and learn how to work and then get in the system and make more money. They can do all that. But who decides if they want to be free from that construct or not? I do. So whether or not all of these things are occurring, right? Things are just giving you scraps. It's keeping you in jail. You're in light cold lockdown, whatever you want to call it, right? Whatever you think it is. At the end of the day, who really internalizes that and then makes that their reality, makes that the prison which they live? When I tell you that this is what your zodiac sign, we sit together and I read off your zodiac sign and say, oh my God, this, that. Well, who is the one who says, yeah, that's what it is? Right? It's going to be me or you or whoever the case may be. So yes, systems may be in place to keep us in a certain frequency. However, who determines what energy, what system feeds off of you? It's us, right? So, you can still have the life that you want within this construct. You can exit it if you want, right? There are people that, they live off the grid. They grow their food. They chill. They don't do anything. There's certain people that have achieved what they believe is freedom within this system, right? So it's still up to us whether we want to be controlled or not. It's always up to us, right? Your mind can only be enslaved if you allow it to be. Our minds can only be enslaved if we allow it to be. That whole thing too, like the keep chasing one truth after another. That's a good question. That's a great question. Because then I would say, okay, what else would we do? At our core, right? At your core, right? You are the Spirit of God, this infinite intelligence, this infinite power, and you're only experiencing one perspective of it at a time, right? You're always going to have this hunger to continue to evolve, to continue to learn more, because that's your nature. You're an infinite being, so you're always going to want to expand. So I would say, what else is there to do? Right? What else is there to do? I mean, we would be expanding in some way, whether we were expanding on an island and figuring out what fruits to grow and how to do this and how to make love to my woman better and do all these things, whether it's trying to learn my job more, whether it's trying to learn these spiritual concepts more, whether it's trying to create my reality better, whether it's whatever the case may be. We as humans are always trying to do something, whether it's trying to parent my children better, whether it's trying to be a better son, be a better friend. We're always on that path. So I would tell you, what else would there be? Right? This is why we decided to experience ourselves as the creator. Anything else is, anything else is, I don't want to be. I would ask you, brother, what are you giving power to? What are you allowing to sap your energy? While surrounded by bots. Look, you can't let people be what they are. Let everything unfold as it is. Put your awareness, put your consciousness on you. You want to know the best way to avoid having a mental breakdown? Focus on yourself. Focus on your self-concept. Focus on your walk with that internal creator. Focus on that, right? Don't worry about other people catching up. Don't worry about other people doing this. Don't worry about the system finding you out and picking you out the crowd and enslaving you even more. Don't think about that. Don't give that power. Don't allow that to become your undoing. Focus on you, man. Flow through life. Get in a flow state. Find a way to enjoy what you are doing. Do you enjoy the downloads? Do you enjoy the expansion? If not, stop. Right? Find a way to do the things that you enjoy. Right? Why do I do these lives? I do these lives because this is fun to me. I enjoy doing it. I would do it even if it was one viewer. I did it when it was one viewer for a long time. Right? And why do I do it? Because it's just who I am. When I seek knowledge, it's just because it's who I am. At a certain point in the beginning, it was because I just wanted it. It was all spiritual ego. I was like, oh yeah, I'm consuming this knowledge so I can be better. But now it's just part of me. I just like doing it. I enjoy doing it. Find a way to walk down this path in a way that's enjoyable to you. Anything else is, why would you do it? Why would you do it if not that it's fun and it's meaningful to you? How does one disconnect from doubt? Do you ever? That's what I would ask you. I would say doubt is a feeling in your body, right? Doubt is a feeling in your body. Here we go. Doubt is a feeling in your body. So therefore, my bad, y'all. This might work, this might not work. Okay. Doubt is a feeling in your body. I would say the goal is not to disconnect from doubt. The goal is just not to let it rule you. Don't let it give you an excuse to tell a story of what you don't want. That's what I always say, right? So yeah, you could have doubt. You can have a lot of doubt. You can have a lot of fear, anxiety, and that's fine. That's just part of your human experience. But what do you do with it? Do you start saying, oh, shit's not working out for me just because you feel a certain way? Or do you continue down that divine path, saying everything is working out for me because I decree it? Remember, in the beginning was the word, not in the beginning was the feeling. And the feeling was God and the feeling was with God. No, in the beginning was the word. Right? Thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. Thou shalt speak as a legal authority and it shall be. Not thou shalt feel a thing and it shall be. Whatsoever you ask in prayer will be given to you. Not whatsoever you feel in prayer will be given to you. Right? So that's what it is, right? They're just guidance. He's trying to give you a better understanding of yourself. What do I have to believe to be true to feel this way? Okay, cool. I don't want to believe that anymore. I don't want to expect that anymore. Therefore, I move forward to a more beautiful version of reality. I am, right? It's the most powerful statement. That is the essence of who you really are. I am. Pure awareness. I simply am. Right? Who are you beyond the name? I am. Who are you beyond the stories that you've learned from the world? The ways we've been programmed to think about ourselves and think about others. I simply am. I simply am. Right? You're pure awareness. You're only a collection of you're simply awareness with a bunch of stories. But we get so caught up in those stories that we believe those stories are reality. When those stories are simply a byproduct of I am. They're simply a concession of I am. I am all that there is. I am source. I am that I am. Point blank, period. Everything else is just a story. Even I am prosperity is a concession of who you are. You're much more than that. But you can choose to be that right now. You can choose to experience that right now. I am that I am. I am all that there is. Right? Anything after I am is a concession. I am is all that there is. Whenever I catch people arguing in my comments, if I pick a side, sometimes what happens is like people will leave comments, right? And it'll ask me if I want to approve this comment or not. If I take a side, I might not approve the comment against you. Just so y'all know that. So if you start saying something, your comments all of a sudden are not appearing, just know I saw them. And I had a chance to approve them, and I may or may not have. How did your awakening begin? A bunch of different ways, man. So, by the way, I'm kidding. I approve everything because I want y'all to keep going. But how did my awakening begin? It began with, I was in a fire. I was in a fire back in the day. And when I was in that fire, I was like, okay, so I had to eat very clean. I wasn't really eating that much. So I was damn near fasting all the time. I was just drinking like a bunch of water and fruits and shit. And I was in this hyperbaric chamber, which pumps you with oxygen. And when I was in that chamber, I started remembering things. I started remembering things that I saw as a child. I started remembering different lives and stuff like that. And so that sent me down a rabbit hole. And then I went through an experience where someone that was very close to me passed away. And when they passed away, I started searching for information to kind of try to get closure on it. And in that process, I really evolved a lot. So, yeah, it was those two events, the fire and then the death of somebody that was close to me. Those two things sparked it. Other than that, I just always have been on a search for information. Always. And then angel numbers, I mean, they mean whatever you think they mean, right? I look at them the same way I look at anything, zodiac signs, shit like that. Are they true? Sure, of course. But what if I deny them? Then they're not true to me, right? They're up to my perspective. They're still a concession to I am. They're still something that I give power to, right? I could be so caught up in a zodiac sign that even if somebody else doesn't believe them, I'll say, oh no, doesn't matter if you believe in them or not. You have to be this way because I believe in it. And that, therefore, I will pull forward the version of them that aligns to my perspective, right? This is how powerful our mind is. So I do have things that show up in my life as signs, but only because I decree them already. Like I already know if a blue jay means a certain thing to me. So when I see them, I always know that that's communion between me and the source within me. I have other things that show up and they mean certain things. So typically if somebody sees an angel number, what do? You go to Google, right? You start looking up shit. 222 on the license plate. What does it mean? Well, the truth is that that's an individualized perspective of those people. So we can create our own meaning for things and declare that this is how I want source to communicate with me. And now this gives your ancestors, your spirit guides, your higher self, your God, whatever you want to think it is, this gives them a more clear path to communicate with you. Right? So we're the ones who give meaning to everything. Do things have meaning without us? No. But we hear stories about what they mean, and then we accept those things as true, and that becomes the truth. What is the truth? The truth is subjective. Right? Some people go, oh, there's only one truth, bro. You're going to go to hell. That's your opinion. But even so, that is your truth. Okay? That doesn't have to be everybody's truth. Truth is very subjective to you. We can't say our thoughts create reality, and then on the other hand say, but unless you see this number, if you see this number, this is what it has to mean. So we're the ones who give meaning to everything. And all thy getting understanding. That's a bar right there. And all thy getting understanding. That's a bar right there. Yeah, we were never meant to walk through life and just accept everything as true, but we've been taught to receive information like that. Since a child, we've been taught that way. That's not how we're supposed to live. That's not how we're supposed to live. Right? If your thoughts create reality, why would I just accept everything as true? I should be very mindful of the things that I accept via other people, via books, via messages online, via whatever. I should be very mindful of those things. Doesn't mean I can't hear a lot of things. I can hear whatever I want. But what do I acknowledge as true? What do I acknowledge as my expectation? This is where it is, right? That's where it is. And do I do morning affirmations every day? Just about every day. So I typically work out, go for a run or a walk in the mornings. And when I do those workouts, I just affirm. I just talk to myself. That's it. So I guess I could call that robotic affirmation. So yeah, I put my headphones on, but I just talk. And I talk about whatever. I affirm about my day. I affirm about money, the future, my family, my sister, parents, loved ones, people close to me. And because affirming is basically praying, right? Every word that you speak is a prayer. So I use those first couple hours of my day very intentionally. Then I come back, I meditate, and I'll typically write. I'm a writer. As y'all see, I just get all these documents, right? I write. So I write poems, I write affirmations, I write all kinds of things, and that's like my reaffirming of who I am. Right? I have like these lectures, by the way. Like this one, I wrote this lecture a long time ago. Long time. I just ran. When I'm about to go live, I literally just come on here and I pick one. I just pick one, and I just freestyle. Like, okay, let's go. Let's do this one. Right? That's it. But why that's also beautiful is because as I evolve, all the discussions evolve, right? And I feel like we're all kind of evolving together, which is pretty cool. So. Peace, 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 God. We're all connected. We're all on this journey together. We are all on this journey together. And so I guess hopefully that answered, do I care for robotic affirmations? Yes. I believe in affirmations. I believe in visualizing all these things. I always just speak the way that I do about those things because I don't want to give the impression that I believe that there's power by themselves just in the affirming, just in the visualizing. The power is in you. That's the core of my message. But absolutely, I'm a strong believer of affirmations. That's why we do affirmations all the time. So I do affirmations of the day in the morning. That's why we do affirmations in these discussions, because sometimes we have to remind ourselves of who we are. And it helps to have that solid core of affirmations that I can always go to and that y'all can always go to. So even if I'm feeling doubt, I can still lean on an affirmation because I know every word I speak is a prayer. And so now I'm constantly speaking, those beautiful poetic words to the source within me. But also, we did a discussion. I clearly stated that it does not matter how poetic your affirmations are or how vague they are. The God within you knows before you ask. I simply make them poetic because that's how I like to talk. I talk very straightforward in these lectures because I try to get the information across, right? But when I speak to myself, I speak in a different way, right? I mean, I'm sure y'all all know that, right? If you were at work, you would speak a certain way. If you were at home talking to your parents, you would speak a certain way. If you with your woman, ladies, if you with your man, you're going to talk a different way, right? Especially based on the scenario. You might talk a different way before y'all go to sleep. You might talk a different way. If y'all are out at a nice restaurant, you might talk a different way when y'all are flirting, right? So I speak that way in my affirmations. I give y'all the affirmations in a certain way because that allows me to feel it in my cells. I want to feel the affirmations when I say them. I want them to feel meaningful to me. Appreciate you, Jordan. Thank you. I released some of them like sporadically. Like I've done poems on like love and heartbreak. I did one recently that was like the lovers who mistook. I reposted it like yesterday, I think. Here we go. Yeah, the lovers who mistook each other for healing. One of my favorites. So sometimes I put them on my page. So they're there. All right. But I appreciate it. How to redirect awareness, focus when partial manifestation happens. What is partial manifestation? And okay, so I would ask you this question. I would say, if you're not in the end, first off, you're still just in the unfolding, right? You're still just in the unfolding. So don't bless it as partial manifestation. Don't bless it as not showing up, or don't bless it as I have to do something differently. Judge not by appearance, but judge righteously. How do you judge that righteously? Understand that that's just another step in the unfolding. You're not at the end. You're simply declaring or stating that it's a partial manifestation. No, it's just the path to get you to what you want. It just hasn't all unfolded yet. That's all. Yes. Like, remember, be mindful of your story. Be very mindful of your story. Your story creates reality. Your story is reality. You are reality. So when you declare those things, think about what you're declaring. Right? Correct. Like, let's play a game. How about y'all correct me? Okay? What would you tell yourself if you started saying this? All right? If you started saying this, how would you correct yourself? I've been affirming for 10 days, but nothing's happened. What would y'all say? I'm not going forward until somebody answers. There we go. I have it right now. It's still unfolding. Everything is working on my behalf. Only been till 10 days. Chill, relax, and be. Stop waiting on the outside world to change everything. Works out for me. It's already unfolding. It's okay. Okay, look. See what I love about these things is that if I ask 10 people, we'll have 10 different answers, right? Which is the beautiful thing. The only thing to remember. What's the most important thing to remember? You already have it. It's still just unfolding. That's it. I already have it. It's still unfolding. This is the main thing for me to remember. Everything else is just noise. Everything else is just noise. It's fine. Right? But it's not that you have a partial manifestation and you need to, it's not that you have a partial manifestation and you need to recenter yourself or refocus. You just have to remind yourself the truth. I already have it. It's still just unfolding. And because it's still just unfolding, I shall allow it to be. Okay? That's it. I shall allow it to be. No matter what. Know what you want, my brother. Know exactly what you want. Can I do more with scripture? They all have a lot of scripture. What you mean? What you mean? We do scripture all the time. But I got you, though. I got you. Today has been great. I changed for you to some more. Absolutely. It's funny because the algorithm of TikTok is just like the algorithm of life, right? What you give attention to, what you put your awareness on, what you give your likes to, that begins to fill up your page. What you give your attention to in your life, it begins to fill up your life, right? Interesting how that works. And when do I usually start? Man, that's a great question. I'll let you know when I figure that one out. Sometimes I go in the morning. Recently, I've been going more in the evenings, like 5, 6, 7. But lately, when we've been on here for a while, right? Like hours, like 3, 4 hours each time. So I guess I would make a specific schedule, but that's kind of not how I do my life. My mornings are typically a certain schedule, but then I get in the market. I don't know when I'm going to be in and out. And sometimes I have consults where I go do stuff with my mom now. She has to go to the doctor and stuff, so I help her with that. And then, yeah. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you. Exactly. If it's not what you want, it's still unfolding. You're just in the middle. Don't have no need to react to the middle like it's the end. It's not. It's just the middle. All right, let me see. All right, I would say, what if it's already working in ways I can't see? Exactly. Good. What do I see in your hands? Is it a bottle? It's black seed oil. It's black seed oil on water. What's up, Vaughn? What it do, Vaughn? Sleep tapes. Have I started one? All right, I'm going to pass that one for now. We might come back to that later. Thank you, Miss Lupe. I think it's Lupe. Hopefully I'm saying that right. I appreciate you. Can I explain how to collapse time, please? Absolutely, I can explain that. All right. How to collapse time. Anybody want to have a guess? Anybody want to join up and say how they believe you collapse time? No, it's called Founders Brewery. The drink is called Backwoods Bastards. It's by Founders Brewery. Backwoods Bastards. It is expect lovely warm aromas of oaky bourbon barrels, smoke, sweet caramel, and roasted malts. A bit of earthy spice and a scintilla of dark fruit. It is a kickback sipper made to excite the palate. I like craft beers, especially stouts. All right, but anyways, how to collapse time, I think y'all might have answered. Here we go. There we go. Act as if you live like it's already yours. I have no idea what this. Knowing something. All right. So, how to collapse time? You collapse time every time you speak. Stop believing, right? Stop believing that there's one method that collapses time different than another. Every moment that you take is collapsing time. Every step that you take, you're just collapsing realities. Remember, a moment is simply a snapshot of infinite perspectives, infinite possibilities. And so every time that you declare who you are, every time you take a step, every time you move from moment to moment, you are switching realities. You are collapsing time. There's no such thing as time. Time is a system that flows through you, and it flows based on how quickly you are changing your perspective. This is how you collapse time. Every time you change perspectives, every time you walk, every time you breathe, you are collapsing time, right? Stop believing that you have to quantum leap somewhere and simply know that every step you take, you are quantum leaping. When you change your perspective, you are quantum leaping. You are collapsing timelines. You are collapsing worlds. You are shifting to different galaxies, to different universes every time you speak, every time you breathe. So that's the truth in it. When you declare, when you look at your bank account and you see lack, and you say, no, I am prosperity because the divine is within me, you are collapsing time. And it's instant. You're always collapsing time. Always. Right? You could only be moving. You could only experience time if you were collapsing it. Remember, time is within awareness. Your body is within awareness. You're not within your body. Your body is within you. You are not inside time. You are not a slave to time. Time is a slave to you. You are Big Daddy of time. You are the master of time. Time unfolds from within your awareness. It simply moves at the pace that you change your perspective. Remember, a miracle is just a very quick changing of your perspective. That's what we call a miracle. You change your perspective so suddenly, oh no, I must save my child from this fire. All of a sudden, you collapse reality. You turn into Superman. You're untouched by the flames. You can lift that car. What is that? We call it a miracle. It's simply a rapid change in your perspective. You get pissed off at the bills. Finally, you get pissed off. And instead of suppressing your anger and thinking you have to walk around in love and light, you finally make the decision and say, man, fuck this. I will never be broke again. I am prosperity. I refuse to see anything less than money in my life. You get pissed off and you make the decision. And all of a sudden, reality changes when you get pissed off and you finally make the choice. This is collapsing reality. This is the miracle. This is a quantum leap. Right? Use your emotions as the catalyst, right? That's all time is. It's you making different decisions. It's the unfolding of the decisions from between you, or from within you, not from between you, from within you. So hopefully that was clear, my brother. Hopefully that was clear. What else y'all got? Man, y'all, I had so much fun at my cousin's wedding this weekend. I threw so much money. Had so much fun. So much fun. They had an open bar too. So when I got down there Friday, right? Yeah, I got there Friday. When I got there Friday, I took my parents to dinner. So they stayed at this resort. The resort was called St. John's. It was like a quote unquote humanitarian resort. So when you went into the resort, there were all kinds of like rooms, right? Like the hotel was on one side, beautiful room, rooms, and then on the other side was like this huge wedding, all these different wedding things. So there were several weddings going on. So the first day there was a whole bunch of weddings there. And there were 2 going on. And then they have a bunch of different receptions and stuff. So as we're getting there, a bunch of people are there for the wedding party. So it was so fire. So we went to lunch or dinner at the place. I got my parents so drunk. And then they went to sleep. And I ended up hanging out with my sister for a little bit. That was it. But then the next day, right, we woke up. And what did we do in the morning? Oh, I had to go buy some pants. I went and bought some pants. So I drove around Michigan. It was cool. I ended up going to some, where did I go? It wasn't anywhere fancy. It was like a smoothie place that I went. Got a smoothie. And then the reception or the wedding was beautiful. So the first part of the wedding was at this church, right? It was a really beautiful church. I ain't gonna tell the full story, but I'm only gonna tell the good parts. So it was at this beautiful church at noon we started. So the service was like from noon to like 12:30, 12:45. Then we did the pictures. Then we had a cocktail hour. From like 4 to 6. So before the cocktail hour, me and my cousins, we had another cocktail hour, right? We started drinking before. Then we went to the cocktail hour. They had so many nice things. So the beginning or the actual wedding part was not traditional. It was modern, American, right? So it was like suits and stuff. And then we changed for the cocktail hour. And then for the actual reception was traditional. It was a Nigerian reception. And we were there till like 2 a.m. It was so much fun. It's really interesting because this cousin of mine, she's my youngest cousin here no, not my youngest in the States. One of my youngest. But I always see her as such like, it's like my little cousin. Like, this is my younger girl cousin. Like, it's just like, right. So seeing her get married was cool. It just let me know how much time flies. But her and the groom, they're like the perfect match for each other. The absolute perfect match. They're the perfect match. They've been together for like 8 years. Right, 8 years. They met in high school. Or before high school. Hell no, it had to be before. She ain't that old. They met before high school. They're the only people that each of them has known, right? I love it. Like, damn, what are my high school sweethearts doing? Let me call her right now. I'm sure she would block me if she answered the phone. The fuck you want? The hell you want, Alex? I was just calling to say, hey, man, went to this wedding. I was thinking about you. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Right? But it was really nice of her. It was really nice. It was really cool. And then the next morning we had breakfast again before I got on the flight. Then I went to all my aunts and uncles' houses. And my aunt made these greens and yams. So good. And my other aunt, she's from Cameroon. She made suya. And she made like this homemade pepper that was so good. And she made what was it? It wasn't she had some moi moi. And she had some akara, which was delicious. But I had so much food, man. I had some good ass jollof at the wedding. I had so much food. Matter of fact, the day before, they had before the cocktail hour, they had this thing in the hotel where you could go up and get food. Nobody knew. So the night before, I got in at like 6 on Friday. So the groom and the bride and all the family, they had this boat ride. So they went on a boat, right? And the boat, it was like till like 9:30. They went on a boat ride. And they had like live music. They had a buffet, liquor open bar. I was like, hey, this is what I'm gonna do. If I ever get married, this is what your boy's finna do, right? Y'all all be invited to the reception. Maybe I don't know about the actual wedding because I don't know how y'all act. Right? I'm saying y'all might be, but it'll be an open invite to the reception, right? So they were on a boat, but they had for anybody who didn't go to the boat, they had food in this common area, food and drinks. So I went to the food, and I was the only one there. I had like 3 plates. I had all kinds of food. I had all kinds of. I ain't gonna lie. You know, I tell y'all that I don't eat meat. I did this. Okay, pause. I ate a lot of food this weekend. So today, all I've had was this beer. Right? Y'all know how y'all act. Y'all know how y'all act. Y'all probably be in that motherfucker trying to ask me questions and shit. Hey, Alex, I'm trying to celebrate, y'all. I'm trying to celebrate. I don't know if y'all behave either. Because sometimes the things that y'all say in the chat, I'm like, I don't know. No, I'm just playing with y'all. But I do have a client wedding on in like 3 weeks. I have a client wedding in Nashville. I can't wait. That was going to be pretty fun. So if any of y'all get married, especially if y'all come on here and I've helped you in any way, I don't need credit. Right? I'm not here for credit. I don't care about that, right? I want you to have the life of your dreams. But if y'all start getting married, the least you can do is just invite me to the wedding. I'll give you a gift, and I'll come turn up. And I'll buy you shots the day before, whatever the case may be. You and the bride, or you and the groom. I got you. I don't care where it is. I don't care where it is. Well, I do care. Not like, if it's like Huntsville, Alabama, I might send you a card. You know what I'm saying? But if it's in Miami, it's in Vegas, Chicago, Houston, LA, hey, your boy might be there for 4 or 5 weeks, right? So when y'all start getting married, I expect invitation. Matter of fact, if I start, like, if I go through the comments in all my lives, if I catch y'all making comments and I go to y'all's profile and I start seeing like engagement pictures and shit and I don't have an invite, I'm gonna block you. Okay? It's gonna get petty like that. Not just playing. But that would be cool. But I have my first client wedding, which is coming up, which is pretty dope. Because what's actually cool is that as I'm going down this path and like we're journeying together, I really started doing this like in this space, the manifestation space. How long have we been in this? Like 3 months? Maybe? 3 months that we've been doing just pure manifestation content. So now it's like the people that I kind of started with 3 months ago, I'm like really seeing their results. All right. So it's pretty cool that it's pretty cool to see this journey. It's actually very, very humbling. It just continues to open your mind to where you can't tell me a situation and make me be like, okay, I guess we can't do that. Like, at this point, you just see so much and you're like, there's nothing is impossible except for what we believe is impossible up here. I'm talking about people that no contact for years, all of a sudden, overnight. All their exes are flooding in, and finally their person comes in, right? People that needed money. I'm talking about past the eviction date. Don't know how they're still there. All of a sudden, everything works out, right? Just things that are seemingly impossible. With man, they would be impossible. But with God, they're not. Right? That's why it's just so passionate to talk about this, because there's literally nothing that you cannot receive. Nothing that you cannot receive. Nothing. That's why I answer so many questions of saying, hey, what do I do with this? What do I do with that? What about this? What about that? Nothing special. Nothing special. Nothing is special. Right? This Savior within you, they went so far as to say that he rose from the dead to get you to know that nothing is impossible. To man it may be, but to that God within you it's not. Which is such a beautiful way to look at it. It's such a beautiful perspective to have. All right? Like to truly be still and know that I am God. In the midst of the chaos, to really be still. All right, so, anyways. You are God. You are God. You are God. Sometimes I do say, like, be still and know that I'm God. Like, and I'll say that source within you. Remember, that is you. God, that God, you are the identity of the divine. You are pure spirit. Right? But when I say, like, that God within you, I'm saying the 99.99% of you that is not human, right? This human personality, this ego, is such a small fraction of you. It's not even considered you, but it still is. But you are much more God than you are human. We just assume this human form to get to know ourselves. And as we're going through life, the more that we surrender to that greater part of us, the more everything works out. I am still and I know that I am God. Right? Because remember, right, when we're talking about scripture, I'm always talking, the whole book is put in the perspective of a story outside of you, but it's a story within you. Your I am awareness, Jesus, that is I am. That is within you. That's your highest state of consciousness. This is you knowing who you are fully. I am that I am. Whatsoever you ask the Father, source, the spirit within you, the spirit that is you. Remember, all these things are within you. So even when I say certain things, it sounds like it's an external thing, but it's always within you. Remember, it's always within you. Whatsoever you ask the Father, that is within you. In my name, the name of your I am awareness, your Christ consciousness. The moment that you ask, because God is within you, within the name of that I am awareness within you, I am prosperity, I am this, it must be given to you. We are made from God, so we are God. Word. Yeah. You're made from God, so you are God, right? Like, how could you be made from it and not be it, right? I make this plane from paper, and now we're trying to say, oh no, you're not paper, you're just a plane. No, you're made from spirit, so you are spirit. You're made from the divine, so you are the divine, right? You can't separate it. You are within God. God is within you. You are inseparable. You can't say where God ends and you begin. You can't say where you end and God begins. You can't say where you end and reality begins. You're so intertwined that you're indistinguishable from one another. Right? There is no separation. All separation is an illusion. Even the separation that I see when I look at my mother or my father, it's an illusion. It's not real. There is no separation. There's only one mind. What I assume is what they think. What I think is what they think. What I think they assume is what they assume. There we go. What I think they assume is what they assume. What I think is what they think. What I expect is what they want to do. What I expect them to do is what they want to do. There's only one mind. There's only one. You're God pretending to be a fragment of God, pretending to be this small ego, but you're so much more than that. You're all that there is. You're all that there is. All right, what time is it? All right, we got 8. Let me see here. I am wonderful. I am perfect. I am blessed. I am blessed. Y'all are so funny. Alright. How you doing? You like drinking wine often and want to know that I'm safe doing that? You want to know from me? What do you think? Do you think you're safe doing that? Or do you think you're safe drinking wine? Do you think it lowers your vibration and it takes you further away from the divine? Further away from the things that you want? Is that what you think? It's your life. Right? What's worse, the food you eat or what you believe about the food? What is worse, the food you eat or what you believe about the food? It's obviously what you believe about it. For sure it's what you believe about it. Said, who are you being when you consume it? It's a good question as well. That is a very good question. I ain't gonna lie, dude. I drank a lot this weekend. Do I feel like it pulled me out of my vibration? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm just celebrating with my cousin, giving her a good time, right? But let's say that you drink, and whenever you do drink, you find yourself more prone to letting your thoughts go wherever, to identifying with things you don't want to experience, to acting out, to putting yourself in harm's way, to doing things you regret. Well, that's something to think about. That is something to think about. But will I say that drinking's wrong? No, I won't. I will not say that it's wrong. If I finish drinking and I come back and I'm like, oh my God, I was out of alignment and I was doing all these things, now I got to start over. Well, now I need to examine the story that I'm telling, right? So, I'm thinking about an old ex. Right, I mean, yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I do that often. Think about exes. I wouldn't call it wrong, though. I would not call it wrong. Everything in excess is wrong. That perspective, I agree with it to an extent when it comes to when I look at things purely from a physical perspective. But when I look at things from a metaphysical perspective, I can't. I have to say it is my belief that puts me in that state of consciousness. And now it's a stout, but it's called Backwoods Bastard. It's by Founders Brewery. It's pretty good. The past is part of our life experience. Perhaps. But I would also argue that most people don't even remember the past correctly. They simply remember the past based on who they are trying to prove that they are right now. If they're trying to prove that they're a victim, They will look at the past a certain way, and they will bring forth certain stories. If they were looking at themselves as someone that everything works out for, they will bring forward the past as well. So, sure, the past was a real experience, but in this present moment, I don't even have a good, like us as humans, we don't even have a good perception of what the past is. This is why we say things like what? We'll be like, well, I wish I had done this. I should have done this, right? We're always thinking of what we should have done from our perspective right now in the past when we were a completely different person there. We can't say what we would have done or what we should have done or what we wanted to do. We can't. We did what was best then. We don't even know who that is anymore because that version of us is gone. Do you understand that? It makes no sense to judge past versions of ourselves because that version of us was gone. It only existed in that moment. It is long gone. You don't know what you shoulda, coulda, woulda done. You don't know. You know what you woulda, coulda, shoulda done right now. This is why it doesn't even make sense to think about that from others. Well, if I was him, I would have not have done this because a man should be like, you don't know that. You only know from your experience right now, from your life right now, from who you are in this moment. We can't even judge ourselves, our past versions of ourselves correctly. Why would we judge other people, right? So, definitely real experiences. Definitely real experiences. How many times do we jump to a new version of us? Every moment. Every moment. Every single moment. How many moments are there in a minute, in a second? Infinite, right? So we're always jumping to different versions of ourselves. Always. This is the only way that we can experience time. You can only experience time from hopping from different versions of yourself. Because different versions of yourself are different realities, right? Yeah, we're doing questions, my brother. Yes, sir, we're doing questions, my brother. Like grasshoppers and shit, yeah, something like that. Or judge them. Why can't individuals just yeah, you know, I think that's kind of a natural human thing to do, right? A natural human thing to do is to judge. Judging isn't based on anything that is, you know, spiritual. It's a pure egoistic thing. It's a pure concept of separation. It's me here and you there. Me versus we, or we versus them, me versus them, right? You versus me, right? It's purely, I don't know if it's, I say some of it is programmed, yeah, but a lot of it is just the ego or the illusion of separation that allows us to judge. Remember, when we were born, the story of Adam and Eve is the story of birth, the story of childbirth. You have to bite of that fruit of the tree of knowledge and good and evil, so you descend into duality. This is just, right? So part of duality, part of the illusion of separation is judging. This is how I reconfirm the separation as I judge things. All right? Be mindful the next time you talk about something when you refer to yourself as me and you, or you refer to us versus you, or us versus them, or y'all, you and them versus me. Be mindful of that, right? The illusion is always trying to create these, or the ego is always trying to create these illusions of separation. And this is the thing about judgment, right? Is who are most people without their judgment? Okay, most people's identity, their identity might be tied directly to their religion, tied directly to their political perspective, tied directly to their social status. all of these things require an aspect of judging, right? They require you to believe that you're on one side and other people are on the other side. You're greater than this person. They're different. You're different from that person, right? That's what it is. That's what we do. So it also is just good conversation. It makes people feel better about themselves, talking about how other people do the wrong thing and how if somebody was moral and just, they would act like me and do this. And I just can't see why people are just so dumb and do this, right? This is pure ego talking, pure ego. Right? If we were born in a different economic class with different parents in a different part of the world, our life could be completely different. We could believe things that are completely different, right? We could have a different faith. We could have a different construct or a different concept of morality. So many things could change just by our perspective, right? And, I don't think any of us are fully exempt. I catch myself all the time judging, all the time. Catch myself judging a lot, right? But those are times where if you are aware, you can catch yourself and be like, okay, all right, Alex, do better, my brother, do better. Sorry before we seemed rude, we didn't mean so. What do you mean? Wait, is that are you telling me that you seemed rude? Or are you saying to other people? If you're talking to me, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, your perception is reality. How do you repent? You simply forgive yourself, man. You are the word of the Most High, right? Remember, thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. The answers are all within you. How do you repent? You forgive yourself. Forgive yourself. Okay. A lot of these things have been perverted, right? Like a lot of us might think that repenting means I need to go to talk to some man and tell him my sins and he can tell me what prayers to do. But that doesn't make any sense. One man can't be greater than another. We're all simply source walking around in this body. We're not separate. We're all one. So to repent is simply to forgive yourself. Some people will say it's to confess and believe that the Lord Jesus is your Savior. I don't agree with that school of thought. Right? I think that believing that would mean that if I was born in a certain part of the world where I'd never had access to Jesus, well, then I'd just be shit out of luck, huh? I just got to go to hell. Right? And then there's some things that are like, oh, if you never knew, if you didn't have the opportunity, then grace will be extended to you. Okay. Sure. But, it's different belief systems have different views on what repentance is and what, forgiveness and all those things are. So I would ask you, my brother, what do you think repenting is? What makes sense to you? Like based on what you know and where you are, what answer would make sense to you if I didn't give you that answer? What answer would make sense to you? Because I like that question because, repentance seems to be a big thing, right? Like we're constantly told to repent. We're taught about sinning and what's right, what's wrong, all these things. So I'm curious, like what do you think? I actually do still struggle a bit with lack of judgment, feeling like lack of discipline. Okay, lack of judgment, feeling like lack of discipline. Lack of judgment, feeling like a lack of discipline. Okay. Do you decree before you make your decision, or do you just get to the end of your decision and then start questioning yourself? Meaning, are you walking in and knowing that, okay, God is within me, I am source, therefore I can simply decree every decision that I make is in perfect alignment with everything that I want? Now you take the pressure off of making the right and wrong decision and judging yourself afterwards. Right? Are you decreeing before, or are you, just judging yourself after? Okay, really forgiveness, like you said, it's the belief I was told, is getting on my knees and beg God. Yeah, I mean, cause let's be for real, right? Because even Scripture says, "Forgive others, so your Father in heaven can forgive you." Why? Like, okay. If you are the temple of Source, if your words, your thoughts create reality, that if thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be, if whatsoever you ask the Father in my name will be given to you, right? If we go through that, we can't say that it's one way for everything and then a different way for another. So hopefully that makes sense, right? I try to put everything in the same perspective, try to make everything as consistent as possible, as simple as possible. Thou shalt decree a thing. Who is really doing the forgiving? Who is forgiveness for? Right? So even let's say that I do believe that Source is a deity and is far away. Let's say I believe that. Let's say I get on my knees and I pray for forgiveness right now. Who still makes the decision on whether I believe that I was forgiven or not? It's me. So no matter how you slice it, who makes the decision on if they're forgiven? It's you, right? You have to forgive yourself. And even Jesus said, right, when he was like, okay, or I think it was it Peter or John? He said, how many times should I forgive my neighbor? Jesus says 7 times 70. Remember, this is a book about yourself. There is no neighbor. There's only you. Everything in this scripture represents an aspect of you, right? So 7 times 70 representing 490, which in the Hebrew translates to what? Infinity. As many times as it takes. How many times should I forgive myself, forgive my neighbor? Infinity. Infinity. As many times as it takes. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that people are going to tell me, of course people will say, it's God that makes that decision. Tell them to prove it. Prove it. Show me. Tell me where God messaged you and said that. Right? So, of course, that's what we can say, right? The same way that I'm going to say, all right, forgive yourself. And then people are going to ask me and say, prove it. Prove it. I can't, right? We have to prove these things to ourselves. What is the purpose of forgiveness? What is the purpose of forgiving others so your Father in heaven can forgive you? What is the purpose of these things? The purpose of these things is so I can walk in alignment with that God within me. So I can create the reality that God wants to experience through me. So I can walk in that divine unity, in that divine alignment with no guilt on my conscience. So even when we go to that point, who is forgiveness for? Is forgiveness for God? God is infinite love. Why does God need to forgive you? God doesn't identify with lack or loss. This is why God tells you to forgive others so your Father in heaven can forgive you. Because that source within you, that divinity within you, it only sees wholeness. It sees all that there is. It doesn't follow you down the path of lack. It simply stays untouched, knowing and seeing everything as all that there is. There's no lack. There's no loss. There's only wholeness and completion and a path for you to get whatever you want from wherever you want. Doubt and believing that God hasn't forgiven us, this is what keeps us in that low state. This is what keeps us thinking that we deserve less. Therefore, we expect and we receive less in our life. Who is for God? Forgiveness isn't for God. Forgiveness isn't for that spirit within you. It's not. Like, the spirit within you does not need your love. It doesn't need your gratitude. It doesn't need your forgiveness. It doesn't need your prayers. It doesn't need any of those things. It doesn't need your begging. That's why it doesn't respond to the begging. That's why it doesn't respond to the lack. It doesn't follow you down the path of lack. This is why you feel so icky. Icky is a wild word, right? This is why you feel so off when you do that. Because that source within you is not identifying with that. You are. That's just your ego. Okay? So we're not asking God for forgiveness so God can feel better about us. Source always says yes. So whether you are whether you believe you're forgiven by God or not, you're still getting everything that you desire. The concept of forgiveness is only held over our head so that we can believe that there's some place that we go after we die that is going to torment us forever. This is where the concept of forgiveness comes from. But Source has already said yes. You're told yes to everything, whether I want to expect the good or bad. I'm always told yes. So think about, like, you're not giving your gratitude to God to get something. You're not giving your love and appreciation to God to get anything. This is infinite love. Like, you're not bargaining with Source. Like, oh, if I give my love to God, to this Source within me, then I'll get. No, this Source within you is you. It's you. You simply need to make the decree. You just do those things because that's your natural. That's your nature. Your nature is to forgive. Your nature is to see everybody as perfect, to see everything as perfect. This is what feels good. That's what you do that for. You forgive yourself and forgive others. And even the term forgiveness is perverted. We think forgiveness means walking up to somebody and be like, oh, I forgive you. Forgiving somebody means I see you as God. I see you as perfect. What is perfect? I see you exactly the way that I want to see you. Exactly the way I want you to be, and therefore you must show up in my life in that way. That is forgiveness. Okay? That is forgiveness. Oh. I didn't even see that request, brother. Let's see if you're still on. If you're still on, that's cool. If not, I got you. What's up? What's up? Hello?
Hello.
What's up? What's up? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Wonderful. Wonderful. My bad. I didn't see your request for a while, man. Didn't mean to make you wait down there.
No, it's all good, man.
Gotcha.
I've been waiting for my chance to get on here with you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, how can I help you, though, bro? How can I help you?
I just want to say I've been watching for a while, following the messages, and it's already doing miracles in my life.
I love it. I love to hear that, bro. I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. You deserve all the credit, though, man. You're the one who does the work. You're the one who is doing the work. All right.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Any issues in your life right now, or anything that you're still struggling with, trying to understand?
Can you come again?
Yeah. Any issues though? Anything that you're trying to still understand? Anything that has been bothering you?
My biggest issue is trying to get the point of view from the Bible as metaphysical, because I've been doing some Bible reading recently. I'm really finding myself as source and discovering purpose.
Okay.
I've been trying to ask you about getting this view of the Bible metaphysically. How can I read the Bible and understand it in this manner?
Great question. Great question. So I will tell you, it's not difficult, but it's not hard. Okay. So two things that I remember. First of all, let me be very, very clear and very honest, right? My translation of scripture is a blessing or a gift that my higher self has granted me. Okay, so a lot of the understanding that I have from scripture came even before I read certain parts. And then all of a sudden I read it and I was like, oh shit, that clicks. So a lot of meditation went into it. What I would also advise you is remember that every single person in scripture represents a different aspect of you. That's number one. And then number two, remember that if you were, let's say that you have children.
No.
All right. So let's say that if you had children, or if you had younger nieces, nephews, little cousins, if you were going to give them a story, if you were going to give them a lesson, you might put it in a story. When we were younger, our parents told us the story of like the tortoise and the hare. They gave us that. We're like, okay, this turtle raced this rabbit, and the turtle was slow, and the rabbit fell asleep at the finish line. The turtle passed it. So to a child, if I read the Bible from a purely literal perspective, I'm going to think, oh, yeah, of course. A snake in the garden gave Eve an apple, and she ate it. And all of a sudden, they got kicked out of heaven, and now she has pain when she gives birth. Right? Okay, cool. Whatever. That makes sense from a very literal perspective. Now, when we get older, they're going to tell you, actually what it means is the turtle had patience. And so now when you read a little bit deeper, you'll say, oh, okay, well, what did the serpent represent? Well, it represented a spiritual awakening. It represented a descending into duality, all these different things. And also, I give a metaphysical perspective of certain scriptures in alignment with a manifestation. But remember, the Bible is multi-dimensional. All these stories are multi-dimensional. So that story of the tortoise and the hare, 1 minute I can say it's about patience. The next minute I can say it means don't give up before you win. Or I can say it means don't underestimate your opponent. Or I can say even if that person runs in front of you, continue to move forward. Right? Continue to keep going. Keep your eye on the prize and don't worry about what everybody else is doing around you. So you can get 5, 6, 7 different meanings out of the same story. So I would advise you, as you're reading these stories, meditate on them. Ask God to give you more insight on them. And sometimes you'll find that, like in meditation, you might just get answers, or you might get out of your meditation and nothing happens, and you read something else, and all of a sudden what you read, that clicks, and it makes the last thing that you read make more sense to you. So treat it like a process. Don't treat it like you have to dig for the answers right now. A lot of times the answers come when you least expect them. Just search for the knowledge. If you seek and you will find, right? Search for the knowledge, ask for the meaning, do a little bit of meditation, continue to read, and certain things will click when it is time for those things to click for you.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. And the part about thinking about what I want and being in a particular state of mind all the time. How can I just keep myself in that particular state of mind all the time so I can easily manifest what I want?
All right. What do you think that the state of mind is? When you think of a state of mind, do you think of a feeling?
Well, it's hard for me to keep myself in a feeling.
Okay.
I think I can do what I want, but sometimes the situation in real life catches up so fast that I try to ignore it, try to keep my energy in me. But I want to keep myself in that state, like how you've been talking about. Like, I want to keep myself in that state to easily manifest what I want.
Okay, that's fine. That's perfect. That's perfect. All right, let's break it down easily. Okay, so number one, you're absolutely right. A feeling would be impossible. So it's not about feeling, right? It's just about what I say. Okay, that's number one. Number two is you don't have to ignore anything. Right? Here, this is the magic, okay? So do you believe that God is within you?
Yeah.
All right. So if God is within you, how could you not be perfect?
Exactly.
Okay, cool. If God is within you, how could you not be prosperity? Exactly, right? So
Yeah.
so this is the teaching. This is the mindset that I am always in. Is that I am in perfect alignment with everything that I desire, no matter what. All right, no matter what. So if I see something that I do not want, I don't ignore it. I don't try to make myself feel better about it. I acknowledge it for what it is. It's something I don't want. But because I know that source is within me. And because I know that that source is perfect, I know that this must be the perfect step to getting me what I want. So I'm never running from things. I'm never trying to ignore things. Don't need to ignore anything. Because you're God. God is within you. You don't have to ignore anything. Things don't have meaning until you give them meaning. And typically when you ignore things, things show up more for you because they want your attention. Just bless it. Okay, when you see something that you don't like, you experience something that you don't like, simply say, okay, I don't like it, but it's still perfect. The situation might not look ideal, but the God within me is perfect. So the situation must be unfolding perfectly. Don't ignore it. Feel how you feel about it, but bless it. Use your words to bless it. Don't use your words to say, oh, it's not working out. If you catch yourself saying that, remind yourself of the truth right now. Remember, if I tell the truth right now, it's all working out for me because I've already declared that I have it. Now my past and my future changes. Everything changes. So it doesn't matter if I thought about it negatively for a couple seconds. I have to remind myself right now who I am. This is how you stay in alignment. You stay in alignment by knowing that you are source. And so even if I forget for a couple of minutes, I go back to that. No, oh, I'm source. So I always am in alignment. It's always mine no matter what.
Okay.
Makes sense?
Okay. I've been getting into some meditation and I noticed it helps clear my mind because, for example, a couple of days ago, I caught myself being bitter about some certain situations, even when I didn't want to. So I took some time because I've been watching some meditation videos, how to go about it, how to deeply meditate. And surprisingly enough, I kind of cleared my mind with meditation.
Oh, hold up, bro. Hold up. I got a question for you. I think I caught something. Do you think that if you think about what you don't want, then you'll get it?
No.
Okay.
I think it just sort of distracts you from what you want at the moment, but distracts you from trusting that everything is already going according to how it should go.
Okay. Well, okay. So when you feel that way, or when you start thinking that way, if the story that you tell is, if you tell the story that it's distracting me and keeping me from what I want, then that's what it is. Because your expectations create reality. Why not instead just say, since I've claimed it, that is what it is. Because I've decided that I want this thing, everything is leading me to it no matter what. And why not, when you catch yourself in those thoughts, just forgive yourself. Be like, oh no, that's not me anymore. I already have it.
Okay.
Because you're creating more rules. You're making it difficult. That's difficult to think, oh, if I think about the wrong thing, then it's keeping me from what I want. It's distracting me from what I want. You don't have to think about what you want all the time. You only have to tell God once. God heard you the first time, right? We just have to continue rolling down the process. I just have to remind myself, if I think about something else, I'll be like, oh no, I already have it. It's cool, I already have it. Oh no, I caught myself thinking about the wrong thing, but no, I already have it. I'm not that person anymore. I already have it. It's for me. So don't make it complicated. You already are source. You already are the divine. God is already within you. So when you're walking through this path, whatever happens, it's for you. Whatever you think, just deny it, right? No. That's not me. Okay, my bad. What's up?
Been doing that a lot too. When you catch yourself, when I manage to catch myself in the train of thought that I'm trying to avoid, just maybe think, no, this is not what I want. I try to focus on what I want.
Exactly. But I would say, don't even worry about focusing. Just remind yourself, oh no, I don't want that. I already have this. And then remind yourself of what you have once. I already have it. And then just go about your business. Right? You don't have to focus on what you want all the time. Just remind yourself that you already have it whenever the need is, whenever it comes up, right?
Okay.
Makes sense, my brother.
Makes sense.
Cool. Cool. How else can I help you, man? How else can I help you?
You may help me more than you think, more than you know.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I look forward to everything continuously working out for you, man. We're all on this journey together.
I appreciate you, man.
Absolutely, my brother. Later, man. All right, who's next? You know, y'all got to request up. I saw the comment.
Hello.
What's up?
Good evening or good morning, actually.
Good, everything.
I have morning time, actually. 5:34 a.m.
Dang.
I saw how it get dark in your place.
Yeah.
It was light and then getting darker and darker.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm in Germany right now. I'm listening every night your videos and then I'm sleeping with that. This is the best meditation because you speak with your heart. Your voice is connected with your heart. It doesn't matter what you say. I feel very, I remember my divinity in myself.
Yeah.
Your voice. And it's so fantastic. I just told all my friends about you. The thing is, I know everything. What you say, I know already, but how can you, I don't know, if there's so much time between what you want, you get so many stories. This is, I don't know,
Okay.
meditation, whatever. I mean, I can tell people how to do it, but I can't do it by myself.
You can't tell people how to do it, but you can't do it by yourself.
I mean, the thing is, in certain things I can say something and say, now I change it. I get very powerful and very angry, and then I change it.
Okay.
But in some certain things I can't. I don't know why.
I can tell you why right now.
Yes, please.
Because you're saying you can't. You just made the affirmation, right?
I know.
Okay.
I know what you mean. Okay.
Do you really?
Coach me.
Do you really know what I mean? Because if you know the information, you know that, right? So what is making you tell that story right now? Is it because you're looking at the external world to give you validation? Is it because you feel a different way about certain things, or you have different expectations about different things? Maybe you think that manifesting X thing is easier than this thing, which in itself is a belief as well. So do you have certain expectations like that?
Maybe my brain is working so much. Maybe I work on my heart, getting my heart chakra open more to get calm.
Okay.
It helped me a lot. But if you just do so many things with your brain, you're working,
Yeah.
you have to use your brain. And your brain is just making like a virus scanner, looking for problems.
Okay.
And
But
I have to do it calm.
okay. So do you think that those things that your brain catches are pulling you away from what you want?
Maybe I did read so many books like if you doubt, then it can't be or whatever. Maybe I did believe too much on these things. If you want something and you doubt and you got fear inside in your heart, and then you suddenly think, oh, it doesn't work now because you didn't believe on that, whatever.
I hear you. I've heard those opinions as well, but I don't agree with that at all. I think that me telling somebody that's about to get evicted, or me telling somebody that sees the person that they want sleeping with somebody else, that they should not have any doubt or fear, would be ridiculous for me to say. Fear and doubt are just natural human emotions.
you don't give so much meaning of if you doubt.
I give no meaning to my feelings.
Great.
I give none to my
Oh,
feelings.
I'm so happy to find you here. It's so fantastic, really. I'm amazed. You can't believe how much it's like meditation. Your voice, your being, what you say. I'm listening over and over and over. When I
Don't make me
got
shy.
out from my truck, got out from my thinking, then I'm listening to you, and I say yes, yes. I'm really amazed.
I appreciate
It's
that.
so fantastic.
I appreciate that. I appreciate
Thank
that.
you so much. I'm comedian in Germany. This is my second account, and I do try to do my business to be on stage and to be, getting full my stage and my gigs and traveling all over Germany.
You say,
And it's
hold
hard,
up. You said something I didn't like, all so you said you were trying to do something, huh?
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You said you were trying to do something, but it's already done, right?
It's already done.
It's
yes.
already done. Right now, you are already living in that end, and everything is just unfolding to get you where you already deserve to be. No matter what. No matter if you doubt, no matter if you fear, no matter if you're anxious, no matter what the situation looks like, it all is unfolding perfectly because it must be, because you said so, and because I said so as well.
Thank you so much. You did say everything now. Thank you. It's done now. My brain's great.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Absolutely.
It's like another dimension. When I've been talking to you, it's connected. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. I think we still have a little bit more to talk about, though, because even the last thing that you said about your feelings, I did say that I don't put any emphasis on feelings, but I don't believe that we actually connected on that point. I think that there's still more for us to dig into. How do you feel about your feelings when it comes to creating the reality that you want?
How do I feel what? Sorry?
About your feelings, about your emotions when it comes to creating the reality that you want.
I do believe inside my heart, I know my wishes will happen.
Okay.
But I postpone it. I don't know why.
You don't know why. Okay. Postpone it.
I do postpone it, do more drama inside. I don't know why it's easy. It can be easy. It can be, you know what I mean? It's just one word and that's it. I'm not thinking anymore.
All right.
But then the chatting, my brain talks to me and and listen, and you get older, you get this, these things.
What are you scared of?
Sorry?
What are you scared of? If let me ask you this question.
I'm scared because I invest so much I'm actually an architecture. I did study architecture. I gave up everything from my stage to be on the stage. And I did everything for that, and I'm so scared to lose my baby.
Hold up. Well, let's change that story right there. Let's change this story right here. Fear is fine. Fear is normal, okay? Anxiety, fear, doubt. What are these things mean? These things mean that you are doing something new. This is a sign of expansion. You can't reach a new level and just no fear at all, right? That's unless you're an android, which I'm sure that you're not. All right. So you're always walking into these greater versions of yourself, and sometimes you experience fear. Now, let's change your story, because fear is natural, but do not allow your fear to dictate your story. All you have to do is decree what you want that is going to happen, and then allow fear to be there.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Okay, sorry.
cool. So I would tell this story instead, right? Every step that I take is in perfect alignment with where I am headed, with where I desire to be. Can you say that?
Everything,
Every step you take is in perfect alignment with where you desire to be.
every step I am doing is perfect alignment.
Perfect. So fear does not take me away from my goals. Fear has no power in my journey.
Okay.
Fear
has no power.
It has no power in my journey.
Fear has no power in my journey.
Fear is just a feeling.
Fear is just a feeling.
But I am the creator.
But I am the creator.
Let's say that one more time. Fear is just a feeling.
Yes.
But I am the creator. Fear is just a feeling, but I am the creator.
You know, you did something 3 minutes ago, or 2 minutes, whatever, and you say it's done. And your emotion, your face, and your being, it made me so good feeling. You can't imagine. It was done.
It is done.
When you were saying it.
It is done. Absolutely.
It was. It just came. It was enlightenment, and I felt it's okay. I don't need to talk about anymore.
Good. That's beautiful. Remember, it is done. No matter what you feel, no matter what you go through, it is done. And I expect to hear from you when everything happens.
Thank you so much. May I ask you where you're from, United States?
I'm in Dallas, Texas.
Dallas?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, if you're in Dallas, we can have a drink, man.
I lived in San Francisco. I studied in Berkeley.
Oh, for real? Nice.
Yes. And it was very beautiful.
Yeah,
but
Berkeley.
Still, I like Europe more.
I like the driving laws in Germany.
Yes, it's more. You know, the human being has more rights in Germany.
Yeah.
And in Europe.
Yeah, that's
we
true.
have more respect to each other and justice and whatever's much more. But we can create freedom and manifest now.
Yeah, in our own
justice.
life. We all have the keys to freedom, to prosperity, to liberty in our own reality. Now, whether we can do that for the world or not, there's still a collective consciousness. But we always have the keys to our own personal freedom.
Of course.
Yep.
I do it every day. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And I'm original Turkish. And I did send it to Turkey as well.
Uh-huh.
So I don't wonder if you get Turkish Oriental chats here.
All right.
And talking to you.
Perfect.
So have a nice evening, I guess.
Thank you. You as well. You have a great day. You have a beautiful morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Later. Look at that. Look at that. Who's next? Look. One at a time. One at a time. I feel like we all on this journey together. I love it. I love just seeing y'all's perspectives change so quickly. Just all of a sudden, boom, 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 boom. New perspective. I see it now. I love that. I love it. Who's next, though? Don't be shy now. Somebody said they wanted to be next. They were like, bring me on. What with video? Who was that? Show yourself. Say it was me. I'll bring you up. What's
Hi,
up?
sir.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh, I'm blessed. I'm blessed. How have you been?
I've been blessed as well. I'm literally like, oh, now he's adding people. Let's do
I
it.
am. I am. I am. Stepped into a new space now. We've been
I
doing
love
people
that.
on here for a while, so it's been pretty cool.
And yeah, locked in. I wanted to tell you, I feel like there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about this idea of just go to the end. Like, just go to the, everything is unfolding. Like, it's just so transformative.
It is. It is because it takes away. It skips over. It cuts through the doubt. It cuts through all the bullshit, right? Like we might go through, and of course, the human part of us, the ego, wants to doubt and it wants to think of how it's going to come. It's not your job, right? Just go to the end, stay there, and then enjoy life and let it all unfold.
Yeah, and I mean, when you think about it, it's just like a poor use of your imagination. It's a poor use of your energy, what you go through when you don't just go to the end.
Exactly. Exactly. Our only job is to be still. Be still and know that I am God. Go to the end and then enjoy life, right? Stop micromanaging the process, obsessing over how it's going to show up. So I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
that's all I wanted to say.
Oh, dang, you don't need anything right now? Nothing's going on in your life? Any,
You know what's so crazy? I don't need anything right now, and it feels so good. You know what? It's like, I feel so favored because even when, how do I say, even when I need something and I know I need something, even if I'm unable to do it, it will get done for me.
Say that one more time. I don't think everybody heard you. Say that one more time.
Even when I'm in a space where I need something and I'm aware that I need it,
Yes.
if I don't do it, it will be done for me.
It sure will. You don't even have to lift a finger. You don't have to lift a finger. That's the power of I am. The power of knowing who you are right there.
So favored, yeah. I don't need anything.
Absolutely.
I have everything I need.
Absolutely. How did the can I ask that on live? How did the
Yeah.
how did the man situation? Do you not want him anymore?
So that actually is what I was referring to, like the perfect example of what I mean, because I think even from our conversation, we kind of both were in agreement on maybe this person's not supposed to be in your life. And it was still so, like I was telling you, it was difficult for me to make that happen. And so he stayed in my life for a few months after that. And just recently, I would say like within the last 30 days, he came to me and he was like, you know, I think you should go find your person. I don't want to waste your time and all of these other things. And in my head, I'm like, first of all, men don't leave.
Yeah.
And if I want to waste my time, that's what I'm going to do. Like, what are you talking about? But it's like, no, this is exactly what's supposed to happen. And I'm not going to fight you.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly. It's beautiful how that even turns out. You don't even have to do anything. You just made a decision. And then all of a sudden it unfolds, right? Because I mean, so where you are, I'm so glad that you are at this point, right, where you are flowing through life, don't need anything, knowing it's all gonna get done. But let's say that you stepped into the situation where you want somebody, or let's say that because you don't need anybody, but since you're this beautiful goddess of a woman, right, it is time for you to be blessed with that divine counterpart. You don't need anybody taking up space. So when it's time for all those things to unfold, guess what happens? Naturally, space is just created without you doing anything. So, you know, it's all for a greater reason. I can't wait to see what it's for. I can't wait to hear the story in a couple months, a month, 2 months, maybe a week. Can't wait to hear it.
You never know. You know, I started law school last week, actually. So
Congrats.
yeah.
Congrats.
I mean, I already have it as a divine counterpart. It's going to be interesting if he's presented to me in this season where I'm literally starting law school, but we'll see.
Dang. You might be at law school. Y'all might be classmates. Y'all might be in practice together. So
We shall see.
we shall see. Yeah. Open or whatever. Man, I'm glad. I'm truly glad for you. I can't wait to hear the success story.
Yes, I'll keep you updated.
Please, please. Thank you.
Have a good night.
You as well, man. Look at that. I love y'all success story so much. I love y'all success story so damn much. I think I only talked to Janice once. What's up? What's up?
Hi.
How you doing?
Good morning from. I'm good. Good morning from Kenya.
Ooh.
It's morning here.
What time? What time in the
Yeah.
morning?
I'm a big fan of yours. I've been
I appreciate you.
listening to everything that you say, and to be honest, it's really taken me to another level.
I love that for you.
I think my TikTok, I've saved like 100 of your videos.
That's perfect.
And I
That's
keep on,
perfect.
like listening to them, especially anytime maybe I'm going through something.
I love
I
y'all,
go
man.
there and I listen, and yeah, I'm good to go.
Thank you so much.
So thank you so much. I
Thank-
really appreciate you.
I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm great. I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful for that. Very grateful.
So I recently overcame one of my fears. I've been having a food truck for some time, and I was let me say the words, a bit scared to get, dive into it and maybe start doing business. And for some time I kept on like just holding off and giving excuses. But I recently just got an opportunity. There was an event somewhere, and I actually just went and did it. And but because I think I still went in it with some fear, I met some challenges. That I did not expect.
Hold up.
And they set me back,
Hold up. Let's not say challenges, right? Remember. Okay. So first of all, I had to stop you there because I don't want you to keep going down that story. Number one
Yes.
is you have this concept of what you want out of your business, right? All right. So you have this clear vision of what you want. All right. You want this success. You want this prosperity. You want to be able to take care of yourself and your loved ones through this, right? You want to have the life that you dream of. All right. So claim that right now. You have it. All right. It's already yours. All right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So now.
It's already mine, yes.
Oh yeah, it's already yours. So now everything that you experience is what? It's unfolding for you. It's a path for you. It's giving you an opportunity. It's redirecting you to where you need to be. For instance, you call them challenges. I don't see challenges. I just see divine opportunities. All right. What's going to happen is when you make this decision, you're going to be sent down a path. You all of a sudden had the inspiration. Let me go to this event. And so you go to this event. Let's say that this is actually, matter of fact, let me give you an example, a real example. Okay, so I had a client, right? She does art. Great artist, okay? She was overseas and she wanted to get to the States. She thought that through her, this competition she was going to get into, that it was going to give her the money to get to the States. All right. So she went into this competition, and I was like, you know what? Just be open. Whatever happens, happens. But she just knew that through this competition, she would get the money she needed to come to the States. She didn't win. So she did not win this competition. But what actually happened was she met somebody who later on down the line gave her the opportunity. Right? So sometimes we look at things and we say, oh, it's challenges. Sometimes we look at things and say it's setbacks, but what it really is teaching you something that you need to do, right? So let's say that I'm doing this food journey, and all of a sudden I have these challenges, and they're teaching me how to handle certain things in my business. They're teaching me how to handle rude customers. They're teaching me how to handle my finances better. They're teaching me how to prep better. They're teaching me how to do all these things. All of these things are just making you better for where you need to be. All right? So it's all this divine bridge. Now, if you want to talk about the challenges, we can reframe them if you're open to do that, or you can just keep telling the story, whichever one you want.
Yes, maybe let me just shorten it.
Go ahead.
So basically, the guys who the organizers, they messed up a little bit, and they kept us having to move from one point to another. And it took a lot of time for us packing up and then moving to another spot. And that way, I feel like I lost a lot of maybe possible clients who would have, I lost a lot of clients through the whole moving thing. And for some time, I was a bit angry, and I felt like I was not able to get myself out of that feeling of, everything is just not going good. And I just feel like really messed everything up. So I just wanted to know, in case of such a situation again, and I don't know if I should be saying that, but in case of such a situation happening again, how should I get myself out of that negative? It was so hard for me to pull myself out of it. Like, I was crying at one point. I was frustrated.
Yeah.
I am angry. Sometimes I'm just
Yeah.
telling anybody that could listen of how frustrated I am. How can I do it next time such that I do not have to drag so much in that negativity,
Okay.
Just move on and just,
All right.
just keep going.
Let me ask you one question before I answer. I'm going to say this, all right? What if there's no way to get out of that anger? Then what? Do you believe like that? What do you truly think that anger is doing? Do you think it's holding you back? Do you like what is the problem with it? That's what I would ask you.
Yeah, I felt like by me just dwelling in that anger, like I felt that like it was just really, I was not, like the negativity just kept coming.
Okay.
Like it just dragged the whole situation far more than it should have been. That's how I feel.
Okay. But that's just a thought, right? That's just your thought. It doesn't mean that that's
my
true.
thought.
Yeah. Like you thinking that your anger drags you into negativity. Sure, that's just a thought. Like that doesn't mean it's true. But I would ask you this. I would say, this is my second question. I would say, what do you think your anger was trying to tell you?
I guess that things were not going the way they should be.
No.
They should have been.
So remember, like when you already say that you are successful, everything has to go. Everything has to go as planned, right?
Yes.
You don't get to choose how it looks. Sometimes it looks like chaos, but it's really divine. Sometimes it looks like it's wrong, but it's really right. You just have to say, okay, so you already have this end. So understand that the end that you see in your mind is already promised. You're already promised the success. Matter of fact, I want you to say that. Say, I'm already promised the success.
I'm already promised the success.
I'm already promised the prosperity.
I'm already promised the prosperity.
Okay. So if you're already promised it, everything that you experience has to be a journey to get there, right?
True.
Okay. So if that is the case, which it is, that is the truth. So that's what it is. Now, what is your anger telling you? Your anger is not telling you that things are not going as planned. Your anger is just telling you that you think things are not going as planned.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. So I
get it.
Exactly. So it's not, your anger is not the problem. It's how you are perceiving it.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's never the problem. So that's always the thing to remember. Okay, everything is working out. So if I know everything is working out, why do I feel this way? Okay, well I'm just angry. Okay, well I think things weren't going right. All right, well if that's not true, I correct myself right then. So now I can actually be constructive. Okay, if it's promised that I'm gonna get there, obviously I went through this for some reason. So what could that reason be? Right? Could it be that, like, how could you even handle this situation better in the future? Because why I ask that is because, do you think this is the last time that you'll ever experience something like that?
Yeah, and I know it's not. And let me say this.
Okay.
Because actually, okay, I totally get what you're saying.
Okay. But
Because I should have stayed in the end, because what happened is eventually I left there with a contact and I got an invitation to another event from that chaos.
exactly.
I got an invitation. Now I have an invitation to another event and I'm looking forward to it despite of all that went. So I should have stayed in the end, and that is what I should focus on. Just know that it is done. It's good.
Yeah.
It's successful already.
Okay. Exactly. And
I'm
now
the creator, so I should just stick to
exactly.
what I know.
And then the one other thing too, right, is this is a master class. This is the point. I'm glad you said that, because I really want you to hear this part. Even though you were angry, even though you're saying right now, quote unquote, you should have stayed in the end, even though you're saying that, you still got redirected out of it. You still got what you needed. You still got another invitation, which is just another bridge of incidents to what you want. So this is the proof that your anger does not matter. Your anger is irrelevant. How you feel does not matter. Even the chaos does not matter, right? Your feelings don't matter. The circumstances don't matter. The only thing that matters is you already know it's promised. So everything must unfold. Yes, sometimes your ego, sometimes it's going to want to feel negative. Sometimes it's going to want to be angry. So what? You still know that everything is working out. You don't have to beat yourself up for it. You don't have to try to suppress your anger. You just know that everything is working out. So it must.
Yes.
Yeah, detach from your anger. Let yourself go through that. Just know the truth. It's all working out for you no matter what.
You know, sometimes it's important to like hear it from somebody else, because sometimes maybe when we talk to ourselves we say it, and because of what is happening around us, maybe we say it but we don't believe it. But sometimes, like and that is why I said, when I listen to you, it brings everything back into perspective. Like tonight I slept listening to some of your videos, so actually I was so excited when I came back on and I found you live. So
I
really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
No, thank you
for everything that you do.
Thank you
for the time that you give. Truly appreciate.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I look forward to all your success. I look forward to hearing about it. It
is already.
Absolutely.
Let me say it is done.
Now is done.
I am focused. I'm there.
Absolutely, it is done. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Later.
Okay. Bye.
Damn. Dang. To anybody who wants to put out content, just do it. You just never know who you can help. You never know. Who just, it would help them to hear your voice, to hear your perspective, right? You'll have people that, push back on you or doubt you or whatever, but that's not who you do it for, right? If you help one person, If you help one person, like, that's enough, right? So this is always such a humbling experience when y'all come up here and y'all like, you've helped me, and I'm like, you've helped yourself. I appreciate y'all for saying that, right? It's so humbling. But I can't help but just smile when y'all say things like that, because it's like, dang, it's fire. But anyways, yeah, it's fire. What's up, brother?
What's up?
Long time no talk, bro.
I know. I'll say, yeah. Time for a recap. I know. I already know what the deal is.
Yeah, you already know exactly what I'm gonna ask you. What's going on in your life, bro?
Well, ever since then, a lot's changed.
Okay.
I've been very busy because I know before I was in the midst of like finding like internships and stuff like that. I ended up getting 2 of them at the same time, so that's what I've been doing.
Okay.
Since then. So, been working on that. Trying to catch up some other things too, because a lot of other things that happened. I had to adjust as well. But, everything else starting to, resume and grow. Obstacles, of course, comes and goes.
Yeah.
But, but personally, I like, because, I still been, just having some moments where, especially spiritually, that's why, new questions always comes up.
Of course.
And, especially with scripture, because, I take time to meditate. Really, I know a couple of days ago I was reading some of the Bible because it was a scripture that came to my head a lot.
Okay.
And but really the questions I had for today, because it was something I was at work, especially this past weekend. I can't tell you how many times where I had patients where asked me like, "Do you believe in the Lord Jesus Christ?" I'm like, "Yeah," I'm not gonna sit here and go against yeah, I believe it, but in my mind, I'm on a different level. I'm following him, I'm at peace. But when I get asked that, usually it's a crazy feeling because when I get asked that question, it kind of I get a funny feeling because I don't know, it's hard to explain it. It's not not saying oh I don't. It's I went from believing to I'm following him. Not only that, he's with me right now. So I kind of give him a response I was he's with you right now. He's not far from you, and stuff to encourage me because I know they're going to treatment and they need this support right now.
Who are you trying to prove this to, right? Are you trying to prove it to yourself, or are you trying to just appease others?
It was mainly myself.
Okay.
Because it doesn't really have to do with the person. It's just more with myself, how do I feel about it. Because on my experience and my growth, because I have friends and reading some stuff especially when it comes to relationships. We all see it all the time.
Yeah. Where
does the person love God? Does the person involve God? And I'm just
okay, but my brother, they can do whatever. You know what? I had an interesting conversation like that this weekend when people were I was talking to my sister and a bunch of her friends, and they were like, "Hey, look, these are the things that I need in a relationship." And they were like, "I need a man that's God-fearing." All right, well, we understand that society has one way that they think about that, or one way that they perceive it or push that narrative, right? I have a different. You might have a different one, right? But why should it bother me if other people have different beliefs? If I'm solid in my knowing. So to me, I would ask you this question: are you solid in your knowing, or do you still just believe that you're trying to figure it out, which is fine?
I'm pretty, because I've been in my spiritual awakening. It's probably the longest spiritual awakening I've been in a long time. And it's just the more deep I go into it, it's just like I said, old beliefs that question I asked you before, you know, it's just like how I can look outside of it. It's just like, okay, like what made me believe that for so long, where like, you know,
Okay, but here you go, bro. So you are where you are right now, and that's enough. I am that I am who I am right now. I am that I am right now, and that is enough, right? Like, who you were in the past, I can sit here and I can tell you about my Catholic past, my Christian past, all of these things that I went through. But that's the past. I needed to believe those things in those times because that's what I needed. So me going back to the past and beating myself up does no good. Me talking to other people and like questioning my beliefs or their beliefs or, you know, thinking a certain way about them does no good. How does that improve your life at all? Remember, every version of you exists within you right now. The version of you that's an atheist right now. The version of you that right now is a Catholic priest exists right now. All of these different versions, and all of these versions of you are perfect. They don't need fixing. They don't need to be condemned. They're absolutely perfect, my brother. So you going back and being like, okay, why did I believe this? Why did I do this? What? It doesn't make sense because you don't even know what you'll believe 5 years from now.
All right.
You're already, right now is perfect because right now is all that exists. This is who you are. And right now you have an opportunity to create the life that you and your younger versions of yourself dreamed of. You have the opportunity to create that right now. But the more that you're beating them up and not realizing that without them, without that past version of you that believed what it believed, you might not believe what you believe right now. Right? He had to get you through some things to get you to where you are right now. He had to put you in some things to get you to where you are right now. So it makes no sense. He was just doing his job, doing the best that he could. Right? Those versions of you deserve love. Just like that future version of you with the money, with the women, whatever, that one deserves love as well. Because all of them are perfect in what they're doing, what they're providing for you to get you to who you want to be and to who you are right now.
And I feel like right now, because like when it comes to like just like the present, like today, for example, you know, I know how like, you know, just being in the moment and being present, you know, it's what maybe helped the most. I remember listening to somebody, he does the same thing, but he put it in a way like this. He's just like, when you are angry or depressed, your mind is behind you, or in your past, I should say. And when you're anxious or like stressed out, your mind's in the future. But when you like in the middle, which is at present, you know, that's where, you know, you're at peace. Because that's where, you know, like I said, Psalms 46 verse 10, be still and know that I am God, meaning being still and being in that moment. That's where you meet God. That's where, you know, that's what only exists. And when I kept telling myself, like, you know, when I finally like got to where the point, like, okay, like today only thing that matters is today and in this moment right now.
Yeah.
And yes, I find myself either getting stressed, but I know I'm really proud of myself because I know before, you know, I've been showing a lot of empathy towards myself and some very compassion. Where it's like, you know, when I get stressed or anything, it's so easy to get triggered. I'm just like, let's slow down. It's probably a good time to bring some compassion right now. And then once I start doing that, everything kind of started to slow down.
Yeah.
And so I started practicing that, and the more I do it, the better. So that's why I feel like I had a lot of growth because, like, you know, especially from our last talk, you know, it was so like, you know, things that it was kind of out of nowhere, things I never really experienced being told about.
Yeah.
It was very new to me, and I think I was trying to adjust to that. But once I adjusted to it and put it, you know, and shifted on my focus, it's just like, oh, this has nothing to do with me, well, whatever that person did or whatever that person believes or stuff like that, this has nothing to do with me.
Exactly.
So I'm like, okay, so, but then again, it helped me because I'm like, okay, it made me realize like, well, some wounds that, need to be officially healed and covered, and all of that, be on a whole nother level.
So to me, bro, it sounds like you are it sounds like you're casting off the worthy version of yourself. Like it feels like you are deep in the trenches of this inner work journey where you're constantly focused on healing and thinking about why your past version did this and how to get better. And all I would ask you is, how does that relate to you actually living the life that you want? Do you believe that at the end of the healing journey you'll get what you want? Because
I believe I get what I want because I started I started to remind myself like obstacles like and things that I overshadow and overcome, and like the power and strength that I have, even like with other people, they just like sense it. It's just like, oh, like, people don't even like, I don't really talk to or hang out with. They're just like, oh, I want to be like you, or I see you, especially in the gym. Like I've been seeing you work and this and that. And I'm like, it makes you feel good because I'm like, well, for me to help them uplift them.
Yeah. Y'all see it?
Because like the gym I go to, I've been going for almost 3 years now. And pretty much I know everybody. I'm cool with the owner and all that stuff.
No. Let me ask you a question. What if none of them told you? What if none of them gave you a compliment? How would you feel?
I still felt great.
Okay.
I mean, even during that time, I felt strong because, like, for the first time in my life, I told myself I wanted to push myself to the 40 limit because, like I said, there was some limit beliefs I was told growing up, especially when I was dealing with some sickness. Doctors, I know me and my mom used to go head to head about, my health and what I couldn't do. But then I'm just like, I know my limit, I know my power, so I want to like go beyond it and see what strength I have. And when I did it, it surprised me because I was like, I never knew I was this strong. Okay. So for me to like continue to do that and be like show areas of discipline that I have, it's just like no matter what, I've been down, but I got back up. And that's where my true strength shows up. Okay. And I'm kind of like, again, like when it's something like, taking some time, like, okay, like I said, there was some things that may trigger me. And I was like, why did it trigger me? So like, it's okay. Do you believe in it? I'm like, no. So it's like, then you didn't do anything wrong. Or that doesn't really have nothing to do with you. Like, I know who I am and I know what I'm capable of. Like, yes, there's other people experience me. And, what they experience is, okay, that's cool. Like, whatever they experience with me, fine. But at the end of the day, I'm the one spending more time with myself, and I know what I bring to the table when it comes to it.
Okay. So, okay. I hear you. I think would be a good next step for you? I think it would be, I know you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you anyway.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I think it would be taking your mind off of everyone else. I don't care. I no longer care what others believe in. I no longer care if people believe in me or not. I no longer care about how people perceive me. I only care about how I perceive myself. Therefore, everybody must show up in a way that matches my view of myself. And I say that for a specific reason. Just from what I've perceived through this conversation is that a lot of the conversation has dealt with other people.
Yeah.
And so...
Yeah, it's not like, it was more about myself.
Yeah,
like,
it is.
Like, I've been like, I've been seeing a lot more with scriptures and like, when I reflect to it and like I read them, but like, seeing it and trying to understand it anyway. Because like I said, like, you know, again, the only thing I've been hearing a lot, like I told you before, like, do the person love God? Do the person evolve? God do everything? And I kind of was going in myself because I was like, I kind of like start asking those questions about myself, and it just like you said, like God's within. So I'm like, well, God is always with me. I always have what I need.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not. I feel like when people say that, it's more like a question like, do I love myself? It's just like, if you love God, like, do they love God? And I'm saying, okay, do they love God? Meaning, like, okay, do you also love yourself? And I think that's a question that people don't really ask about themselves. They think like you said, that I think like, oh, I gotta get on my knees and like,
See,
or like read in the Bible and think like, oh, God loves me, this and that, and gotta do everything perfect.
But once again,
that's fine and cool.
But once again, those the people can do whatever they want, right? So as long as you're comfortable with what you do it, and also I would say that I don't believe that I have to quote unquote love myself. I simply have to know that I am love, because I am source. Because source is within me. I am love. Period. Right? That's the end of the discussion. Whether I want to give myself more love or these things to take care of myself in certain ways, okay, that's whatever. But I simply am pure love. Now, if I can't make the distinction on what being love is and loving myself, well then sure, I can go down that path of making sure that I love myself and affirming that I love myself. But because I am love, whether I love myself or not is meaningless. Like that's irrelevant. I simply am love, right? Whether I have money in the account or not, I am prosperity, and so prosperity must follow. So I hear you. But once again, right, getting caught up in what other people focus on, it doesn't help. It's not gonna help you. Right? It's simply about being so, like, the next step is like being so secure in what you want and who you are and what you believe and what you know is for you, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your friends say, doesn't matter what people you work with say. It doesn't matter. Matter of fact, you could even entertain them without caring, because you're so solid in who you are, knowing that everything is flowing to you. And then also getting to the point where you understand that if God is within everybody and God loves everybody unconditionally, it does not matter what they believe. That's always my thing, right? Is that sometimes people will come to you from this salvation perspective, like they know more than you. And in that case, it's like, okay, well, what are you trying to prove to yourself, that what you think is right? Are you really trying to save my soul, or are you just trying to, like, what is the purpose behind this? Nobody could have came to me and told me what I'm speaking about right now 10 years ago. If you came to me and told me this shit, I'd have been like, okay, you're fucking crazy. Get out of my face. Right? So who am I to think that I can go to somebody else and drag them over here? So that's also always something to think about, right? Like, why do I care about what other people believe? Is it what is this trying to tell me about myself? It could be a bunch of things, but getting through that would help you, right? Because energy, your energy flows where your attention is. Where your attention goes, your energy flows. So if I'm always focused on other people's perspectives, what they're believing, what they think about me, right? What I think about them, things like that. Well, now all of a sudden I'm spending my energy on a lot of things that don't make sense. And so, yeah, I think if you put that focus purely on you, okay, this is my journey for the next month is just going to be purely on myself, how I feel about myself, how I want to get so secure in my beliefs that nothing else impacts me, that I'm really not worried about what other people say, what other people think about me. Like, I just continue to move down that path, knowing that everything must be added to me. I seek the kingdom within me, and I know that everything must be added to me.
Right. It's just like, I think I can honestly say, like, I want to make sure, like, yes, like, remind myself, like, yes, I believe in God, but my energy is more want to like follow him, because like
Yeah.
really understanding, like after reading and really taking the time, the amount of work I've done on my own, and come to realization, like I just want to follow him, because like I can literally wherever goal I have in mind, or I know, you know, the right path for me to take
Yeah.
without any question. You know, just know that I always have that source.
Yeah. Facts. And so you can take that path. You can always take that path. You're already on that path, right? Just keep going, because it's all a lifelong journey, right? Like this whole path, because there's so much to know, so much to learn. When do you ever get off of it? I would argue and say that you don't, right? It's something that you're always seeking. You're always seeking more in meditation. Even, you know, people in the church are always seeking more of that church.
Yeah.
So it's something that's inherent within all of us to continue to seek. So make sure that seeking is fun. Make sure it's fulfilling to you, and continue going down that path. Know that you're married to that journey, right? We're all married to this journey.
Oh yeah, most. And also, I don't know. You probably talked about this topic, and I might have missed it, but I just want to know on your intake,
Mm-hmm.
how do you? Because like I said, it's probably one of the biggest battles, and I think you know where I'm headed with this. Lust, like, what's the main when it comes, like, especially Bible rise, like, you know, lust and sexual immortality has been explained, you know, in the scripture a couple times. So, what is the true? What you believe in the true meaning that God's trying to explain when it comes to like lust and sexual immortality?
So a couple things. I think that lust is a natural part of us, right? Your energy, your sexual energy is natural. This is a creative energy, except we are just constantly taught that the only way that we can express it is through laying down with a woman, or women laying down with a man. We're simply taught to express this energy from a lower nature. But if you look at any or a lot of successful people, especially business people, entrepreneurs, artists, etc., people that have reached the top of their platforms or whatever, these are typically people that have a lot of sexual energy, but they've been able to channel it. So those men might have channeled that sexual energy because they wanted more women, so they became more ambitious. Cool. They might have channeled it where they just went on this streak of abstinence or celibacy, and they just focused all that sexual energy on the prize that they wanted. Cool, because this energy wants to create. So I think that even when you look at it from a church perspective, they'll tell you, oh, just keep it in your pants, but they won't say what to do with it. They say, oh, yeah, sexual discipline, just don't sleep with anybody. But what do I do with all this energy, right? And so we don't have enough places where we're actually told how to transmute that energy, how to point it in different directions. So even if I meet a woman that I really care about, that I really like, right? When am I going to stop lusting? What is the line between lust and love? Where does it start? Where does it end, right? Hopefully I would feel some kind of lust for my woman for a long time, right? So all of these are, you know, interesting questions. We tend to demonize lust and be like, oh man, you got to control your lust. Okay, but what does that mean? Does that mean he should never release again, never play with himself, never have sex with a woman until marriage? Is that what it means? All right, couldn't most men do that? Or would it just lead to certain problems? We even see in the Catholic Church, they have hella problems with sexuality. Hella problems. You ain't got to talk about that, right? Why is this? Because we're not taught how to actually use that sexual energy. So I think the discussion isn't just about not laying with women. There actually are energetic benefits to sleeping with women, especially if you sleep with a woman and you don't release. There's a lot of energetic benefits where that sexual energy actually transmutes and transforms within you. It transforms to what's called chi, and then life force energy. And that life force energy actually can rejuvenate your body, right? But of course, it has to be with the woman that you care about. I think the most important thing is that we're not entering women that don't care about you. Women aren't letting men enter them that don't see them as a goddess. I should not be entering a woman that does not look at me and see a god, right? Point blank, period. anything less, I'm disrespecting myself. I'm disrespecting my sexual energy. I'm just allowing it to flow willy-nilly. The next part is, okay, let's say I don't find that. What do I do with that energy? Am I working out? Am I doing creative tasks? Am I meditating? How am I using that energy? Am I focusing on building an infrastructure where I could have a family one day? Right? So all of those things need to be talked about. I don't think that lust is a problem, but I do believe if you're a slave to it, if I don't know how to channel my sexual energy and I end up doing something that costs me my family. Now I'm on child support for 18 years. Now I can't see my kids because I've done something. Now I've thrown away my family because I've done something. Now I've thrown away my job because I got caught on a kiss cam, right? Those things can be problematic to the life that I'm trying to establish. But I don't believe that sexuality is wrong. I think sexuality is healthy. I think sexuality is a part of the human experience. We typically demonize it, and I think a lot of the demonization is control. I'll be the first to tell you, even the way that I choose women is probably different than most men. I personally like women that are a little bit more sexually experienced. I like that shit. So that's just my preference. So I don't abide by a lot of standards of the world. However, I do think that we should have some kind of control over our sexuality. I shouldn't be sleeping with everything, and also on those times where I can't have sex, I should be aware enough to know like what to do with my sexual energy.
Right. Because we was on, as a society, well, I want to say society, like Christian beliefs, you're supposed to attain from sex till you're married.
Yeah.
So obviously, growing up, because, growing up, in church and Christian family, it's just like, okay, that's, I didn't really pay no mind to it until, my last ex-girlfriend, and she was like, okay, I want to wait till marriage. I was like, okay, that's fine. So, it was so, because like we was already doing other stuff, like, like going on dates, just really having fun. We weren't really paying no mind to it.
Yeah.
But like, it's like, as I thought about it, I'm just like, okay, like what's the main key of just holding on to sex? And of course, like if you have sex without marriage, you're sinning. So I'm like, okay, now you trying to just feed fear into the person when reality shouldn't be doing that. But now you trying to teach like, I don't have sex without outside of marriage. I'm sinning. I gotta go on my knees and beg for forgiveness. I'm like, and when I read, I'm like, no, this don't make sense at all. Like, I feel like this is a deeper meaning than all this. So, like, again, when I read on my own personal experience and spiritual awakening, it's just like, it's just something I want to know. Because, like I said, there's some things that, I like to, like, really get a real understanding, like, okay, like, what is it? Like, so, like, what's the key concept of, like, attaining to marriage? Because I heard, spiritually, it's like, okay, like, once you have sex, basically married to the person. But I think my main thing is soul ties. And I remember telling my friends about, she's in the Bible and stuff like that. I was like, so it's soul ties.
Yeah.
You realize that, right? And that's all it is. And it kind of like took a hard understanding. It's just like, because she didn't really know much about it, but I'm like, she had like an idea. But it's just like, I feel like people need to understand, like, so when I say when I can tell people soul ties are real, they look at me crazy, of course. But I'm like, no, like, you ain't experienced it yet. I experienced it. And I'm like, yeah, this is real. This soul tie is real.
Yeah.
So,
but you can speak them off, though. You can speak them off like that.
How can you do that? I've been trying to do that.
You just say it. Just say the word. Just say the word. I am no longer tied to anyone. I call back all my power. I'm no longer energetically tied to anyone that does not serve my greatest good. Go further. I am no longer energetically tied to any woman, any person, right? Nothing. Yeah, nothing has power over you, right? And then for that question, what about corn? I don't believe in watching that. Unless I make it with somebody that I'm with, cool. But I don't believe in watching two strangers. I think that's a cheap dopamine hit. Other people may find it cool. I know certain spiritual teachers, especially, I know even spiritual teachers that are men that will talk about the benefits of like edging and holding on to their energy through edging and watching cord and all that. Me personally, I don't like it but it's just my personal philosophy. I'm not gonna condemn anybody, but I have done a lot of discussions on corn. I don't believe in watching it for myself. I think it's a cheap dopamine hit. I think that if there were two people that were having sex in the corner, I would not be in the other corner watching them and playing with them or playing with myself, right? I wouldn't be doing that. So that's why I don't believe in corn. I also think that it should take a little bit of work to get a woman, right? You gotta meet her, you gotta get to know her, she's gotta like you, you've gotta have some game, you've gotta get to the bedroom, then you gotta do the thing, right? It takes a process, right? It's something that is kind of in the man's nature to go forward and get that. So just being able to access it easily on the internet, I mean, for free, I think it damages us. It damages us mentally, emotionally, physiologically. You're exposed to things, and these are actors. These are actors. A lot of the things that they do, most women aren't going, well, women will do them, but it gives you these unreal expectations of sex. All right, so it's that's how I feel about corn. I'm not a big fan of it.
So for the people, how you feel about masturbation? Well, I can say it on TikTok or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, I don't touch myself. I feel like if I need to do that, then I'll get a woman. But I don't play with myself. I don't. I used to when I was younger. I ain't gonna act like I've never done it, but now I try to keep my discipline when it comes to my sexuality.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, nowadays, especially on social media, it's starting to be a lot of hypersexuality around, and getting an idea, concept, and stuff like that. So I think that's like starting to be one of the biggest factors when it comes to like people and obviously social media and relationships too.
Yeah.
And it's like very sexual, and it's just like, I mean, there's gotta be other qualities outside of that, instead of just relying on sex and like one night stands and stuff.
Yeah, I agree. Sex can cloud your judgment. So I can see both sides of the spectrum, right? We're in a society right now where, let's be real, most people aren't going to marry somebody they've never had sex with. A lot of people aren't, all right? Some will, but a lot of people aren't. But let's think about the act of sex. So if I have sex with somebody and all of a sudden, the more sex that I have with people, I get preferences. So now, people could pass up somebody that was actually good for them because they've just been exposed to too much sexually. So by the time they meet this person, they can't please them like this other person. And so now they bring their sexual preferences into their overall experience. Right? I could take a poll right now and ask the women on the chat, right? If you met the perfect man today, you loved him, he checked all the boxes except sexually he could not please you in any way. He couldn't please you with his mouth, he couldn't please you with his piece. It was too small, he had no rhythm, he just was inexperienced, he did not know what he was doing. Could you be with him? It's a very interesting question. Because it just shows you how sex is so impactful to the relationships. But should it be, right? Say back in the day when there were arranged marriages, right? You knew who you were going to marry by the time you were 8. Your parents already picked them. You got to know them. Y'all got married at 16. Y'all had kids together. You had a purpose. You fell in love through the duty that you had for your community. Was that wrong? I think they were on to something. I think they might have been on to something. But now we have this illusion of choice, and most people are terrible pickers. Most people choose terribly. How many people you know that are with the first person that they met and had sex with? Most people are not. Most people just go down this path of meeting somebody, getting their heart break, building more walls, making the next person perform, getting their heart broken again, and going down this path, and all of a sudden deciding, I don't want to have sex anymore because I've done it all these times already. Like it's very, very interesting how sex clouds our judgment. It clouds our judgment tremendously.
Yeah, post-nut clarity.
Yeah, for sure. yeah, for sure.
That's what we call it.
Most definitely. So I think there are benefits to not having sex, but because we're in this world that we're in and people are doing what they're doing, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that's just how it is. But, more the story. I mean, that's what, this new journey has been about. And just like the things that I, read on and intake and, I was experiencing my outside world. It's just like, okay, like what's going on? I always switch on like, okay, what's going on internally? Like that you telling yourself that you make yourself experience this, or make you believe that or if I believe I relate to this. And the more I sit down and ask these questions, it's just like a better understanding of how like people react or like my experience in this type of environment or with the person itself. Because like, yes, I know before I wasn't really talking about it, but now I've been, interested in somebody. We've been talking for a month now. So it's been cool. Just really taking our time and really being each other, like being in the moment, enjoying the quality time, and really getting to really having the opportunity to really be in that moment with that person, not thinking about nothing, just really just like putting all my energy of like on the things that we're doing and just creating topics and like connection. And I think that's what really getting to understanding like really being like intimacy and connections all about.
Yeah.
And things that I didn't really pay attention to at first, but the more I connect with it, it's just like this is a whole new experience, and I'm like at peace with it. It feels good. I don't question like, oh, does this person do this? Does this person do that? And you know all the anxious thought. It's just like if it does come, I'm like, you know what? I ain't gotta pay no mind to it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm on a whole another level right now.
Yeah.
And especially compared to the last time, we spoke. A lot has changed. I feel a huge growth. Just like the way I speak on myself, the way I think. Like, yes, the challenges obstacles do come. It's just the way I handle them very well compared to like how I used to be. I'm like, okay,
Good.
I have all the tools that I need right now.
Good. That's an interesting question. Why is being celibate so hard for people? It is discipline. I hear you. But no, I could never speak for a woman because I've never been in a woman's body. But I will tell you that I don't think that I don't think the world is actually set up for men to be quote unquote celibate. I don't think that.
Intimacy and absence is different.
Yeah, for sure. It's absolutely different. I don't think that the world's set up for men to do either. I think that the amount of testosterone that is flowing through men, not saying that women don't have hormones, but it's different. The amount of testosterone, the amount of sexual energy. Even when you think of the sexual component of a woman, y'all purge yourself every 30 days. As men, our sexual energy just over time, it just continues to grow if we don't release. So discipline, yes, we can say that, like it's discipline. But I think and once again, I've never been in a woman's body, but until you are a man and you understand what it's like to have all that testosterone flowing through you, and understand what it's like to not release for 10, 20, 30, 90, 100, 300 days, it's very difficult to just say release. We see it in the church, right? The church is, be abstinent. We see what's going on with them priests, right? I'm not saying that just not releasing leads you to all kinds of those devious ass behaviors, but when we don't have healthy ways to handle sexual discipline, The easy thing to say is, oh, just men, just keep it in your pants, or just be disciplined. Why can't y'all do this? I mean, I don't know any, and men, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know many men that are even going a week at a time without releasing at least once, because of the amount of sexual energy that we have in us, right? This is why, as a woman, you can, it's all in your mind. Okay. This is why, as a woman, you can go to your man and he'll damn near be ready to give it to you at any time you want. But y'all are hot and cold, right? It's just it's a difference. It's the male and woman experience, and we can't really understand one another, right? We can't really understand. The same way that I will never understand what it's like to have a cycle, the same way I'll never understand what it's like to push out a child, is the same way that a woman will never understand the sexual energy, the testosterone that's flowing through a man. We're just different.
It's human nature, and we gotta understand, like, men and women has different hormones and testosterone, and of course, like, when you do want to get you somebody, you always want to be sexually attracted to them. I mean, believe it or not, we ain't gonna act like we not gonna want to be sexually attracted to each other, but at the same time, you gotta know how to maintain it while you like on your own, because you gonna be sitting here giving it to anybody. Yeah. And also, personally, I want to say this, like, semen retention for us men. I personally went on it a couple times. I went 2 years. It was probably one of the best things I did. I mean, literally the best thing I ever did, because I was energy, I was already eating right, I was athletic too, and it just brings clarity. Yeah. Like, you're focused, and like I said, other men have a different experience with it. I remember telling my friends about it; they all thought I was crazy, but I'm like, no. I'm telling you, like, if you own this, and I was also, on my spiritual work too. Yeah. I was ready in my back with that. But in general, like the qualities that it brings, I say it helps a lot.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you don't know until you do it, right? Like, most men are like, oh, I can go without playing with myself, or I can go without releasing. Okay, then do it. Most people can't. Most people struggle with it, and then the benefits that come with holding it in and not releasing are just ridiculous, right? So it's only an initiated few of men who actually understand how difficult it is to tame that dragon, to tame that sexual energy, and it's one of those conversations that, if you know, you can't open somebody, just like a woman can never explain to me enough for me to understand what it's like to go through their cycle. I could never experience it, right? I could just never experience it. It's the same way that, I can't explain to a woman what it's like to have all this sexual energy. I can't explain what it's like to go on retention, right? But as men, once you go down it, it's like, no, there's a difference. And you don't know. And once you go down that path, boom, all of a sudden, you just, like, you look back at that old version of yourself and you're like, oh, shit. There was a difference. There was a difference between me now and me then.
And, of course, like I said, we have to release some liquids for health reasons, too.
Do we?
Yes. Well, we don't. But in general, you always gotta find a way to, like, use that energy, or else your body's gonna find a different way to release it. Because if you're not, it's like storing energy and it's not being used, it's gonna overflow into a point where, like, all right, we gotta get rid of this energy somehow, some way.
Yeah.
But that's like, again, that's like one of a big topic nowadays, because it's always been like almost an argument in a way, it feels like. And I feel like people just need to understand, like, it's part of our human nature, and everybody has like different experience, and our body reacts to it differently.
Yeah.
It's just how it is.
Yeah. Yeah,
just gotta use it right. I'm not saying go out and act crazy. I'm just saying to get understanding, like, just have a better understanding.
Facts, brother. Facts, brother. All right, man. Well, I appreciate you up here. Got to get on to the next one, though, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you letting me on and yabble about my experience and share with everybody. My public speaking.
No problem, brother. No problem, man. I'm gonna be checking in with you, man. Make sure everything's going well for you.
Yeah, I'm still, I always peek my head in here, live and listen wherever I can, or if I'm not busy doing nothing.
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate it.
Yes, Macy, yabble. Yeah, I know I yabble for like 2 hours now. I'm sorry. I gotta let the other person have the flow.
Nah, you good. Appreciate you, bro.
All right, no problem.
All right, who's next? I'll be right back. Finna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. This is my first impression. Thank you. Do you have any other questions? Anything else y'all want to talk about? I love how y'all always request, and then as soon as I'm like, hey, y'all request up, here y'all going blank. You sent me I sent you a message. You sent me a message. Let me see. I appreciate you. We're all in this together, man. So I appreciate you for tuning in. I really appreciate all of y'all. I appreciate the questions. I appreciate just the general conversation that we have on here. It's always expansive. It's always extremely expansive. Yeah, it really all is love. For sure. That's all it is. Alright, I'll give y'all a couple minutes. If y'all want to join, I'll give you about 30 seconds. If not, I'm finna jump off for the evening. When does this Demon Slayer movie come out? September. I've been seeing so many spoilers on TikTok about it. And I've been watching all of them. It's just like, oh goddamn. I've been watching all them hoes, right? But you hope it's not gonna be like what they did with the Mugen Train arc. Yeah. So how many movies? 3 movies, right? I think it's shit. I've been spoiling the shit out of it. I can't wait to watch it in full though. But I know they're gonna do the 3 movies. That's crazy. I heard, and I was hoping that wasn't true. They're gonna stretch them out over like 3 years, right? Damn, just give me 3 Netflix. Just give me 3 Crunchyroll episodes. That's all I want. I don't want to go to the movies, honestly. I mean, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it anyway. But just put that shit on Crunchyroll. I really want to see Guillaume. That's his name, right? The Stone Hashira. Guillaume. I want to see him go against. But that's not gonna be the first movie though. The first movie is probably gonna. I ain't gonna spoil it for nobody. The first movie is probably not going to be Guillaume and was it Kokushibo? Kokushibo, the 6-eyed, the demon with the mark. Yeah, I'm on anime for real. I finally got my sister on Attack on Titan. She's on season 4 now. It's like, yes. She loves it too. She's like, oh my God, Attack on Titan. Yeah, he'll probably be in the 3rd because they'll probably do him. Damn, what's the name of the Wind Hashira? Him, Guillaume, and then I think it was like 4. Never mind. Let me not talk shit. Let me not give any spoilers. And then they'll probably make the last one Guillaume, and then they'll probably make it the All Out against Muzan as well. Man, I want to see. Why can't I just want them to drop all of them hoes at once. I want to see all of them. I'm sure the movie's gonna be cool. You have the sound design and all that, but I'm excited. I'm excited about those movies. What's up?
How you doing, Alexander?
I'm
I've
chill.
been seeing you for a minute on TikTok. You've been very, very spiritual, so I've been like, let me see what you actually talking about. So I'm actually just getting here. I'm afraid to be on camera sometimes, but
No, you good.
used to it. So
No,
nice
you
to
good. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you for jumping on, man. I appreciate you. Shoot, what have you been paying attention to? I know I do a lot of the manifesting. You talking about the manifestation content?
I don't like to do comparisons, but you have been talking about how to manifest into the world and change your mindset while being very active with your awareness through the world. It's a good topic on what you say, but I wanted to join you and say that I've been seeing you and I need to tune in a little more. I've been seeing a lot of videos coming upon me telling me to join and stay active. I've been in the whole depression, going through a lot, so I've been just trying to focus, and I've been seeing a lot of videos, motivational videos that you guys be putting out to put your manifestation into the world. I've been seeing that a lot, so I wanted to thank you on that and say, what advice could you give to me to advance through these hard times that we're getting?
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Let's talk about. Do you mind being a little bit more specific? I can help you out as much as I can. If you don't want to be specific, that's cool too. But go ahead.
How more specific do you want me to be?
So what actually are you going through? You don't have to give any names. You don't have to give any specific dollar amounts, nothing like that. But what are you actually going through? Okay.
I'm not having any spiritual attacks or nothing like that. It's more of like being more aware of the environment that I'm getting into. My job has taken me through a lot
or show me a lot of like options that I have that I'd never seen before. But it has never been a problem for me to start anything really. Because when I'm talking about the manifestation that I've been seeing that you've been talking about, it's easy to like manifest, but it's something that's pushing me to make me not commit to the manifestation.
I see. You feel distracted? Is it too many options? Yeah. What is it? Like why? What is pushing you? Is it fear? Is it a feeling? Is it beliefs? Maybe. What is pushing you not to want to create the life that you want?
It's more of like I don't know what I would call it. I would say it's a lot of religions that's pushing me and making me not want to talk about manifestation. Because I feel like it's always a fake attack that I always see.
I got you. What religion would you claim that you are?
Let me see what I have. You said what's my original claim on it?
Yeah. Well, what religion would you claim to be?
I would say Christianity.
All right.
That's the one that sticks out to me the most.
Got you.
It shows all my traits.
Okay.
And my
So right now you're Christian.
I wouldn't say legacy, but it's more like I know like it's my calling. I feel like my calling is in Christianity.
Okay.
But it always leads back to like Muslim or actually it's more Islamic the way I'm seeing it. The way if I keep manifesting the way I'm manifesting, it looks like Islamic, but I want to be Christianity.
I got you. Why? So why does it matter? So you just kind of went back and forth on those religions. Why do you believe it? Does it matter to you which religion? Because even you saying like, oh, I want to be this one. Why does it matter what umbrella that you fall under when it comes to spirituality?
It's more of the household that I was raised in.
I see.
It showed me more. It showed me more Christianity than.
Okay. So what?
I don't know how to explain it though.
So
it's hard to explain.
So what if that is not what the end goal is? What if that's just a? You hear me?
Easy culture to arm to, and I feel like I'm getting stuck on just the back of Islam.
Okay.
I don't know it all the way, but I know it's easy to maintain.
Okay, I got you.
I'm explaining myself.
No, you are. That makes sense. It just resonates with you more, so it seems like it's easier because you relate to it more, which is fine. But so I'll tell you right now, the perspective that I come from is not a religious. Well, it's a godly perspective, but it's not in alignment with really any kind of religion that you're gonna really find out there. All right, so I would tell you, what if the religion that you're in right now isn't meant to be the end? It's just your stepping stone to get what you want. Because even the idea of you kind of tiptoeing between two shows me that maybe you want a little bit more. Maybe your path doesn't end with those.
It showed poor connection. I don't know if I'm hearing you. It went out on me.
Oh, I said, so even the fact that right now you're going between two religions, what if the path that you're on isn't the end? It is just the beginning, right? Like right now is the time for you to actually go out and explore more. Because if you're in between two, does that mean that you are looking for more? I mean, you say you resonate with one more, but you want to go down this path. Are you trying to find something that fits you more, that resonates with you more?
But I'm always always finding something. I know I'm always saying, but I'm always saying an excuse or something, but it's like I'm always finding an extra standpoint that can change my full direction. And I hate when I'm changing directions off a small like.
Why?
Anything.
Why? What if that's the point of it? What if the point of it is to find things that cause you to change, because that's what the growth is, right? Like, what if you can't get all of your growth in one specific religion? It has to come through different things, different ways.
Are you saying religions are, well, a lot of religions are good to be cultured and to be all together? That's a good thing to have multiple religions to relate to, or is it good to have one and try to battle the other ones? That's pretty much what my brain is trying to manifest.
I see.
It's trying to take out the other religions instead of trying to communicate with them. I see.
I can tell, bro. I would say that what is making you believe that one religion is different, right? Like, so think about it like this, right? God speaks to people in different ways. God showed up to Moses as the burning bush. God showed up in visions. God shows up in songs. God shows up in music. God shows up in all these different ways. So each of these perspectives is just a different take on the infinite. It's something beyond human comprehension, right? I can say, oh yeah, I'm Christian, or I'm Muslim, or I, am a Buddhist, or whatever. These are just different takes on all that there is. And even if you added all of them up and combined them all, it would still be a drop in the ocean of the infinite, right? At their core, yes, they are the same story. At the core of them, there is this unconditional love, or this infinite being that created everything. And now in some way we are doing what we need to do to get closer to him, but they're all just different perspectives on the same thing. So as the infinitely expanding person or being that you are, how could you fit into one anyway? How could that be normal to fit into just one religion, unless you don't want to ask questions? The moment you start asking questions, one religion is never enough. So I'm not here to say they're bad or good. Bad or good is a human perspective. What's up?
An atheist is bad for any religion. So are you saying I have that atheist with still within me?
No, bruh. No, I'm not saying that at all.
I was like, okay.
Yeah,
if
no.
I didn't need to ask questions, who would I be questioning?
Who would you be questioning? How do you get clarity without questioning? How would you ever get clarity without asking questions? Clarity, the purpose of questioning is to get clarity. How could I understand the God within me? How could I understand the Creator without asking questions? That's how you grow.
Okay, I understand that part, but when it becomes physical, let's say I'm still in my spiritual state and I'm still trying to answer those questions for that person or for that God. How would I, that question always gets broken down into a yes or a no, and then it gets external or internal to someone else that wants to manipulate it. So that's where I have problems with manifesting.
Okay. You have a problem with manifesting because other people take their perspectives on scripture or whatever? Okay. So I would say this. I would say okay. Every religion that you are ever going to read is somebody's perspective. Every religion. Every time you open up the Bible, every time you go to church and a preacher tells you something, it is their perspective. Everything is a perspective. Everything. What isn't a perspective? Which religion is not a perspective of a man?
When everything is a perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate how that manipulation happens because someone wants to believe in one thing, But when you question God, you can't question God. So I'm like, so why do you break down the question for that person perspective or for that person religion?
Right. I would say
to change them, or for them to change their perspective on that person.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I would also say that the truth does not mind being questioned. Who is it that has told us not to question it, right? Even when Jesus was saying, "Do not question or do not test God," it was not in a sense of not asking questions. Even Jesus on the cross said, "My God, why have you forsaken me?" Even Jesus on the cross questioned God. So it's not like we can't question. He was saying, don't test. Like, don't say I've been praying for prosperity and go to the casino and put all of my chips on red, right? That would be testing God. I've been praying, you better deliver. But how would I ever question without giving clarity? It's only a man that says don't question God. God doesn't say don't question God. The truth always stands to the test. It's the false shit, it's the bullshit that cannot stand to the test. So
Just say we cut the bullshit.
Yeah.
And get right to the problem. So what would be cutting the bullshit? What would be the bullshit that I need to understand and that I need to move out of the way to understand the God I need to talk to?
Oh, what I'm saying is that you can only find that God that you're trying to talk through your questions, through seeking him, through going within in meditation, through praying, through studying these texts, through studying the different spiritualities, the different religions, and getting your own understanding of the divine. How else would you find it, right? One man can't lead you to salvation. Like if you only relied on your priest or only relied on me or only relied on somebody else, right? Would that actually be a responsible path? No, I didn't rely on one person. I don't think most people that only rely on one thing or one source are that knowledgeable. And that comes in all areas. If you want to study science or biology, you're not going to only study one little book on biology. You're going to go through all different sources. So seek what you're looking for. Seek what you're looking for. Ask for that guidance. Pray for that guidance and allow it to flow through you, right? Every single person here, if we all talked about God, we would have billions of different perspectives on source. Which one is right and which one is wrong? Who is the one who decides that?
But why should I be the one to separate religion that most people like to go to, which will be Islamic?
Why would you want to do what?
Why would I want to split or divide those religions that people would love to go to, which is Islamic? I see a lot of people that want to be Islamic, or they're so related to it that they only want to be part of that society because they get these values and they like these beliefs, and it's not always correct. So I don't know why they choose Islamic. I usually write, but I don't usually write, so I'm freestyle right now. So.
No, it's cool. I mean, look, you have to pick your own path, right? I don't think anybody can convince you. You're already saying strong-minded, strong-willed. Nobody can convince you which path to take. Just like nobody could ever convince me which path to take, right? Nobody can ever convince me off of the path that I'm on. I would have to convince myself. You're going to have to convince yourself. You're going to have to go down that path of finding what you're looking for. Whether it's with Islam, whether it's in Christianity, whether it's in the fucking emerald tablets, whichever one you look for, it's going to be up to you. But also, I would say this. Just because a lot of people go down a path does not make it right. Like I can't make a good moral argument and be like, oh, just because most people believe this is right. Or just because most people go down this path, why would I want to go a different path? That would be putting my faith in man.
Okay. So can I ask, already have perspectives of yourself that you have divided? I don't know if I can ask you that though.
Yeah, yeah. You can ask me. You can ask me for sure. Do I have perspectives of myself that I have divided? I have different.
Have you already came to that this is your belief and this is where you change and this is when you change? But I feel like that's too directive to somebody I need to talk to.
I mean, it's cool. I can answer you as best as I can.
I feel like it's way too direct.
I mean, no, I ain't tripping. I have different. The best way that I could explain it is my way of reading scripture, my way of speaking with God is based a lot on personal experience, right? I was born in a Catholic church. That's where I was born in, right? I kind of deviated, went off the path, kind of went the atheist route a little bit, came back to Christianity, and then I went down this journey of seeking and reading about a bunch of different religions, and it led me here. So are there certain things that Christians would agree with that I say? Of course. There's certain things that Christian mystics would agree with, of course. Probably that Muslims would agree with, or Islamic people would agree with. Yeah, of course. There's lots of things in there that they might agree with or not. There's other things that they'll call me a heretic for saying. I will say that I'm all the different names except for a child of God. They will call me all those things for saying it. So where I make my delineation is what makes sense for me, right? And I'm not going to conform just because somebody tells me that this is the right path or not. It took me a long time of seeking information, of praying for information, of meditating on information to get to where I am right now. And that journey, right now, if you ask me what religion I follow, I would say none. I won't say I don't follow a specific religion or a specific sect. It was just a very personal journey of me finding God. Right? I did not find God in a church. I find God, or I still speak a lot on scripture, but did I find God specifically in scripture? No. I found God, and then scripture opened up to me for me to read it in a different way. So the journey was very personal. It's not tied to a certain religion. If it had to tie it to anyone the most closely, I would probably still say what sparked it was probably Catholicism and Christianity, only because it spurred a lot of questions. It made me ask a whole lot of questions, which sent me down a path of really uncovering myself.
So did you bring yourself up? So while you were walking that long journey, are you the one? Where did you find your willpower to bring you up to the standards?
That's a great question.
To become that person in your mind, and that image was always in your mind.
Yeah. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I never thought I would be this person I am today. But I always hungered for spiritual, religious knowledge, whatever you call it. That was always, once I woke up on the path, it became my obsession. It was the only thing that I focused on for a long time. Especially I went through a portion of my life where I didn't really have anybody close to me. Or I had lost this woman that I was going to be with. She had passed away. So I had nothing else to do but to work and go down this spiritual path, because I was just looking for answers. I needed answers. I was fiending for answers. So I just went down that path for a long time. I came out on the other side, this person, which I'm extremely proud of. But did I have this version of me in mind? No, absolutely not. This version of me, this woo-woo version of me, man, I could have never thought about it 5 years ago, hell, maybe even like 3 years ago. This just all unfolded. So, yeah.
Let's say when you repent or you seen evil before, but you see, I don't know how to ask that either.
Okay.
So let's say you repent and you see your past self out of line or out of structure. How did you pull that person? How did you pull your old self back from the waters?
I gave my old self grace, man. it's looking at my old self and be like, okay, look, this younger version of me did exactly what they needed to do for me to get to this point in my journey where I can actually grow. So it was never about condemning or bringing that version of me on the journey. It was understanding that version of me was perfect for where they are. Like without me going through those stages, I'm not who I am today. So who am I to condemn that version of me? I can't go back into the past and change them. I can sit here and I can think about all the things they should have done, but I just have to love them and know that it was all the perfect unfolding to get me here. This version of me right now is grateful for all of those versions of me who put me on the path to getting to where I am now.
That's some strong stuff. I wish I had some more questions for you. I know if I can hop back in your live a couple more times, I would definitely bring you back some more valuable information about myself. I can't speak a lot about myself.
No, you good. You good, bro.
Next time I get on here, I'll try to speak more about myself.
Shoot, I appreciate that.
You hop on your live and you invite me on.
Shoot, I appreciate you being here, man. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the questions, for real. I appreciate the questions. And I understand what it's like to want to go down that journey and have hella questions of how to go down that journey, what to do on that journey, what's right, what's wrong. I know those, I feel you on those, right? But I would tell you that no man is going to bring you to enlightenment. It's going to be yourself, right? It's going to be the God within you. It's going to be God. It's going to be you that bring you to enlightenment. But I appreciate you, man. Jump on whenever. All
right.
Will do.
I appreciate that.
Already, bro. Well, I don't know which one of you hit it first. I'm going to have to go with this one. Sorry. What's up?
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I am blessed. I am too blessed. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I just wanted to come on and let you know that I have been following you probably for about, I don't know, probably like 4 months now.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to say that I appreciate you so much. Like, I literally have been going through some things, and I feel like I just found you at the right moment, and I just watch all your videos, and it just gives me so much. Like, literally, anytime I'm feeling down, I come and I watch you for a little moment, and it's like I feel so much better. Sometimes it's like I forget some things, and you just continue to remind me of so much, and you have so much patience. Like, I could be on live with you for hours and observe how you handle, everyone that comes in and requests to speak with you, and you just have so much patience. No matter what they come to you with, you're just always on point with that.
I appreciate you so much. Why y'all trying to make me blush tonight, man? What's going on?
No, I just feel like I had this, and honestly, I have never requested to be on a live before, but I don't know. Tonight, I just felt like I should say something.
I appreciate you so much.
And I also had a question.
Ask away. Let's talk about it.
So, I would say I grew up in a very strict Christian household, and
Okay.
I definitely ventured away from religion.
Yeah.
So right now I'm at a point where my family, I try to explain to them what I believe in now, and they just don't get it. And I'm not trying to force them to understand me, but I'm just wondering, like, how can I, still keep a close connection with them without
offending them or feeling offended by what they come at me with.
Okay.
Because Christians can be really judgmental. Sometimes a lot of the things that I engage in, I'm afraid to even, tell them about it, because I already know they're gonna be like, "Oh my God, my daughter's a
Heathen.
devil worshiper or something."
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel you. I've been there, done that.
Yeah.
All right. So, okay, what are you doing to get through that right now?
I think I've been avoiding it as much as possible. Like, they go to church faithfully like 3 times a week, and I have children, and they have this thing where they want the kids to come to church with them and stuff. And I actually allow my kids to go.
Okay.
Even though I explain to my children, what I believe in, and it's kind of like I'm giving them the option to still experience, going to church, and I know that it makes my family happy as well.
Okay.
But since I allow the children to go, like, they will still come to me and ask me, like, "Oh, you should come. Can you come this day?" And my answer is always no.
Okay.
Yes, I try to avoid it, but sometimes I really can't. And when I do have to give them an answer, it usually ends up being kind of like a back and forth, slight argument. Yeah, it makes me uncomfortable.
Makes you uncomfortable. I love these words that you're using to explain this, because this leads us right to where we need to go. Number one is you're avoiding it.
Huh?
Number one is you're avoiding it. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. You said a lot of things that are leading us exactly to where we need to go. So the first thing that we need to talk about is why you're avoiding it. You are the divine. You are a source. Why are you avoiding anything?
I would say because of... yeah, see, that's a problem right there.
No, be honest.
I'm
be honest.
focusing a little bit on the past, because, there have been many times where I didn't avoid it, and then it would just turn into arguments. I would say I'm kind of worried about...
So let's stop right there. So you've had experiences in your past. And
with them.
And because of your fear of that, in this present moment, you are now revisiting those past events. You're bringing them into the present, and you're saying, this is how it should go, or this is how it could go. So I'm just going to avoid it instead. That's what you're basically doing. All right. So do you think that, all right, you're not new here. You're not new to this. You're true to this. What do you think ignoring a situation does from a metaphysical perspective?
I feel like it shows that I'm afraid of something.
Yeah, it does. It does show you're afraid of something. But the thing is, fear is not bad. Fear is not the problem. Let's say that you were sitting, so reality is your creation. It is your child. It flows from you. Now let's say that your child one day was hungry. You're sitting on the couch, you're minding your business, and they're hungry. And they ask you one time, "Hey, Mom, can I get some food?" You ignore them. What are they going to do next? Probably going to ask you a little bit louder, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're going to ignore them again. They're going to ask you a little bit louder again, huh?
Yeah.
Then they're going to come slap you a little bit, like, hey, Mom, hey, I'm hungry. Yeah. This is the same way that reality acts. The more that you ignore things, the more that they show up to confront you.
That is so true.
Isn't it?
And it's more aggressive each time, huh?
Every time. Because it's for you.
Right.
It's for you. It's really meaningless until you give it meaning. And so if you're saying things like, I'm just going to ignore this and not face it because I know that in the past these are the things that have happened, you're just prolonging an expectation that you always have, or that you've always had. Why not choose to see reality the way that you want to see it?
Perspective. And it's crazy because I'm always preaching perspective, but sometimes it's like I just forget, but you know what? That makes so much sense.
You didn't forget. So let's make a new story right now.
Right.
All right. So what do you want out of this relationship with your parents?
I just really want them to at least understand that I'm gonna be okay.
Okay. So
Even though my path is not the same as theirs.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like us to still have a great relationship despite that.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So at the core, that's what you want. You want a beautiful relationship with your parents.
Right.
Okay. And I'm sure you want a beautiful relationship between your parents and your children. So let's stay in that end. Now, what does that look like at the end? It looks like acceptance, right? If I go to the end and I know that I simply want that good relationship, I know that that automatically means that I have acceptance from them and I accept them.
Right.
All right, now let's talk about your role in this. All right, let's talk about your role, because you already condemned your parents a little bit. You already said, I already know how they are going to act.
Yeah.
That's your expectation, right?
Yeah.
I know you're gonna try to say, no, it's reality and this is what's happening. They proved it to me, but it's your story, right? Because the past is just a thought. It's just an experience in your mind. It does not have to occur again. But when we cling to it, it does. All right. So what would happen if you became the most accepting version of yourself to your parents?
I'm wondering, how do I do that? Like, how do you just know to do things that you never did before?
Your soul knows. Okay, what would it look like? All right. So I'm sure that around them you probably avoid certain conversations. What if you went in these conversations not to change their mind or not to speak your opinion, but simply to understand?
That's a good idea. And that's another thing too. I've been trying to figure out, like, okay, how can I, explain to them in a way that they would be able to understand and not condemn, the way that I think.
Is that your job, though?
How do I do that? If I myself, I'm still learning.
Hold up.
That's the thing.
Hold up, but that's not your job, right?
True.
Your job is just to be the most understanding that you can to them. And then what is your job after that is to just be yourself. If you want, this is the thing, this is going to be a ball right here, y'all catch this. If you want to be understood, if you want that good relationship that is true to your authentic self, then guess what you have to be?
My authentic self.
That's it. You simply have to be yourself, whatever that looks like. Even if that looks like the you around them is a little bit more shy or a little bit like this. You simply have to be yourself and look to understand them, and boom. That is where the magic is. This is the 3-step process. You go to the end. You want an understanding relationship with them. Perfect.
Right.
So you show up fully with them and you seek to understand them. That's it. Your goal is not to figure out how to explain what you want to them. It's not to figure out how to say things in a way that does not offend them. It is simply to understand them.
So I guess, would it be wrong of me okay, I wouldn't say I feel this right now. I probably felt that way in the past, but I'm still wondering, would it be wrong of me to want to change their minds? It's just me wanting better for them.
No, it's not wrong at all. And you can, because that was going to be the next step. But what is changing them look like? I'm going to show you how we're going to bring this full circle. If you could change them, what would they be to you?
What would they be if I could change them?
Yeah. Can I answer it for you before you answer?
Yes.
They will understand you. Okay, so what we just talked about is the same as you changing them.
Right.
So all you have, that's really what it comes down to, right? Is now I have to look and I have to view my parents and I have to see them as always understanding me. Now, to go even further, make it about yourself. I am always understood. People go out of their way to try to understand me, to love me, to appreciate me, to accept me for who I am.
I feel like I should write that down.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because I really wanted that for a while and I see so much potential in them, but they're still so lost at the same time.
That's a story. That's a story,
and it's
right?
like I see myself, my past self in them, because I was once in their position.
But hold up. That's a story.
Right.
That they're lost is a story. That they don't understand you is a story. All of these things are story. Remember, nobody could have woke you up, right? Somebody came to you 10 years ago and was like, hey, look, I got this thing called manifestation. You're God. You want some? You would be like, get away from me, right? So we can't judge other people on their journey.
Right.
Nobody could wake you up. Nobody can wake them up until it's time, unless it's time. And maybe this lifetime is not their time. Does that keep you from having a beautiful relationship with them?
No.
Yeah. My parents love politics. They love politics. My parents are die-hard Catholics. I remember the first time I told them that I did not think that Jesus was a real person, they almost had a heart attack.
Yeah,
they goddamn put holy water on me.
And it's even worse if I say, I am God. God is within me.
Yeah.
They'll be like, oh my God, it's a demon,
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. But my relationship with my parents today is stronger than it is before. Stronger than it's ever been.
Wow.
Stronger than it's ever been. Why? Simply because my only goal is exactly as yours. Is for them to accept me, for me to accept them. Now, for me to get to that point, what do I have to do? I have to actually accept them. I have to drop their stories. I have to drop trying to change them. I have to drop trying to convert them. I'm not a missionary going to convert my parents. Like, first of all, I believe that the love of the Creator is infinite anyway. It's unconditional. So I'm not here to try to change anybody or convert anybody. I'm simply here to see them as God would see them, as perfect.
Right.
And once I do that, everything else works itself out. All I have to do is play my role, is do my part. My part is what? I want to be accepted, so I simply accept them and I let everything fall as it may.
Yeah, and understand it at least. Because, Lord, I remember the other day I was talking to my mom and I was like, there was something she was worried about. I was like, Mom, why do you even worry? Like, what's the point in praying if you're going to worry after? Like, it makes no sense. And she's watched me like I was talking in a different language, I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, my mom does the same thing. But I just let her vent, and then in my mind, I hold my perspective of her steady, so it doesn't matter what she does, because it's my reality, not hers.
You're right.
Mm-hmm. She has no power in this reality anyway. She is healed. She is healed and perfect because I say so. It's my reality.
You're right.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's why I have to watch your videos sometimes to remember, because sometimes I forget, I really appreciate you.
No, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Appreciate
I'll let
you.
somebody else get on.
Bye. Later.
Okay, bye.
I love y'all. Oh, shoot. What happened? Oh, here we go. What's up?
Hi, Alexander.
Hello. How you doing tonight?
I am blessed, thank you.
I love to hear that. Where are you from?
I'm from Alberta, Canada.
Alberta, Canada. Man, we got a whole melting pot in here. We got people from all over the place. That is beautiful. Is Alberta's, what side of Canada is that?
The West.
West, okay. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
It's damn near Alaska then. Gotcha. So how can I help you, man? You got anything on your mind today?
things on my mind.
Okay.
I've lived a blessed life. In 2020, I experienced a spontaneous Kundalini awakening,
Okay.
and it shifted everything for me. To now be living as I am. I'm grateful within every moment.
Whew, just gave me some chills. But go ahead.
Blessed. I am curious about something, though. Everything that I've lived in the present. And I hear many people talking about past lives, and that you haven't awakened unless you've experienced your past life. I've never had an experience like that.
Okay.
Is that common?
So, yes, it is. Most people don't know anything about their past lives. Most people don't. Here's the thing, right? Who is the one who has accepted that story? Who is the one who has accepted that you can't wake up fully unless you have an experience of your past life?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I truly have not accepted it. It's more of a curiosity.
Okay, I like how you flipped that one around. Okay, cool. No, I don't think that's the thing. I don't think that, first of all, your human body can only store so much information. You have the whole universe of information within you already. And even remember what past lives are. Past lives aren't literally the past as we think of them from our linear human perspective, right? They're all happening right now. They're all unfolding, one on top of the other. At the same point where all of the different perspectives of who I am are unfolding, my quote unquote future and past lives are all unfolding right now. And my higher self is that intermediary that is connected to all of them, that is giving all of us advice and kind of directing all of us. Does it matter if you understand your past lives or not? No. If you think of humans, one way that helps me think about humans, it's like cells. So Gaia or Earth would be like the body, right? Planet Kai, whatever you want to call it, right? I know everybody has their different perspectives on what to call this planet. So we're all like cells in the body. There are certain cells that are heart cells, some of them that are muscle fiber, right? They're the muscle, they're the strength, they're the soldiers, they're the protectors of the earth. Some that are the heart center, they're meant to love and to bring more unity and peace on the earth in that way. Some are the brain cells. Some remember things, right? Some people never forgot their past lives. Some people come down here and they immediately, as soon as they start awakening, they remember a lot. Does that equate to your worthiness to receive, to your awakening? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
Yes.
not. It's just another experience in this one lifetime out of the infinite that you will experience.
Well, I have to tell you, I've been enjoying your videos as well.
I appreciate
You're
you.
definitely a bright light, and it's beautiful to see.
Thank you so much. Y'all keep making me blush tonight. Why is everybody... Come on. Okay, I'll let you keep going with the compliments if you want. Go ahead.
So much love to you, Alexander. Thank you for popping me up.
I'm just playing. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. That was the only question you had?
What's that?
That was the only question you had?
That was the only question I had, and really wanted to just pop in and say that I appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Y'all the best. Y'all know that? Y'all incredible. Thank y'all. I mean, your boy been in Michigan in the sun. What's up?
Hi, how are you?
How you doing?
Great, thank you. And how are you?
I'm blessed. I'm always good. I can't remember my last bad day.
Good. My question is, can you just explain the concept of I am that I am, no matter what?
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
So, Exodus is at 3:14. I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. All right. So when Moses, remember, so all these stories in Scripture are metaphysical stories of you, where you play all the parts, all the roles of everybody in Scripture. So whenever Moses questioned, "Who are you? What should I call you?" The Lord, aka the law. Remember, Lord and law in the Old Testament are interchangeable. So Lord means law, law means Lord. So Source said, or the law said, "I am that I am," which actually translates to what? I think in the Hebrew it translates to "I am what I am." I am what I am. I am that I am. What does "I am that I am" mean? It means I am whatever you say I am. This is what I am that I am. I am that I am. So think of it like this, all right? Source, God, is the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. When we talk about, what's up?
No. I'm just.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. When we think about this from a metaphysical perspective, the beginning and the end, the desire and the claiming of the desire and I have it. Okay? I'm going to put this purely in a manifestation perspective so we can understand this. I am that I am, the Alpha, the Omega. All right? So the that in between, the I am, that I am, is whatever I choose to be. So right now, I am the identity of God. So God is pure spirit, infinite intelligence in all things. The that is the personality that I put on. Right? So I am the I am that I am. What is that? It's whatever I declare it to be. So anytime that we're speaking, we're always declaring things, right? I'm saying, oh man, sometimes people get lazy with their words and they say, "I am tired." Well, you're using God's name, right? And you're declaring what God is right there. So every time that I say I am taking on a different perspective of God. I am that I am simply means I am everything that I am. I am all that there is. It's simply a blank statement. It means whatever you say that you are, you are. Anytime you say I am, you're calling forth the name of God within you. And so I am prosperity is also the same as saying the God within me is prosperity. I am peace is the same as saying the God within me is peace. So I am, every time I say I am, I'm simply saying God's name. Now when I say no matter what, the no matter what is the important part here. Because right now, if I say I am prosperity, and then I say no matter what, this means no matter what I see out there, doesn't matter if the bank account looks a certain way, doesn't matter if my emotions tell me something, doesn't matter if I don't feel worthy right now, I don't care. I am that I am no matter what. I am whatever I say I am. God within me is whatever I say, no matter what. This is what that I am means. Make more sense, or do I need to explain it more?
Yes, you're perfect sense. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Was that the only question? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. No, yeah, that's the only question that I have. Thank you very much for clearing that out. It
No
makes
problem.
so much perfect sense. Thank you very much.
No problem at all, man. No problem at all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Dang, I just lost my connection. We can make some arrangements. All right, next up. Who's next? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Am I connected?
Mm-hmm.
Buses are kind of weird.
No, I hear you loud and clear.
Nice. Okay, cool. You're so awesome. Thank you for doing this.
No problem. Thank you for joining. How you doing today?
Yeah. I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good.
Okay.
How about you?
Hey, I can never complain about anything. I am blessed.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. That's actually kind of what I want to talk about.
Okay.
You were talking to someone like 3 chats ago about her mom and her dad and changing them and accepting them for who they are and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's where a source of my complaining comes from. And I kind of want to hear like your advice and I guess your mentality on dealing with parents that don't, I don't know, respect, love, care for you.
Oh, respect, love, and care. That goes deep.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I have a lot of limiting beliefs. Like, I know within the Bible, I know God wants us to honor our parents, wants us to turn towards our fathers. But for me, I haven't absent that. So it's like, what is there to turn towards? What am I supposed to look at and say, yes, I'm so blessed that he didn't show up for me?
Well, no, you're not. The metaphysical meaning of that, honor your father and mother, is honoring the masculine and feminine parts of yourself. That creates your reality, the mother and father, the conscious mind and the feminine or the subconscious mind. But I will say this, right? That is a dangerous statement to make, especially if parents are abusive, parents are absent, parents are these things, right? As children, right, parents owe their children everything, okay? Because they brought the children here. Children, metaphysically, from a spiritual perspective, do not have contracts and owe their parents anything. They don't. You don't owe your parents anything. I know. We might need to all hold hands while I say that. But you do not owe them anything. That would be cruel of me to say that you have to honor somebody that did you wrong. Right? That is not the way of source. That's not the way of the divine. That's not the way of the spiritual teachings that I practice at all. All right? Now, when it comes to changing your parents or accepting them, I will always say this. I will always say, what do you want? Clearly, if you could define what you wanted in terms and make it sound like an affirmation, right? If you could go to the end and there was one sentence that described the relationship with your parents, what would it be? And yeah, it's always like this.
Hello?
Dang, you missed that whole part?
Wait 1 second. My glasses that I used to talk on, they're... Okay, I think I'm connected now.
Nah,
Can
no
you
problem.
say something?
Yeah. You didn't hear that whole speech I gave? Can you hear me?
Over and over. Give me like 5 seconds. I'm going to disconnect them and reconnect them.
Nah, no problem.
Okay.
What?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, exactly. So that's when I said if you do that, you're guaranteed to get $1 million. Huh?
Can you repeat that? My bad.
No, I'm just playing.
disconnected.
I'm just playing. I was messing with you. So, but you can hear
No,
me.
but that's so funny because there's literally a lady saying that she reached $1 million and she did that because she learned to honor her parents for everything that they did or didn't do. So that's actually funny you say that.
That's her reality. That's her reality. That doesn't have to be your reality. That is actually funny though, because people will do that, right? Remember, it's your expectations, it's your beliefs that create reality. There is really only one universal law. As within, so without. You get what you are. The law of being, the law of assumption, the real law of attraction. Who you are is what you receive. That is it. Your expectations, your beliefs, your assumptions of the world is what plays out. Every other law trickles within it. So even if I say, yeah, if you honor your mother and father, you get $1 million. If that's your belief, cool. That works. That falls under what? The law of assumption, the law of being, the law of belief. Your assumptions create reality. So But does it have to be like that? No. Is that even a fair thing to expect out of somebody? I wouldn't. I don't agree with that. But what I was saying was this, right? Damn, what was I saying? Let me think. What was I saying? Everybody, right? So parents have a responsibility to their children. You hear when I said that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So children don't have a responsibility to their parents. Okay. Well, then you heard everything that I said, basically.
I think the last thing I heard was you said that about going to the end, or what do I want, or like.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. My bad. Thank you. So I would ask you to truly define clearly what you want in the form of a affirmation or a simple sentence. If you had the ideal relationship with your parents, however, whichever one you want, or whichever situation you prefer, what would be a simple sentence that would confirm that you have everything that you desire from them?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I guess there's just like a lot of limiting beliefs there that I just don't know if I believe I could get what I want from them.
That's cool. We're going to confront those right now, but we got to go to the end first. The purpose of the end is to confront those limiting beliefs, right? When you go to the end creates the path, and the path allows you to confront those limiting beliefs. That's the purpose of it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I know about my dad, like he literally has just never been there, so I really
Hold up
I
now.
wouldn't want any relationship with him. But
Okay.
with my mom, she's tried her best, but you know, not to get too much information out there, but
That's fine.
she was abused as a kid. I'm from New Orleans, and that's what they do out there. Like, they're whipping a kid is very close to abuse. That's how they roll. So we moved to Georgia after Katrina, and we moved to a predominantly white county. So the same whippings that we got in New Orleans would be considered abuse in Georgia. So we were put in foster care, disconnected for a long time, and now it's like, I mean, she'll give me money. It's like that thing of like, she's here for me for money and stuff, but if it's like a hug or to say I love you or just to hear that she cares about me, like that's never, ever, ever been a thing. Like that is not her personality at all.
Okay.
And so in the end, that's what I would want. It's like a mom who could sit there and say, oh, I love you, or oh, I care about you, or I don't know. That's what that would be nice.
Do you have anybody in your life that does that?
No, not at all.
Okay. So what if it wasn't directly for your mother? What if it was from somebody else?
That would be nice.
But
I don't know if I believe that. I feel like how I've been conditioned my whole life has just been to like do it on my own, basically. Like, you don't need emotional support from people. You just need to get a job and you just need to figure it out financially, and then you'll be fine from there.
all right, let's really dig in this. All right, let's get a little bit deep. If it gets uncomfortable, let me know, and we can stop. What who do you love the most in your life?
I used to love my mom the most, but I really realized that love isn't going to be returned. So I guess God, there's not a human that I could pinpoint and say, oh, I love them more than I love myself, you know?
Okay. So first of all, that statement of you can't expect that from your mom, realize that's just a story. That's a story that is spawning from a past that you believe is solid. You believe the past is solid and it's there and it has to be that way, but it doesn't. All right, let's keep going. All right, who do you believe loves you the most?
I guess my mom.
Okay, and how do you know that? What is done to show that love, or what is said to show that love?
financial support.
Okay, financial support.
Basically, like if I need anything, she'll give it to me. She's paid for so much, and that's how she shows love,
Gotcha.
basically.
But that's not enough for you.
No, not really.
And that's fine.
Like I've gone through things where I wanted her to be there, but she would just send money, basically, or you know what I'm trying to say?
I do. So let's define what love looks like for you, okay? Let's say that you and your mom had the perfect relationship. How would love be shown to you? And we don't have to talk about this if you don't want to.
What did you say?
If you did have the perfect relationship with your mother, how would love be shown to you? And we don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. So this is kind of heavy for you, huh? You're kind of reminiscing about certain things after you say it, aren't you?
I think so. Just
Yeah.
because I'm realizing, like, I mean, this is what I've been living my whole life. So I definitely understand, like, how your mind creates your reality, but it really does just feel like there's no hope there. So
That's
it's
fine.
like, that's genuinely what it feels like.
That's fine. It doesn't have to feel like there's hope. That like it doesn't say like you're not told to feel anything to get what you want. You're simply told to decree it, right? So I want to get you beyond the thought that you have to, feel a certain way about something. But I do want to get to a point where we clearly articulate like what love is to you. When we articulate that, we can create an end that looks beautiful for you. And then we can identify what that end is, we can affirm that end, and we can get you moving towards that end.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So how would you define, think about it like this, all right? You're in a situation, it doesn't even have to be your mother. You're in a situation with a mother, or your father, or a dude, or a friend, whatever the case may be. And the love that you're receiving is ideal. What does that look like, or do you even know?
I know it's less about me knowing and more about me missing out on what I see in others. So, like, for instance, I had a friend whose mom would make him dinner every night, and he was grown. He's like my age, which is 27. And his mom still makes dinner, and I'm like, that would be really nice to be loved like that, for someone to bring you food, or just for someone to, like, I was over at their house once, and his mom was like, does your mom know you're here? And I'm like, no, she couldn't give a fuck where I was. So, like, having someone check in on you or having someone cook you food, like, stuff like that would be nice.
Okay, all right. The next part, all right? So having somebody show up for you, check on you, care about your well-being beyond just finances.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Beautiful. Now, I want you to name one more thing, but I want you to not do it through what you don't have. I don't want you to explain what you want through the lens of what you... All right, this is why I'm doing this. The only purpose of us going through certain things that we deem as negative, the only purpose of them is to give us clarity on what we do want and what we actually want to experience. So all of the things in your life have given you clarity on what you want to experience. You should have a very clear picture. You do have a very clear picture. So I want you, but I also want you to name one more thing without using your past to explain what you want in the future. Okay, I just want you to go to the ideal situation without saying, because I experienced this, then I want to know what it's like to feel this. I want you to go straight to the end, straight to what you want.
I almost can't fathom it.
Okay, that's fine. What about physical touch, affection, right? Like being able to rub your hair, or being able to hug you, or being able to, rub you back to sleep. What about stuff like that?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Okay, how would it make you feel?
Like I have a place in the world where I don't have to, like, fight for it. It's just there for me.
Okay, that's an important thing, right? So you want to feel accepted for who you are without having to earn it.
Yes.
Gotcha. You want to feel that unconditional love. You want to feel nurtured and seen. You want to feel love. You want somebody to provide for you.
Yeah.
What if I tell you that right now you've had that thing within you the whole time? Everything that you've explained, you've had within you. What if the goal was not to put your faith that people could show up for you like that, but to put your faith that the source within you could bring forth people in your life that were like that? Everything that you explained was what that God within you can actually bring to you. And so I'll often give these talks and I'll say things like, you don't have to believe in your ego. You don't have to bring your ego on board. You don't have to bring your feelings on board. That's it. What are you putting your faith in? Are you putting your faith in the source within you, or are you putting your faith in people, in your ego, of what you've perceived your past to be? You can receive everything that you want. But I also want you to accept the truth that you've had all of that within you this whole time. You don't have to rely on people to show up for you a certain way. When you know that the God within you is all those things that you're longing for, now everybody can actually show up in alignment with it. So it's not like you're putting your faith in Joe or your mom to change. Who they are is who they are. But putting your faith in that divinity within you actually allows a different version of all those people to show up in your life.
I definitely hear you.
But
I guess it's like pinpointing where that source is within me. It's kind of difficult. It's like turning around from everything I previously believed and now like seeing the world in a completely different way, you know?
What if it's not about even finding it within you right now up front? What if it's about putting your faith in it, that it will show you who it is? What if the same way that you've been waiting for things outside of you, parents, friends, lovers, whatever, to show up in a certain way, you could actually expect that source within you to prove to you its existence, and it would. What if it's not about that blind trust? What if it's about actually declaring, commanding, demanding that it show up for you, and it will. And then it's about building your faith after that.
How would you demand that it shows up for you?
With your words, right? Like, so how I always say, so Job 22:28, thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. Right? The moment that we get upset and frustrated at the world is the moment that we should be demanding that source show up in a certain way to prove that we've never been alone. And you can demand however. You can say, give me a sign. Show me this. Show me that I'm not alone. Show me that you're here with me. This is what religion will tell you, don't test God and all these things. But that questioning has nothing to do with asking. The truth can always stand the test, right? God is always ready and willing for you to show up. You're given extreme instructions, right? Whatever you ask, the Father in my name will be given to you. Whatever you ask, decree a thing and it shall be.
Okay. it's pretty big to wrap my head around,
Mm-hmm.
but I definitely hear you.
What other questions you got? I feel like you have more that stemmed off of that.
My mind's drawing a blank because it's that change of, you know,
Yeah.
the idea that something is within me that can show up if I do call on it, then that changes the path going forward of like, well, I just won't believe in people, or I just won't believe in the world, or I just won't depend on people. That changes all of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. It does. Well, you don't have to believe in those. You just have to believe in that source within you, and you can demand it for proof. Right? It's not like you're not doing the work. It's that God within you that's doing the work.
I wonder if just like people's paths are different though. Like, I mean, I know the word can reach us all, so I wouldn't take myself out of that. But like within this human realm, I do wonder if there's situations in which some people are supposed to be alone or are supposed to like do it themselves.
Mm-hmm. No, that's simply a thought, right? God within you loves you unconditionally. The God within you loves you unconditionally. That's simply your perspective, your assumption that God will only show up for you this way, that certain people can't get what they want. All those things are just assumptions. And your assumptions create your reality. So no, you have no limits. You are absolutely limitless when it comes to how God can show up for you in your life. The only limits we have are what we put on God. When we say things like, certain people are supposed to do this, certain people are supposed to go through this. No, right? Even on a soul level, you choose what you want to experience here based on what you want to experience in this world. What you need to experience. Some of us choose difficult parents because we know if we can transcend their thinking, we can achieve anything. And that's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. But we also have free will. You can come down here and you can experience whatever you want based on your expectations.
Okay, so I guess, I don't know, I think it would be helpful if you could kind of reflect back to me, like what you think that I should ask for, because I genuinely don't know.
Absolutely. I think that you should. So I believe what you want is you want that acceptance. You want to feel loved. You want to feel that way. So I believe that you should ask Source to show up in your life in a way that allows you to feel loved, that allows you to feel like you are not alone. And by showing up or by knowing that, right, by asking for that, now you alleviate all these other things. And when you can love Source, when you can know that God within you is providing you all of these things, well, now you can allow everything to unfold in your life. Now you don't have to put your faith in people to change. You put your faith in the divinity within you to change.
Okay, how would you affirm that?
You would just make the decision right now. You would make the statement. God, I want you to show up for me in a way that proves to me that you exist in my life. That proves to me that I am loved, that I am taken care of, that everything is working out, that I am not alone on this journey. You make that declaration and let it go. Whenever you start thinking about it again, you make that declaration again. So it's not about affirming it a certain amount of times or when you're going through a certain thing, right? It's simply about making that declaration once. My apologies.
Okay, I'll do that. I really appreciate that. Because I came into this conversation trying to do one thing, but I'm in a different place now, but probably a better place. Mm-hmm. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I appreciate you for jumping on, man.
Yeah, I was just cooking dinner, and then I scrolling, and I saw you on the live. I was like, I've honestly been following you probably for a year, maybe longer, seeing you in different places. So yeah, I was like, why not stay here? And then I realized you could request to join, and I was like, awesome, perfect timing, I guess.
Absolutely, man. No, I appreciate that. I'm glad that you're here. I'm grateful that you joined on. Hopefully it helped, man. I definitely want to check in on you, make sure that you're doing all right.
I appreciate that.